You may have heard of dropshipping, a business that has completely changed my life, a business model that is so simple yet so rewarding. We are witnessing one of the greatest wealth transfers in history where young people just like me are making lawyers' salaries every single month. And the stuff that worked in the past that doesn't work today, and the stuff that works this year isn't going to last forever. So you have to take advantage of this opportunity before it passes you. What I'm going to show you is a complete roadmap that can get you from zero to over $100,000 every single month. And this is if you put in the work. This only works if you put in the work. And I want you to repeat after me. This will only work if you actually do the work. This isn't some sort of get rich quick scheme. It is a real e-commerce blueprint to success. A few months ago, me and my business partner Marcus generated over $800,000 in high ticket dropshipping in the last 90 days. And this video will serve as a blueprint as to how we generate that amount of revenue with a high ticket dropshipping store and how you can go from zero to making tens of thousands of dollars every single month from the comfort of your very own home. So if you're sick and tired of living paycheck to paycheck, just scraping by, and you want to generally change your life, then get a notepad and let's lock in. Hey guys, my name is Trevor and welcome to the high ticket dropshipping e-commerce course. And inside of this course, this has everything you need to know about building your own high ticket dropshipping store from zero to making your first few sales with this business model. So I welcome you to the community. Make sure you say hi. Make sure you join the Facebook community if you are serious about this business model. And as always, make sure you go through all the resources one by one and absorb the information. And good luck on building your dropshipping business. But a little bit about myself. I am currently 20 and I started my own e-commerce business at 18. So with that business model, I did eBay dropshipping. I did over $600,000 with that business model. I then did Facebook Marketplace dropshipping, and then I did about $600,000 to $700,000 with that business model. And both business models ended up failing or ended up closing because that business model was not sustainable long term, and I had issues with bans and issues like that. But at the end of the day, I found this business model called high ticket dropshipping that I've been doing since 2021. And my business partner, Marcus, which is in the next video, have been practicing since 2020, have generated over 7 figures with this business model. And I can tell you for sure, this is one of the best business models you can start as absolute beginners. And I'm super excited for you to join our community, our Peak Flow community. And as always, introduce yourself inside of the community, and we're super happy to have you. Let's crush it, Peak Flow community. You got this.
Hey guys, it's Marcus. I'll be your coach in Peak Flow Academy. Thank you so much for joining. And I want to start off this video just by saying that I'm no different from you guys. Actually, a few years ago, I was in your position, sitting across the other side of the camera, watching other gurus and people teach dropshipping and everything. And it's just been a hell of a blast. I can't believe I'm on the other side teaching this information now. But what I'm trying to say is I'm no different than you. I started off with minimal capital. I didn't really have much funds except me just reselling some sneakers on the side. I was just making money, reselling shoes, some Yeezys and some Nikes. And I had that money to start off my capital for dropshipping. But I didn't even start off with high ticket dropshipping immediately. If you're somebody that is looking to get into dropshipping and you discover high ticket dropshipping, you are in a motherfucking blessing, because I started off with the AliExpress traditional. I had to go through so much YouTube videos and filter out so much information just to kind of understand the information that I know now. That path has led me into high ticket dropshipping, but man, there's so much information out there that it's very hard to find the most real and the most tactical information, if that makes sense. But over here on Peak Flow, we do have the best tactical information. We're one of the best high ticket dropshipping groups out there, and I dare to say it because we are not only preaching what we teach, we're doing everything in real time. So me, Trevor, and the other coaches in Peak Flow Academy, we all have our own high ticket dropshipping stores, our e-commerce stores, and we're still in the game to continue our craft and continue to better ourselves so that we can teach you and share the information of you guys. And together we will all be a conglomerate of high level, high performing e-commerce entrepreneurs. But with that being said, I started off e-commerce in college. I was a broke college kid, frat boy that just wanted to party. Always had some type of career aspiration in me, but it was in the 9 to 5. I thought I was going to kill it inside real estate or doing finance and corporate until I started applying to job interviews, and I just wasn't connecting with the corporate culture. I didn't like it. It just felt unauthentic. I don't like not being able to say what I want to say. I don't like being told what to do. And entrepreneurship was kind of made for me as I started indulging more into that road. But that was really where I got my fire, where I got my spark, which led me to start my dropshipping store using AliExpress Facebook ads. And it took me about 2 years to really just understand the little intricacies of dropshipping. And then from there, I found success by working with this mentor. Shout out to Sri Kanase. He was my first mentor that helped me get to my first $30,000 a month. And from there, I started scaling items to the moon, made millions of dollars, and then I lost it all because I had terrible fulfillment systems. I was making like 20, 30,000 orders per month, and I wasn't able to fulfill it. And even though I was using AliExpress to send the items to my customers, I was using eBay, I was using Amazon, and I ended up backfiring it all to me because you can't rely on that for a long-term sustainable business. And that was the biggest thing or takeaway that I learned, which made me adopt the high-ticket dropshipping model, or the high-ticket e-commerce model, which you are seeing today. And this model is long-term, it's sustainable, it actually works. The marketing strategies are good, the sales process is good, operations, finance, all of that stuff actually makes sense, and that's how my dropshipping career has evolved. And now I'm at the point where I could share the knowledge, the information with you, especially having my business partner Trevor here with me. We're both tackling in the game of high ticket dropshipping. If you guys are wondering what makes us different, we have a whole entire curriculum that explains to you what makes Peak Flow high ticket dropshippers different from other high ticket dropshippers. So you make sure you check that out. In addition, we also have other links available. We have a mentorship application, we have a VIP membership, and we have tons of resources and value for you if you are willing to escape the matrix. And with that being said, Peak Flow community, thank you so much for your time. Find me and Trevor on Facebook and YouTube so that we could connect. And if you guys have any questions at any time, find us on School. We have live webinars. We have everything you possibly can. If you do want to change your life, this is the way to go. Peak Flow, rise to your peak, flow to your rhythm. I'll see you guys all in the inside.
Welcome to this video. Let's talk about what is high ticket dropshipping. So high ticket dropshipping in a nutshell is where you become an authorized retailer of established USA brands. Now this applies if you are not in the US, you might be in Canada, the same thing applies. But I'm based in the US, so most of my videos are going to be tailored towards US audiences. But just note that this entire business strategy and how everything operates can be operated in Canada, Australia, Germany, anywhere where there's e-commerce presence, meaning people are shopping online. So high ticket dropshipping is where you call and establish relationships with local suppliers that have high quality items, so that way you do not have the risk of selling junk products. We also sell high ticket items because we are advertising on this magical platform that it is Google. So Google Ads is our main advertising platform that we use for high ticket dropshipping. So the reason why we use Google Ads is because of how targeted it is. I'm on google.com, like you already see, and if I'm shopping for something like fireplace, this is way more higher buying intent than someone scrolling on TikTok. If you're going to advertise, you may as well advertise to someone that is already looking for something that you're selling. So if you're selling fireplaces, then you want to show up, your ad wants to be shown up to customers that are looking for fireplace. You don't want to be showing to people that are just scrolling endlessly on TikTok. They're not really ready to buy a $5,000 fireplace. Now, essentially, I'm going to show you a few high ticket dropshipping stores and stores that I essentially build essentially the same model. So if we look at this store, which is electricfireplacesdirect.com, we build e-commerce sites just like this, where we reach out to USA brands, in this instance Napoleon. So we look up Napoleon on Google and we'll just type in fireplace. We can find the actual manufacturer, which is Napoleon. What we do is we essentially reach out to Napoleon, tell them that we want to be an authorized retailer for them, and what risks do they have. Yes, they can say no, but on the upside, you are essentially bringing them customers, more brand awareness to the brand, and essentially there is very little risk to them in terms of bringing you on as an authorized retailer. The only risk that they have is if you misrepresent their customers. You provide bad customer service, which if that is an issue that you are doing, it's ultimately on you, because if you're providing bad customer service, it ultimately comes down to you not treating the customers well. and you're eventually going to go out of business because customers are going to be mad at you for not actually treating them and taking care of them after and before purchasing. So essentially we call these USA brands and we establish relationships with them. We get permission to sell their products on our website, such as electricfireplacesdirect.com. Once we have permission, we list the products on this website or on your website, and you essentially advertise on Google Ads to people that are already looking for, in this case, Napoleon fireplace. So if we look up Napoleon fireplace, you want to be showing up your ads right here. This is called Google Shopping. These are Google search results. You want to be advertising and taking up real estate inside of Google in terms of Google's search engine. So when you are essentially contacting these brands and bringing them onto your store, you might not get the very best brand in the beginning, and that's completely fine. We want to be working with any brands in the beginning, but working our way up to get the better and better brands. The better brands usually, have more potential for our store because they're more exclusive. Not everyone can sell them. Just stores that have been around long enough have sales history. So essentially, there's more things to work towards with high ticket dropshipping versus if we're selling a junk product from China on your Shopify store. You really are not building anything. With high ticket dropshipping, not only that you are building an asset that you can sell in the future, an asset that is worth 3 to 5 years worth of your monthly profit. So if your store makes $10K per month for a year straight, then you can essentially sell for 3 to 5 years worth of that multiple. So imagine getting $360,000 worth of upfront cash right up to you for your store. That it only makes 10K per month. That's just the power of high ticket dropshipping. So with that being said, this is essentially high ticket dropshipping, explained very shortly. There's more to the story, but this is essentially the business model that I use to go from 0 to 10K a month profit in less than 24 weeks and beyond that going forward. So this is probably one of the best business models that a beginner can start because of the low upfront capital. You don't need to invest a ton of money. Yes, you need to buy a pretty much Shopify theme, get your store built up, maybe some apps, but that's very minimal compared to, if you were to start a brand where you had to buy all inventory up front. This is all drop shipping, but high quality products from the USA to customers that are already looking for it. It does not get simpler than that. And essentially to scale a high ticket dropshipping store is you contact more suppliers, add them to your brand, and run more ads. It really comes down to this. Now, there's other things like you can do SEO, you can hire more employees, and eventually the goal is to step away from the business and have systems in place that the business runs by itself without your daily input. And that's essentially the beauty of high ticket dropshipping. It's really an amazing business model that has changed my life, to be honest with you. So that's it for this video and giving you an introduction to what high ticket dropshipping is, and I'll see you guys in some future videos. Hey guys, Trevor Zheng here, co-founder of Peak Flow Media. Let's talk about the differences between low ticket dropshipping versus high ticket dropshipping. Now that you're aware of the business model, e-commerce, and what dropshipping is, there is a big difference between low ticket dropshipping and what is called high ticket dropshipping. Most people fall for the trap, which is low ticket dropshipping. They spend countless time, money, energy doing low ticket dropshipping just to not see success. So we're going to talk about differences and just give you the reasons why you should choose high ticket dropshipping over low ticket dropshipping. So right here with me, we have the comparison. So we have a phone case right here, and then we have a fireplace right here. Both are products that you can sell. Now, the phone case costs $30 versus the fireplace that costs $3,000. And with the profit margins, both will make about 30%. So with this sale price, we make $10 profit per sale. Okay. Now with this fireplace, we make the same 30% margins, and we make $900 profit per sale, nearly $1,000 profit per sale. If we sell something above $3,500, then we're going to make $1,000 generally per profit per sale. So why would you sell a phone case versus a fireplace? Well, you might imagine, oh, I can sell more units. Well, the difference is you need to sell 90 units per day just to match the same amount of profits as the person selling one single fireplace per day. Now, just imagine how much harder it is to sell 90 units of these, deal with countless customers, countless disputes, countless, just interactions with customers versus just one single customer where you can just treat them well and provide great customer service and you make $900 profit, more than the person that's selling a phone case. Now, this is what is called low profit per sale versus high profit per sale. Would you rather sell this 90 times per day, or just sell one of these every single day and make $900 profit per day? Now, the difference between these two are really no big difference. You might think this is very easy to ship, no damages or anything, but with these fireplaces, yes, damages are probably more likely than this. However, when you're dealing with a supplier, whenever you ship an item and it becomes damaged with the supplier, all you really need to do is tell the supplier, hey, this item arrived damaged. They will file a claim with their shipping company and they will just ship out a replacement to the customer. So really, there's really no risk to either side. You can sell a phone case. These can become broken as well. Probably less likely than a fireplace because that is bigger and heavier. However, you make more profit per sale. You are basically damage free because if anything becomes damaged, you report it to the supplier and supplier sends a replacement free of charge to the customer, and boom, you're back in business. So with that being said, those are the differences between high ticket dropshipping versus low ticket dropshipping. So don't choose a wrong form of dropshipping, because with high ticket dropshipping, making more profit per sale allows you to invest more in your business, scale faster, and have a bigger team and more lean team right off the bat. So these are the differences between low ticket dropshipping versus high ticket dropshipping. And we highly recommend you go with high ticket dropshipping. Welcome to the completely free high ticket dropshipping course. Now, the aim of this free course is to take you from zero beginner to making your very first sale and beyond. Now, this free course is action-packed and fast-paced. It essentially lists out everything that you need to do in bullet point formats in order for you to make your store, to getting your first sale, and hiring employees and scaling your business. Now, I'm super excited to share this free course with you. And if you have taken any value from this entire free course series, make sure to drop a comment below if you have any questions. I'll try my best to answer each and every single one of them. So let's jump right into module number 1, which is business setup. Now, I'll cut right to the chase. Business setup is kind of tedious, but it is completely needed because we are building a actual business. This is not a free, or this is not an AliExpress dropshipping store where you set up a business and you launch ads within 1 hour. Business setup takes a little bit of time, but this is going to be your foundation of your business, because this is not going to be some overnight success. So let's jump right into it. Business setup overview. Here are the 5 steps, if I can count, of setting up your business. Number 1 is going to be incorporating your business. Number 2, obtaining an EIN number. Number 3, Resale Certificate. Number 4, business banking. And number 5, business credit card. Now, I will leave a link to this exact Google Doc so you can also view all this information. Link in the description below. So in order to incorporate business, so if you're in the US, things are fairly simple. If you're in the US, you would want to incorporate business in the US. If you're not from the US, that's completely fine. You can run your business from anywhere, because you can set up a US LLC and then sell in the US. Or if you're in more established markets such as the UK, Australia, and even Europe, and any established markets that has e-commerce, meaning people are buying and shopping online, you can completely sell there. So with that being said, you're based in the US, incorporating in your home state is the easiest. So for example, if you are in the state of Florida, then incorporating in Florida is going to be the most straightforward way in incorporating your business. Alternatively, you can also choose to incorporate in the no state tax state. such as Wyoming, Delaware, and there's a few others like Nevada, which is another one. But most popular ones are going to be Wyoming or Delaware. If you're outside the US, incorporating a US company, I would suggest using or incorporating that in Delaware or Wyoming because you're not going to have any state tax. Now, service recommendations for this are going to be LegalZoom. They are not a sponsor, but LegalZoom is going to be a very easy way in order to set up your business. So in order to get set up with LegalZoom, what you need to do is go to business and then register your business. You want to pick an LLC. Now, I have what is called a corporation, and corporations have a benefit over an LLC, but they both give you the same legal protection. You do not want to start your business as a sole proprietorship, mainly because you do not have any legal protection. Now, I can go and rant about LLC versus corporation, but basically corporations, you want to essentially form that once your business is doing $50K a year in net profit. Then it's worth switching to a corporation. But start with an LLC and click on Start My LLC. Now, there are a few options to choose with LegalZoom. I suggest either going for the Pro or Premium. Now, the Pro, it says you get hands-on guidance with an experienced business attorney, which, for $50 more, you can ask, you get an unlimited 30-minute attorney consultation, and first 30 days of subscription included. So I would probably go for Premium if you want to talk with an attorney. This is not legal advice, but what I did was actually just form my LLC from your state's website. You can also do that if you just Google form LLC in, for example, Delaware, and then there's definitely tons of resources out there to help you set up your LLC. Now, along with this, you also get an EIN if you choose to go with LegalZoom. It's just LegalZoom is an all-in-one platform to get you set up with your business, compared to doing it manually with the state and basically the government's website. The EIN can be obtained from the IRS website, or you can just pay like a service like LegalZoom and get that all done for you. So once you get LegalZoom set up, what I recommend is obviously the LLC. They're both considered corporations, but your legal entity is actually an LLC. What I have is S corporation, which is different. So obtaining your EIN number, you want to do this after you have formed your business. So if you're using LegalZoom and you're doing your LLC and you pick either the Pro or Premium package, you will get your EIN. So you do not have to worry about it if you go with LegalZoom. However, if you go with something else where you set up with your state, your EIN number is attainable from the IRS website. So if you just simply Google IRS EIN, and it should be this one right here, apply for an employer identification number. Now, you can apply for one anywhere from Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern time. And what you do is just click apply online now, and then just begin application. This is very, very simple. There shouldn't be too many questions about this. You just choose if you're using LLC, click LLC. Obviously, this is not legal advice as always. How many members? If it's just you, just choose one. Where you are incorporated. So for example, you're incorporated in Delaware, choose Delaware. And I've done this plenty of times with other people. It's very, very simple. Started a new business, continue, authenticate, put in your first name, last name. I'm one of the owner's members. So you are going to be the owner of your LLC, obviously. And then your address, details, confirmation. Once you get to a confirmation stage, what you want to do is make sure you save your EIN number somewhere secure. I recommend creating like a Google Drive so you can store all your business information in there if you are doing it on yourself without LegalZoom. If you're doing it LegalZoom, they're just going to give you all the information up front after they incorporate your business, and they're just going to organize all your files for you. So after you attain your EIN number, some other recommendations is you either use the official IRS website, which is this right here, or you can use an EIN service from Fiverr. You can just search up EIN service on Fiverr, and then you should find plenty. but I would just recommend doing it yourself. It's not that hard at all. So your resale certificate. Now, the resale certificate is essentially a form that you present to your suppliers in order to not pay sales tax on the order. What you're doing is you are essentially telling your suppliers that you are buying the item at wholesale and reselling it at retail cost, and you should not be paying sales tax because you are not the end consumer. The end consumer is the person that should be paying sales tax. So in order to get a resale certificate, it depends on the state that you incorporate your business in. I have linked this tax jar article that goes over every single state and how to get a resale certificate there. Just follow the guide and you should be able to get your resale certificate. Some states you don't even need to like send in the form with your state. You just need to fill out the form and you're ready to go. So with that being said, I will make sure to grab the Google Docs, link in the description, and then you should be able to open this tax jar document to see how to get a resale certificate in every single state. So with that being said, your resale certificate is fairly straightforward. You just want to get that set up after you incorporate your business and then obtain your EIN number. This is in order. Please do not skip. It is purposely laid out this way so you can follow it step by step. It's laid out exactly how you should set up this business. So after you have gotten your resale certificate, next is going to be business banking and business credit cards. Now, if you're in the US, you can use banks like if you have a bank account at Chase, Bank of America, just open one there. Or you can also use an online bank if you really don't want to use like these big banks that obviously these banks are good, but they require like a minimum. Some are like 1,500, some are maybe like close to 2,000. Otherwise, they charge you a fee. If you don't want to deal with all that fees, I recommend Wise or Noble Bank. I have both. And if I were to recommend one, I would use Wise simply because once you are hiring employees, you can pay them out of Wise, and it's very, very affordable. Noble Bank is also a US bank, but it's online. Their support is not the best, but if all you're doing is just banking, then it's completely fine. So either one of these are completely fine. If you're not from the US, obviously you would, if you're selling in the US, you would have your US LLC, and you should be able to apply for these just fine. Some other ones, so I would just use Wise if you're from another country, because it's just very simple and easy to use. Now, that being said, business credit cards. So business credit cards are excellent ways to actually add profit to your business, and I'm able to get anywhere from a couple $1,000s in free cash back with my business every single month, and that cash back is actually not taxable, so you can deposit into your personal account without paying taxes. One of my friends that I know that he doesn't do high ticket dropshipping, but I saw that he cashed out like nearly 100K worth of Amex points, and that is completely tax free. It's very good. But you obviously have to need to be spending that much on ads to get all those points. So some credit card recommendations are going to be the Amex Business Gold. So this is good for your ad spend, so advertising spend. This does come with a $295 annual fee, but once you are spending more than a couple $1,000s a month, then this easily pays for itself. Now, if you don't really want points for like travel, Amex is good for travel. You can get other cards that you can like boost this point exchange rate. They have the American Express Charles Schwab card, and essentially what you can do is get more value for your points if you deposit that into an investment account. But without getting too in depth, the Amex is good if you want travel, and Capital One Business Spark, which I also have this card, is good for cash back. You get unlimited 2%, and for most people, if you're not going to travel, I recommend the Capital One Business Spark. This is a little bit hard of a card to get into, but once you get into it, I really like this card. It's just very simple and easy to use. Some suppliers do not take Amex, so Amex is probably only going to be used on Google Ads and Bing ad spend or any other advertising spend. But this Capital One Business Spark, you have unlimited 2%, and if you just click on this link, you get a $500 annual bonus, and that's you can get that money like deposited into your bank. They send a check, but after you spend like $50K in a year, which for high ticket it's not that much, because remember, we're selling very expensive items, and $50K worth of inventory, is like, I don't know, 10 to 50 orders. So it's very, very achievable. So with that being said, those are the business credit cards I recommend: Capital One Business Spark or American Express Business Gold. And then some final words before we wrap this video up. So thank you so much for staying till this all the way until this part of the video. So some final words are just tips for staying organized. Make sure you create a Google Drive, store all your business information in there, set up folders in a way so you know exactly where each and every document is, and just start being organized at this stage of the business, because once you have more things going on, it's very easy to be overwhelmed if you misplace folders here or documents here and there. So make sure you are organized. Just create a Google Drive. And I also would recommend creating an LLC email. It can be a Gmail account. You can do, like, for example, your initials, LLC 123@gmail.com or anything like that, and use that essentially to store all your business information. So your business setup, your EIN, your resale, your business banking, your business credit cards. Make sure you just make a separate email that's separate from your personal email. So with that being said, that is it for the completely free high ticket dropshipping course, module 1, which is business setup. I'll see you in module 2, and thank you so much for watching. Alright guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about incorporating a business. So incorporating a business is rather straightforward. So if you're based in the US, that means you live in the US. Incorporating a state in the state that you are residing in. What this means, the state that you're currently living in. So if you live in the state of Florida, the easiest company or the state to pick is Florida. This is what I did, and I suggest to keep things simple. Now, there are definitely benefits to doing Wyoming or Nevada or other states that have zero state taxes, but this is a little bit harder, because if you're in the state that you already live in and you incorporate a business there, you're going to be able to receive all your documents, preferably to your home address or another address where you can receive mail. I recommend it over incorporating a state in Wyoming, Delaware, and those states to have zero income tax. So for tax purposes, if you are in the US, you can incorporate in Wyoming or Delaware due to no state tax. This is up to you, but I still suggest you pick the state that you're already in. Keeps things simple. If you're outside the US, that means you don't live in the US, incorporating a US company in Delaware or Wyoming would be the best option. There's no point of incorporating a state that has sales tax. Just doesn't make sense. So in terms of service recommendations, I highly recommend LegalZoom. So LegalZoom is this tool or this software right here. Essentially what it does is it will open a business for you. So inside LegalZoom, you want to go to business, click on limited liability company. So this is not tax advice, but this is based on the years of being in business. This is what I would do. LLC is the business that I would start with in terms of a corporation. An LLC protects you from being sued. Essentially, if you are being sued, your assets and your business assets are separate. If you are not an LLC, meaning you are running a business as a sole proprietorship, it means worst case you get sued and the other person that's suing you can come after assets that you own, not the business that owns it. So let's say you own, I don't know, $5,000 computer. someone sues you because they got damaged with a product, they could legally come and take that computer from you and seize that asset from you. But if you're an LLC, they can only take stuff that your LLC owns. Your LLC may own, that computer or that I don't know, this desk or camera equipment, or it can be anything. But later on, once you are doing 50K per year profit, you can consider switching to what I have is an S corporation. I don't have a price on this, but I guess you just have to check availability. An S corporation essentially is you save a lot more on taxes, but there is more operational expenses to keep the S corporation running. I only recommend it after you're doing 50K a year profit minimum. So LegalZoom, recommend it. There is go to LLC. There's a $299 package and a $249. I'll probably just get this one because you get this 30-minute attorney consultation to answer any legal information that you want to ask about your business. But if you don't want to use this service, you can completely do it in your state. So, for example, let's do Florida setup LLC. So Florida Limited Liability Company, this is where you would essentially form your business. Each state is going to be a little bit different, but you can generally figure things out by forming through your state. Essentially, you want to look for articles of organization. It looks like it's $100 for Florida. A registered agent, that is the person that will be receiving mail on behalf of you. Certified copy, certificate status. You may as well get it just in case you need it. But setting up your business through your home state or through the state's portal is going to be different for every single state. You will need to do your own research in terms of that. So I would just Google state. So just if you're in Florida, search up Florida Setup LLC. You can also use Fiverr. That's another option to help you set up your LLC. But honestly speaking, if you're unsure and never done this before, I would just go with a safe route and just go with LegalZoom because they will do all the setup for you. And with the $299 package, if you have any questions about your business, you're talking to experts that literally do this all the time. But again, not legal advice. LLC is beneficial to start out with as there's less expenses. But once you are doing 50K a year annually profit, it's worth considering transitioning, if I can spell that right, to a corporation. I want to clarify S Corp. There's other corporations like C Corp, but S Corp is where you will be able to save on taxes because you don't have to pay personal tax. So LLC, I believe you do have to. If you want to research more about it, I'll actually link a video inside of here. All right, so go ahead and click this video right here. This is someone I highly recommend you watch if you want to learn more about taxes. He is a professional tax consultant. So his advice is actually tax related. And basically this video will talk about why you should start with an LLC, then a S corporation if you are curious. If you just want to take my word for it, it's basically what I learned from him. And this is what I did when I started my first company back in 2021. So highly recommend you start with an LLC, then an S corporation, but you want to learn about the logistics of why you are exactly doing that, then feel free to watch this video that talks about it because he is a certified tax consultant and I am not. So that is pretty much it for incorporating a business in the state. If you're based in the US, not in the US, and optional tax for tax purposes, you can choose Wyoming or Delaware. All right, guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about obtaining an EIN number. So you want to do this in order. So after you incorporate your business, you're going to get your articles of, it's called articles of incorporation, and essentially It is the legal formal documents telling the government that you legally formed your business. So you want to obtain your EIN number after you incorporate your business. And registering EIN is necessary because you will eventually need to file taxes and to get your business set up. So only apply for EIN after your business is incorporated and you received your articles of incorporation from the state that you incorporate your business in. So there's two straightforward paths to obtain your EIN number. One is through the official IRS website, and this is what I did. But if you're not comfortable doing that, or the official IRS website also has like time when you can use the portal. If you're not able to do it in this time frame, you can hire someone from Fiverr and they will do it on behalf of you. Now, this time frame is pretty generous. It's open a long time. So I would recommend just for you to go through the IRS website. But if you don't want to do that, it takes about 10-15 minutes max. So plenty of time, or doesn't take that long. I would go through the IRS website. But if you don't want to take your time and do that, you can use the EIN service from Fiverr. There's plenty of them. There are pretty inexpensive ones, like these are $15, okay, $10. But I would just go with the official IRS website. It's really not too complicated. Essentially, I'll just show you like what generally you want to do. So you want to click apply online here. Okay, actually, I'm recording this on a Saturday, so it's actually closed right now, so I can't really show you. But essentially, it will just be like a questionnaire. You essentially had to answer it where you set up your LLC, and you just follow through the steps where your address is, and to obtain your EIN. There's videos on YouTube if you need help with this. But after you finish registering, you will get your EIN number. Make sure you safeguard it, store it in a safe place. This will be an important number in order to essentially file taxes and pay your taxes based on the profits that you make. So obtain your EIN number. It's pretty straightforward. I would just use one of those two options. And again, I recommend the official IRS website. Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about Resale Certificate. So a Resale Certificate is a certificate that you want to submit to your suppliers, so that way you're exempt from paying taxes. So legally, you will be collecting taxes from your customers, but you will need nexus in it, in that state. Nexus essentially means that if you have your business set up in Florida, for example, Florida does not have any state taxes, I don't believe. But if you are selling to a customer in, let's say, New York, you don't need to collect taxes until you pass a threshold. Each state has a little different threshold. Most states you have to do $50K to $100K in that state per year in order to, you need to be registered in that state to collect taxes. So if you guys remember, back then, eBay.com, a lot of times you did not have to pay tax. That was because eBay did not have nexus in those states, and in those states, eBay did not need to collect taxes, so the customers did not have to pay taxes. So the same case will be very similar to you. You will want to get a research certificate in the state that you're incorporated. So this is a tax chart document that goes over every single state and how to obtain a resource certificate. So for example, if you're in the state of Missouri, it says to obtain a resource certificate in Missouri, you will need to complete the sales use in tax certificate. And it takes you to that form, and sales and tax exemption certificate. So I guess you just download it, and it looks like this. You just fill this out and you're ready to go. Now, I will make sure you check out this tax jar document that goes over each state and how to get a resource certificate in that state. So each state is different. Make sure you know what to do for each state by following this tax jar document. And overall, the research certificate is pretty straightforward to apply and get for. Most states you actually don't even need to apply by the state. You just fill out a form with your EIN number, and from there you can just hand that to your suppliers when they're asking, and you should be exempt from paying taxes. One last thing, with research certificates, you only need to charge tax in the state that you're in. So the state that you have nexus. So if you're a company set up in Florida, you only need to collect sales tax in Florida. You don't need to do that in any other state legally. Some suppliers will not allow this, and technically they're really not wrong. Technically, you need a research certificate in every state, and the tax laws keep changing, and essentially some suppliers will tell you you need a research certificate in every state in order to not pay tax. Generally, actually, you can use a what's called a blanket certificate. So if I just search up blanket certificate of resale, this is one for Michigan. So Michigan sales and use tax certificate. You can use a blanket certificate, so that way you're exempt in every single state. Most suppliers should accept this. Some odd suppliers may not, which is a little bit frustrating at times, but it eventually, once you have sales in every single state, you will have a research certificate in every single state. So I don't want to give you too much information up front because it really doesn't need to be this complex, but just know you need a research certificate after you incorporate your business and obtain your EIN number. So with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about business banking. So you will need a bank account for all your accounting purposes. If you're in the US and there are local banks near you, such as Bank of America, Chase, you can use those as well. The only downside with those is there might be a fee, like monthly fee, to use the account based on your minimum. So for example, Chase, I believe you need $1,500 in your bank account per month. Otherwise, they charge you like a, I don't know, $20, $30 fee, which is annoying, but I guess they have to pay for employees. Where online banks, I guess they're just more lean. So I use Chase, but I also have these two. The reason why I have 3 banks is, well, I definitely could use one bank, but my general philosophy is like, don't put all your eggs in one basket. When I spread all my money, between 3 banks, even if one gets hacked for whatever reason, one, goes out of business. Yes, they are FDIC insured, but that's still a headache you have to deal with. So my general philosophy is to spread your eggs in many baskets, so it's not, you don't get wiped out, just in case. I'd rather be more conservative than being super aggressive with your money. So I also do this with investing. I don't put all my money in one stock account. So same thing with banking. I recommend Novo Bank and Wise Bank. But if you just want one bank and you don't want to use a local one near you and you're in the US, I would go with Wise. Wise is easier to use. They have better support than Novo Bank, and when you're hiring employees, you can just use Wise because it's tailored towards sending money internationally. So if you've hired VAs from the Philippines, it's going to be a lot cheaper to send from Wise. You actually can't send from Novo Bank because Novo Bank is a US bank, and I don't think you can transfer it to the Philippines. I have not tried. I would just recommend Wise. It is free, and if you want a US bank account, I think it's just a one-time fee of $30, $40. It's very inexpensive. Novo Bank is free, but their support isn't as good, but as a bank, it does the job. So in terms of business banking, I recommend these two, but if you want to use ones that you already have a relationship with, by all means, you can use that. You just need to open a business checking account. Remember, very, very important, business checking. I'll have to just write it right here. Make sure you open business checking account rather than savings. All right, so just added it to here. All right, so that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about business credit cards. So business credit cards is a great way to add additional profit into your business. So with high ticket, especially, you are going to have a lot more expenses than low ticket. And don't let this scare you. More expenses in terms of the cost of goods. When you sell a $5,000 product, let's say it costs you $3,000, for example. When you are selling a $50 widget and it only costs you $30, you're only earning rewards on the $30. So on $30 worth of cost of goods, you're only earning 60 cents worth of credit card rewards. And this is based on a 2% credit card. Now, when you are using your credit card to pay for a $5,000 order, you pay $3,000 to fulfill the order plus shipping. In this case, let's say it's unknown, but just on the cost of goods, you are earning $60 alone. That's just straight up profit. Now, we can get into more details in terms of credit card rewards, but generally, there's going to be two that you want to be looking at. I have both of these, and if I were to recommend just one, I would go with the Capital One Business Spark. Mainly because some suppliers don't take Amex, and Amex is actually better for Google ads and Bing ads and all those advertising spend. So Capital One Business Spark, it gives you unlimited 2% back on everything. So whenever you can use a credit card, use the Capital One Business Spark, you get 2% back. And then this link right here, there is an affiliate link where if you spend $50K in a given year, then you will, in that 1 year, get a $500 annual bonus. That's a statement credit to your card. So you don't have to pay $500 on your credit card bill. But also with this card, there is a $150 annual fee, and it is waived if you spend $150K a year. Now, $150K is not much at all with high ticket, especially. So this card is basically free as long as you have a business that's doing $50K a month within a year. When you're doing $50K a month per year, you should easily be spending $150K per year easily. And then there's this American Express Business Gold. All these are affiliate links where you will get either a annual bonus or you will get a points offer. This is 70,000 points. And this one is a more costly. It's $300 a year, but you get 4x points on ad spend. So let's say you are spending $3,000 a month on Google Ads. Now you do times 4. It's every dollar you get 4 points, and you're getting 12,000 points, or you're getting 12,000 points. 12,000 points can be a lot of things. It's mainly worth a lot more if you are going to use it for travel. But if you want it to be like cash back, this is not really your card. There is more advanced techniques where you can use the American Express Charles Schwab edition, and you can boost your cash back based on your points. But it is a little bit more complex, and it's completely not necessary. So if you want just one card, go with the Business Spark. But once you're ramping up, definitely consider this, because you can get a lot of points on your advertising spend. If you're spending $15K a month, you're getting 60,000 points, and those points really rack up. And you can basically fly first class, travel the world, basically free just from your business. It's really, really great. So math speaks for itself. 100K in monthly expenses, very realistic. Once you are at the 200K a month mark, you are getting $2,000 worth of cash back. $2,000 times 12, you're getting $24,000 worth of cash back once your business is doing 200K a month revenue. And 24,000, this is actually tax free. You can deposit this into your personal account. Now, I'm not an accountant, not a tax professional, but from my best knowledge and speaking with my accountant, cash back is not taxable. It's not considered income. It's considered more of like a credit. So realistically, you don't have to pay taxes on this, but you want to do your own research. This is based on what me and my accountant have talked about, and to the best of my knowledge. So starting out, again, you may not be approved with these cards, completely fine. Out of the two, the Amex is easier to get approved for. This is a little bit harder of a card to get approved for. I think I got denied once, and then I finally got approved. I got approved at 19. So I got my first credit card at 18. Or actually, I was under an authorized user under my parent at 17, but I got my own official credit card at 18. So it took me about a year of credit history to get this card. If you already have credit history, this may not even be that hard to get. But that's it for this video. I highly recommend you either get a credit card before you start or after you're rolling, because this is essentially free profit to your bottom line. So hopefully you guys took away value from this, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video, everyone. Let's talk about creating a Shopify account. So if you don't know what even is Shopify, that's completely fine. However, I just want to make sure you guys are completely signed up with the Shopify. And the reason is because Shopify currently still has the $1 trial for 93 days. So it's $1 a month after the 3-day initial free trial. So it's at the end, it's 93 days for $3. I don't know when this will end or when this will no longer be an offer, but I just want to still present this to you guys so you guys can still take advantage before they remove this offering. So make sure you check out this link right here, thepeakflowagency.com/Shopify, to get access to the $1 for 93 days link. And with that being said, Shopify is the platform that we will be building our entire business on. Our website's going to be built on Shopify. The apps, the connections, the softwares are all going to be based on Shopify. So it's important to get signed up with Shopify so you have an understanding of where your business is going to be built. So make sure you complete this step before you move on to the next step. Again, if you have any questions, make sure you drop them in our private community, and let's get it. Welcome to this video, everyone. Let's talk about creating a LLC from outside the United States. So creating an LLC from outside the US is a little more complicated than creating one in the US, but by all means, this is still rather a more straightforward process, and we found the best service for the cheapest rate and has all the features that you need to set up your business, and that is going to be Buffalo Register Agents LLC. So head over to this website. It's called wyregisteragent.net. It'll be linked down below, but over here you want to go under Form an LLC or Corporation, click Order. Here you want to put in your company name. So your company name can be anything. Don't overcomplicate it. I recommend just using your initials and then like stores or enterprises. Just keep it nice and simple. Don't overthink this step. Business entity type, LLC. Notify your attorney of a lawsuit, no. We'll file beneficiary information for you. Keep that checked. Wyoming, form a company filing options. So there's only one filing option, and it's $100 flat for 3-day filing, which is really fast for a very good rate. Here, member managed, you have to put in your first name, last name, depending on how many people are going to be on the company. And assuming it's just you yourself, you just put your name. If it's a partnership, then you want to put both parties' name. Wyoming business presence. This essentially says they will give you, a business domain, website, SSL, and all that stuff. We don't really need that. Plus, it's $9 a month after the 90-day trial. We don't need it, so get rid of that. Here, get rid of business service. We don't need that. Additional items, corporate supplies. This is nonsense. You don't need any of that. We'll file your annual report for you. Make sure that's checked. Tax ID. So this is going to be an EIN. Rather than trying to create it yourself or use another service, I would rather do it directly through Buffalo Register Agents, just because it's all streamlined all in one. It gives you the online portal that you can create and log in and check up on all the services. Click Tax ID, and then obviously if you're outside the US, you don't have SSN, so click Tax ID without SSN. And firstly, trademark service is not really necessary, but I would recommend having this Wyoming business address. So there is the free Wyoming business address, which for this it is it's not a unique suite number. Mail is open and scanned to you daily whenever you get mail. So I don't recommend this because other people have the same address. I would choose the $49 a year, And essentially what this does is, the difference between this and the $19 is the virtual office is not really a natural location. The suite number is unique to your Wyoming address. There's no box number, it's a real physical address, and your mail is processed daily. And the fact that this will allow 10 documents to be scanned per year. So you shouldn't probably be receiving any more than 10 documents. So I would go with the $49 a year, and this should be all you need. And first name, last name, fill out the information. This is information that is where you live. So if you're not in the US, let's say you're in the UK, for example, or let's just do like Spain. You just put in your first name, last name, phone number. This is your information. Just put it all in there. And then your email and password. Make sure you create an email beforehand that is specific for a company. So if I'm creating a company that is tzstorslc.com, I would do something like tzstores, create a Gmail account for your EIN and put all your EIN information there. Password, obviously put in your password. Payment information, they accept all major credit cards. So you should be able to put in your credit cards here and place an order. So I recommend this because it's the most affordable and most streamlined service, along with the Wyoming business address, which will be very important when you are doing your Google Merchant Center, which is you want to have a unique address. So hopefully that is it for this video. If you have any questions, drop me a message and I'll do my best to answer. Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course. This is module number 2, going over niche selection. Now, it's niche or niche, whatever way you want to say it. But if you haven't watched module 1, I highly recommend you watch module 1 before you watch any part of this video. These modules are set up in order so you can follow it step by step to see your first dropshipping sale with high ticket and hiring and scaling your business from there. So in today's video, we will be talking about niche selection. This is going to be the foundation after you set up your business, got all your LLC, business banking, credit cards, and all that set up. Let's talk about niche selection. Here is an overview of what we're going to be talking about inside of this video. So we're going to talk about what makes a good niche, brainstorming niche ideas, the perfect amount of niche down, niche research spreadsheet. So that will be here, and then your niche angle. So let's talk about the characteristics of a good niche. So that entails low competition, high demand, non-seasonal, lots of suppliers, and high price point. These are all characteristics of a good niche. You don't have to fit every single one, but if you fit all 5, this could mean that you will see success a lot faster. So with high ticket dropshipping, the beauty of this business model is that any store and any niche will work if you give it enough time. It just depends. If you pick a very competitive niche, it will take you longer to see results ultimately. I have never failed a single store with high ticket dropshipping. Now, the store that I recommend is to have a niche down store. Don't have a broad store where you sell generators to saunas to fireplaces to desks, stand-up desks. We want to be an authority in a specific industry. So these are what makes a good niche, and we'll come back to this, so don't worry. So brainstorming niche ideas. So we need to find some niche ideas to go into. So these are 3 ways I recommend that you use to find niche ideas for your store. One is to look around you. This I do recommend depending on where you are. If you're in a city area, you will find more products that maybe less people have sold in the past or are less competitive. You can also use a random word generator, which I'm going to show you a live demo of in Browse Big Box Retailers. So let's just jump right into using the random word generator. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to use the random word generator. So let's go ahead and pull up a random word generator. And we'll go to google.com. We're also going to pull up a notepad. So these are going to be the 3 foundations in order to find a niche. So I like to use this to just find random niches and then branch ideas off from them. So number of words, let's do 3. Generate random words. With history, see, and direct, these aren't really good product words, so we'll just keep generating. Possible, negligence, trench. Okay, let's see what we can find. Trench warfare, trench coat, trench coat. Okay, this is, we don't really want to be selling clothing. We want to be selling stuff above $1,000, so trench coats really don't fit in that. So what we can do is just search, what's a trench pike? Looks like some World War II thing. Trench drain. Okay, what is this? 4-inch trench drain system. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So what I like to do is just filter by $1,000, just so we can find more expensive items. So this looks like a store that sells landscape equipment. NDS Duraslope kit. So it looks like it's a drainage system. Okay, so I have no clue like what this even. Obviously, it's a drainage system, but I'm not really technical on that. So looks like they have a landscape store. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of unique items. So catch basins, drain gates, channel and trench drains, drain pipes, erosion control, pop-up drainage emitters. You get the point. Let's take a look at these. These aren't too expensive. We want to look items ideally above $1,000. Let's do price high to low. Okay. So drainage system. So let's go ahead and reload. Just type in drainage system. So they seem to have like a landscape store where selling landscape equipment, a ton of random items that I would really have no clue they are, but most of the items aren't really that expensive. If we click, yeah, it just looks like view all equipment parts. Let's do price high to low. Yes, there's the $8,000 gauge, but like most of the items are really cheap, so I really don't want to get into this niche because the items are really way too cheap. So let's just put in terms of ideas found drainage system. So we type in drainage system. Let's go above $1,000. M Marine Online. Okay, interesting. So this is, at first I thought it's like a marine store where it sells like marine equipment, but now it has like, okay, I mean this does go in marine air conditioning, marine refrigerating. So right here, like you could do this store the same angle, so the marine store that sells the similar product types, but like I can tell you like this store is not really well optimized. Doesn't look that great. and you would be able to compete on them against them in terms of customers. So that is one angle or one store idea. Let's see. So there is this perfect amount of niche down. We're gonna go ahead and make a copy of this just so we can edit it for this scenario. There are some pre-written product types, but let's do, what is this? A drainage system. So we found drainage system, where we looked up trench, and then we're here looking at marine air conditioning. So this is definitely a really good store in terms of competition. We would have to check other areas, but let's just type in marine air conditioning. Average price point. These are really good in terms of price point. I mean, not super good, but they're a lot better than what we were looking at before. 2,000 to 3,000, upwards of 5,000. Okay, seasonality. This is where we probably aren't going to be that good on in terms of this niche. So we type in marine air conditioning. Do last 5 years. Okay, so wait, why does it say Trump? Marine air conditioning. Okay, so this is seems to be up and down, probably because there's not a ton of searches, which isn't the end of the deal. Mostly like people in California, Florida, and New York are buying these. Let's use Ahrefs. So this is a paid tool, but if you type in marine air conditioning, you can see that competition is very low based on the keyword difficulty, but the volume is only 400. So volume being this low is only a worry if this is the only thing that you're selling. When you have a marine store that sells not just marine air conditioning, this is not to be worried about, because even if there's only 400 people searching per month for just marine air conditioning, it's such an underground item that you're going to be able to bid very cheaply and get very cheap clicks, and overall be very easily able to convert customers that are looking for something like this. So even if marine air conditioning is only 400 searches a month, that's completely fine. Let's take a look at the seasonality. So it always peaks in June, July. Yeah. Peaks in warmer months. All right, and then let's fill out the brand section. So if you just look at this, these are all product types that we can have in a marine store. So even though these are seasonal, low search volume, these are still very, very uncompetitive. We have other things that we can sell on a marine store, like boat equipment. So these are going to be very seasonal, most likely, unless there's some items that are not related to just boats. Yacht toys. $17,000 water sled. Marine generators. Okay. Let's just look up generator instead of parts. Okay, these generators are really expensive. Upwards of 25,000. So marine generators. 800 searches. Very, very uncompetitive. So if someone were to do this niche, which is a really good idea, So marine generators, marine air conditioner, marine store, seasonal, in the summer months. Unless there is something on here that is not like good for the winter, then this would be like a really good niche. Being super seasonal like this, where it's mainly for the summer, I personally would not do, but you could definitely do it. You know, in the winter months, your store would just kind of be like on autopilot. You might get a sale here and there, but your big months are going to be the summer months. If you were to do this store angle. Stabilizers, air heater. Okay, so these are marine air heater. These are really expensive too. Marine heater has 250. These are definitely not seasonal. I mean, they would do better in the winter months. Marine water heater. Yeah, these are pretty consistent. So most of these items don't have a ton of search volume, and that's completely fine. Ideally, we want stuff combined above 20K, and there's definitely a ton of products on this store that we haven't even discovered. So I would say this is easily above 20K in terms of search volume per month for all the product types on here. So this would be a good store angle that you could potentially do. Now, in terms of buying a domain, we like to use Namecheap. And in terms of this store, marine water heater. Oh, we haven't done the brands, so generally with the brand section of this sheet, you just want to list out. If you can find 10 brands pretty easily, that's a good sign. You want to pick a niche that has plenty of brands, so you aren't locked into just a couple brands that if you can't get in with, you would be in a bad situation. So just looking at this store, there's plenty of brands in tons of categories. Marine lighting. Okay, these are definitely cheaper, but would fit on a marine type store. Marine refrigerator. So that's another brand. So the brand is usually like the very first part of the title. It's also the brand is who it makes the item. So in this case, it's Vertigo. I think that's how I pronounce it. So if you can find 10 pretty easily, then it's not, don't really have to fill out the rest of the sheet. Marine toilets, okay. These are some really underground. So Vetus, that's another brand. Japsco, okay, that's another brand. So it looks like there's plenty of brands in this industry. Bow trousers. or bow trousers. What even is this? What is a bow trouser? A propeller located in the ship's bow to provide added maneuverability as when docking. Okay, and I really don't know what this is, but like these go up to 16K, 9K, 5K. Yeah, so that is definitely a product type. Also, good to first get started. So inside niche and store angle, obviously we're going to do a marine store seasonal in the summer months, and then we're going to actually get these 4 brands, or sorry, start with these 4 product types in terms of building out our marine store. It's going to center around the boat. So we just look at bow trousers, these are 300. So there's plenty of brands. Sorry, flipping through a ton of pages. Quick USA, it's another brand. Fetus. Here's another one for Stern Trouser. Again, don't even know what this is either. So there we go. We have 5 product types. Plenty of brands to go and start the store around. If we build a very niche down store that is going to be specialized in marine equipment. So let's do something like marine equipment.com. Is that even available? It is, but it's 24,000. Marine, whoops, supplies.com. Nope. Marine supply. How about like that? Marine supply direct. Now with domain names, you really don't want to have more than 3 words, because it's just going to be very hard to remember. My Marine Direct. Okay, there we go. My Marine Direct. We have a domain name we can use. Available. So there we go. We went from just searching up trench drain, or the word was actually trench, to building out an entire store around some marine equipment. Now the only thing is that this fits a lot of things, such as high price point. Let me go back to this high price point, lots of suppliers, doesn't have high demand, but with all the products and product types that there are on that competitor's website, there's going to be plenty of demand to go around. Low competition. To check this, you can just look at the keyword difficulty. It gives you a good idea. So if you just type in like the main product types that you're going to be selling, so bow trousers only has 31. So ideally like the lower the better, but I sell some stuff that are above like 60, 70 really well in my store. So just because this number may be high doesn't mean that you can't sell that product type on a store that's very specific about marine equipment. So we just look at marine generators. I believe this was not even competitive at all. 18 on a scale of 100. So this is something worth looking into. Go back. Non-seasonal. So this is where this store angle and niche is going to be not quite fitting this non-seasonal. There are probably items I haven't really spent a ton of time on. Where was the store? I think I closed out of the store, but that competitor store, I didn't spend a ton of time on there, but there probably is items that are not as seasonal, like those heaters. Oh, there we go. Like these heaters, maybe anchoring docking is not as seasonal. We just want to discover this niche more. As long as there are items that are the bulk of this store is going to sell marine stuff, boat stuff. Um, People are going to buy that stuff in the summer, but in the winter, think of stuff like heaters that they have that can compensate for the winter months. So you're not completely dead or have very, very low sales during that period. So in terms of that, I wouldn't say seasonality is the worst for this store angle. It's obviously definitely going to do better in the summer months, but that does not kill this store entirely. So I would say I would scale like 1 through 10. This fits most of these, 8 to 9 out of 10. This would be a store I would probably pursue. But that's how you essentially find a niche. You got everything built out for you. Now you can grab this sheet down below, and that's how you use a random word generator. There's also, you can browse big box retailers, which I'll show you, but it's not really, I don't think it's as good as just doing the random word generator, but I'll show you real quick. So we just go to like Home Depot, for example. You can do the same thing. Instead of generating random words and looking at Google Shopping, you just browse like random categories. So, I don't know, kitchen appliances, French presses. I think this is coffee related. Okay. Meat slicers. I actually sold one of these back when I was doing low ticket dropshipping, or plenty of these, not just one. Interesting. So you take meat slicers and then you just put in Google Shopping and you start the whole process over again. Or $1,000, and then you find a store angle based on just that one product that you looked up. So we have WN Machinery, kitchen groups. So open up some stores, Cooler Depot. Okay, so this does not look like a good store. Looks like a just a supplier trying to sell on their own website. You can tell because it doesn't show you the brand, and Wenming's sounds like an Asian brand. So we're not going to be selling Asian brands anyways. We want to be selling, unless you're selling in China, of course. So, kitchen groups. So this looks like their own brand, is because it says right here, become a dealer. So this is like a supplier that's selling on their own website. But that doesn't really matter at this stage. If you were to find a niche, you can look at what product types they have. So we have like commercial meat slicers. So you can go into like commercial restaurant equipment. Maybe stuff that only has to do with meat, so you're not just a general restaurant store. But you can still pick a domain name that's like restaurant supplies direct, so that you're not just only selling meat slicer. Because if the meat slicers don't do that well for you, they don't have the best margins, then you can always add other products that are under that domain name, but still are specialized because you're still a restaurant store. All right, so that's how you find niches using all random word generators and looking at big box retailers. So the perfect amount of niche down, I'm going to show you right here. So a niche that's not too broad and not too niche is a perfect way to approach and angle a store. This will give you the best of both niche and broad stores in terms of benefits. So we look at right here, pros of a broad store. The ability to expand. You have a ton of suppliers. This is good for a broad store. However, the cons of the broad store is probably what is gonna like give you lower success rates. Not success rates, like the ability to see results as fast. because the cons of a broad store is it's logistically complex. When you have a ton of suppliers, it's a lot to manage because one might have sales, one might have price updates, and it's a lot of managing suppliers. It's doable, but it's not. Would not recommend for beginners. Now, lower conversion rate because you're not specialized in one area. I think this is the most important part. When you're not specialized, you have a store that sells like sofas to, I don't know, sofas to lawnmowers to saunas, random items on one store. You're not specialized compared to something like My Marine or mymarinedirect.com, where you only are selling marine equipment. Now we'll talk about a niche store in terms of its pros. So higher conversion rate, quicker sales and success. Typically, no success is guaranteed with anything in life. And then able to find winners faster. This is very, very important as well. When you're spending advertising dollars on a store that has thousands of products versus tens to hundreds of products, the more diversified your budget is and your spend is to the amount of products, the slower it will take for you to find those potential best sellers and to be aggressive and sell more of those. So that's why a niche store is by far the preferred way of building your high ticket dropshipping store. Cons of a niche store: less scalability. You can still do 6 to 7 figures revenue monthly, so do not worry about it if you're not already making that, because by then, if you're doing 6 to 7 figures, million per month, then you can just build another broad store. If you can build a broad store if you really want the challenge, but for most people, a niche store is the number one, the best way to go in terms of building their first online e-commerce store. So again, your niche angle is you want to build it around a theme. So my theme inside of that example is where we sell marine equipment. You can also theme stuff around a hobby, activity, or a particular customer avatar is the easy way to visualize it. So think athletes. So maybe a store around just basketball or just basketball athletes. So think basketball hoops, basketball stadium, what products are there. That's a good way to visualize if you're going to do the customer avatar route. So what I've done in this example is clearly a hobby or activity. So my marine, people that like to be on their boats and just like, do whatever they fish or just enjoy the sea. My Marine Direct would be the go-to place for them to buy marine equipment. So that covers everything up in terms of niche selection. What makes a good niche? Brainstorming niche ideas using the random word generator. Is what I recommend. The perfect amount of niche down. The niche research spreadsheet. So you can grab this spreadsheet with a link down in the description of this video, as well as your niche angle. So your niche angle, again, is covered right here, and I went over it multiple times. But generally, this is how I pick a 6 to 7 figure store niche. If you have any questions, leave them down below inside the comment section. I'll do my best to reply to each and every single one of them. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about how to find niches. So there's going to be 3 methods that I recommend, but there's just going to be one that I highly recommend, which is going to be method number 1. So to find niches, there are many ways you can do this. Method number 1 is to look around you, go for a walk, run, drive outside, and find products that people may not be, actively selling online. The more obscure usually means it's better, but we would have to examine the niche before we pick that and go all in on. So method number 1, just have a notepad out, write down any niches and ideas that pop up when you're going outside. The reason why I recommend going outside is because you might find products that people are just not selling and just thinking about, because everyone sells saunas, fire pits, fire tables, grills, and whatnot. But if you go to stores that are obscure and maybe like a flea market even, you might find stuff that are high ticket, expensive, and low competition, and hopefully a demand that is worth going into. Okay, so not going to do too much explanation on method 1. It's pretty self-explanatory, but you want to have 10 10 to 50 niches brainstormed out in a notepad. Now, method number 2, which is going to be a random word generator / Google shopping technique, you're going to click this link, which is the random word generator. When you click on this link, it will take you to this. Now, under number of words, I would put 3 and click generate random words. So the idea with this is to generate random words and use those words to essentially find untapped products. So random word generator, we've generated 3 words. We have plaintiff, hype, and servive. I don't even know that word. Now you can click generate random generate random words and find new words. But with these words right here, I guarantee you can find something that's not something that's more obscure and not something everyone sells. So we're going to go to Google Shopping and we're going to put in the word blankly, plaintiff. What could plaintiff mean? It could mean a whole ton of everything. That's fine. Inside price filter, we want to put in $1,000. We want to be looking for stuff above $1,000. Now for this scenario, it looks like we're finding books. What this is, a really badly optimized Google Shopping ad. Looks like some art and human order LX. What is this? Photography. Now the idea behind this is we searched plaintiff from a random word and we landed on this website already. This is West Cover. Seems like they sell like all types of home stuff, lighting, art decor, a lot of stuff. But what we can do is this store is kind of broad. I would not really look. You can look through what they have and maybe find something more unique, but they just have generic furniture stuff. So I wouldn't really look too much further into this. So plaintiff is not really too good of a word because we're not really finding any 2 results. It's mainly books, but we can generate another one. We have whole. Whole could be anything. So let's type in whole. Okay, so we're starting to find something unique. What is this? A whole E moly original. So whole E moly. So this looks like a really cool like background. What even is this? When you're questioning what this thing even is, then that's usually a very good sign. Now I think this is like some sort of like game. Okay, like where you toss the beanbag. It's just it's a unique name. Now this is a game store, so we would definitely put something down like this, which is beanbag board game. So I would right now just write down in a notepad all these ideas. So I actually just added this resource right here. So if you just go ahead and click this niche research template, it will take you to this right here. So right here, you would just put in a product type. So in this example, it would be beanbag game table. I think that's what the product name is. And you would just put it inside this product type column. Now you want to have 10 to 50 inside the sheet. Don't worry about the other columns for now because we'll be filling those out in a future module. But you just want to just brainstorm anything that's that sticks out to you, that's unique, that you can frame a store in an angle around. So you can have this beanbag table, and then you can that product alone, you can create an entire game store around. What goes with that. You can think of other products like that. So that would be something we would discuss in the next videos. But for now, that is one product that we can put on there. So let me just go ahead and actually beanbag table. So you can see other products right here. You know, they have ball sets, ball cleaners, pendants, darts. You know, just a very well balanced out game store. Pretty unique. Now let's look for, okay, so this is AliExpress, but that doesn't really matter because we found another unique product right here. A hole digger machine. Wow. Never even heard of that. So let's go to Google, hole digger machine. Shopping. Yeah, there we go. Obviously we want stuff above $1,000, but a hole digger machine. Not sure why that's not working. Is also something that we could add to this sheet. So, hole digger machine. Very unique items. These would probably be mostly bought by businesses, but you never know. It looks like this has a ton of reviews as well. So, wow, that's very cool. Yeah, for something like this, it's $3,000. 88 reviews is actually quite a bit if these are legit reviews, which most likely is. These all have videos and even photos, so that's something you can frame around, like a construction type website. Yeah, excellent. So let's find a few more. Just from the keyword hole. Like we have saw kits. Okay, nothing much above $1,000. But what we can do is we can search this auger attachment, which is what we were looking at, and we can find more products from the original word that we generated, which was hole. So auger attachment. So this is stuff that I'm not too familiar with. So this is probably like construction attachments for these machines right here. Yeah, this is $1,300, 6 reviews. So you know you can put all these down, and from here, essentially, if you find another product and you're on their website, you can look through their collections and find other similar products that you can make a niche around. So we have fork frames that goes for these bucket attachments. Can't quite remember what the term is for these like machines that it's just skipping my mind right now. Tractor. Yeah, like look at all these. Like even these are a couple $1,000. ATV. Like you're gonna find stuff that you just have no clue about, which is excellent because someone else could have never heard of that product, which could mean there's very low competition and an opportunity to go in to dominate that niche. Just put down as many, around 10 to 50 product and niche ideas based on this random word generator. You can put in more product ideas inside Google Shopping, and then you can find other, even more ideas. So, we type in auger attachment. We have loader attachments. Very cool. Like you can just keep browsing Google Shopping. Essentially, this is the method to find unlimited product ideas to go after. Whenever you hit a dead end, there's probably other ways, but to save time, I would just click generate another keyword. I don't know, does eyebrow even come up with anything? This will be very interesting to see. So $1,000, guarantee we can find something really unique. So we have let's look at this light gray eyebrow. This is an iron door. So just looking up eyebrows, we found an iron door. So this is a store just around iron doors. It's very unique. Yeah. Entry iron doors, steel French doors, patio doors. So this is just like a door store. Very niche down, which could be good or not. So let's just put an iron door. So we found 3 in this video, which is a great start, but essentially you just want to take your time and find product ideas and list in there. 10 to 50 is ideal when starting out. So make sure you get those done inside a niche research template. And then method number 3, which is going to be browsing big box retailers. So what I mean by this is you can just type in Wayfair, Home Depot, there's a ton of websites. Essentially what this guide is, or what this method is, you want to look in these categories. So you can just click on random categories. So let's say outdoor. And if it decides to load or not, maybe let's click on this, home office furniture. Okay, just want me to, I'm a robot? No, I'm not. So once you're in a category like home office furniture, let's go ahead and click sort by price high to low. So here we go. So we have storage bookcases, office sets. Yeah, just a lot of this is generic stuff. So you might or may not find unique items within furniture, because a lot of people do furniture, which I really do not recommend doing furniture. It's too broad. And if you want to hit success fast, I would not do furniture. So let's click on outdoor. Let's do outdoor heating, shop all. And they have a ton of categories. Let's click on random categories. So fire pits, price high to low. You can see, let's see, steel propane fire pits. Okay, so there we go. We found something. This is like an outdoor column fire pit, which is a unique item. Instead of just selling all fire pits, you can sell fire pits, but have more of these unique items that's gonna be able to make your store stand out. So put something like this inside of the list. So this is like a stone fire pit, stone outdoor fire pit. So instead of just selling fire pit, sell stuff like this. So this is relatively cheap, but we can take this and propane outdoor column. Just search this. Yeah, you can see other items, sort price high to low. Yeah, see, very unique. Like this is a wooden. It looks like a tree, like a tree stem. Like these are stuff that you want to have on your store instead of just the generic fire pits, like all these that everyone else is selling. You want to be selling these and see if they convert well for you. So this is another very unique design. This looks like a trash can. So all very unique items, just widely available, but people are just not looking at them. Yeah, very cool. So I would you can also use this method to fill out your niche selection or niche research spreadsheet, but I just put in some examples of some big box retailers that you can use to find more niches. So spend a few hours on this. You can find a ton of unique items that You can put it on a sheet, and eventually, once you fill out the sheet, in the next few modules, we will be essentially doubling down and finding one that fits our criteria, that you will be essentially making a store around. So I'll see you guys in the next module. Hey guys, so I just want to make this video on what makes a good niche. So these are the 5 criteria that if you can meet, they will 100% help you in finding a good and profitable niche to hit your first 6-figure month relatively fast. Now, if you don't pick a niche that is low competition, meaning it's high competition but fits most of these criteria, then it will just take you longer to hit 100K. You might need to do more SEO, you might need to get more suppliers. Then if you were picking a low competition niche, you might only need 10 suppliers and you might hit 100K in 2, 3, 4 months. That doesn't mean you did it wrong, you just picked a more competitive niche. But either way, you will still get to 100K if you stick to it long enough. So in terms of these criteria, most of these are pretty self-explanatory. When you're picking out a niche, you want to have high demand. So your main product type / niche with a search volume above 20,000 is ideal. This could be lower, but this can be combined. So let's say you are selling saunas, for example, and you're not just selling sauna, you're selling sauna heaters, you're selling cold plunge tubs similar to the main product, and they have a combined amount of search volume over 20,000. This is good. You don't need any more, or you don't need more product types that just have 20,000. Non-seasonal, so seasonal niches can work. However, you want to make sure you have other products that are seasonal in other months to help you cover the slower months of the year. And then lots of suppliers, pretty self-explanatory, 10 to 15 without trying. This is a good sign and high price point. But I really want to touch up about low competition because this was asked inside of our Discord community. So for example, if we are searching up sauna, and if we just scroll down here, whenever you see, let's actually filter by $2,000. So whenever you see a lot of these listings that say compare prices from 10 plus sellers or 10 plus stores, rather, it means that there's a lot of sellers inside of this industry. So 10 plus, 10 plus. Yes, some of them only have one, and there could be different reasons. Well, this is AliExpress. This is not a brand. This might be their own brand. It says Chili Bear Tubs. That's their website name. So this might be their own product. You only want to look and consider the listings that are branded. So Sunray, which is going to be the brand name. We can see there's 10 plus sellers at least here. And then we just scroll up. 4-person. The reason why this says 1, this also says Sunray Saunas, is because they have it listed as something else. They have it listed as Sunray versus, if you look at this, Sunray, they just have it spelled differently. That's why the listing shows up by itself. And then this is any sauna, that's their own brand. So you only really want to consider the ones that are from brands. So Sunray, there's 10 plus sellers, 10 plus sellers, 10 plus sellers. You might not always want to consider Wayfair as well. Wayfair is known for private labeling or having their own brand. So in terms of this industry, we can see that most of the brands have at least 10 plus sellers. This one only has 4 plus stores selling it. Direct Home Connection, all these stores. So this might be just a less competitive brand. But the entire industry, we can see that's mostly compare prices from 10 plus stores. So this is something you probably do not want to do because this is a very, very competitive industry. Saunas they have high demand, but also there's a lot of people selling this or these products. Let's just try something like bathtubs. Filter by the more expensive products. can see this is also 10 plus stores. Aqua Eden, this only has 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, 10, 10, 3, 5, 3, 10. So this is definitely a less competitive industry compared to saunas. And you can see compared 2, 3, 3, 2, 10, 2, 2. This is usually how I would judge how competitive the product types or brands are, just off the high level without diving too deep. So in terms of this industry, bathtubs don't seem that really competitive compared to saunas. And then right here we have lots of suppliers. I just want to demonstrate this as well. Very easy to find suppliers. If you just type in the product type, here is 7 suppliers. And if we just click on like a store like this, US Bath Store, and then this is an entire store around bathroom, which is niche down, but we go to all bathtubs. We have Mesa, Ferdy, Anzi, La Toscana, Altair, Coppersmith, that's 6 already. It's all the same product, just different sizes. Swiss Masson, that's 7. Wyndham Collection, that's 8. Yeah, so 8 plus 6, where's 6 right here? That is 14. So we easily found 10 to 15 without trying. So suppliers is not really industry for this product type. And then high demand. Well, let me just pull up a search tool. But I know for sure bathtubs are over 20,000. But I just want to demonstrate it so you guys are aware. So I'll pull up Uber Suggest for our keyword tool. And we'll just type in bathtub. Yep, over 100,000. So search demand. It's not a problem. We hit lower competition. It's not completely non-competitive. There's stores out there, but competition equals there's a lot of demand. There's 110 for just bathtub, non-seasonal. We like to use trends, Google Trends for this, but I don't imagine bathtubs to be seasonal. Bathtub filtered by past 5 years. Yep, this is not seasonal. The chart is very consistent. If you type in something like ice cream, for example, this is it should be very obvious which is seasonal, which is not. So bathtubs, definitely not seasonal, and low competition, high demand, non-seasonal, lots of suppliers, high price point. Yeah, over $1,000. There's plenty of products. It also, even if we filter by like 2,000, there's also plenty of tubs over the $1,000 price range. We can even look at other websites and see what the average price point of their tubs are, or bathtubs are. Yeah, about $2,000, which is good. You want to have most of the products above $1,000. Anything lower, then it's not ideal. So that's it for what makes a good niche: low competition, high demand, non-seasonal, lots of suppliers, and high price point. And that's how you identify that it fits all of these. However, if it only fits 4, let's say high demand, non-seasonal, lots of suppliers, high price point, you can still pick something that is medium competition or high competition. So you just want to think of it this way. If you are basically executing the program as fast as someone else identically, and you pick a low competition niche, So low comp equals low competition. It might take you, let's say, 4 months to hit 100K. In medium competition, it might take 8 months to hit 100K. And then high competition, it might take 12 plus months. Yeah. And then very high competition, obviously, it just takes longer and longer. But generally, every niche can work if you stick to it long enough. If you consistently add suppliers, run ads, test brands, and work on SEO in the background, perfect your website and your sales process, you will get to 100K a month. It's not if, it is when you if you can stick to it long enough. So that is in terms what I see for most of our students. If you pick a low competition, 4 months, 8 months for medium, and then 12 plus months if you pick a more competitive niche, and then even more competitive might take you maybe 2 years. And listen, maybe you don't want to be in the game 2 years. And I understand it's not ideal, but it's a learning experience. When you do it the hard way, like very high competition, and you manage to get to 100K a month, then the next time you build another store and you pick something less competitive, you'll be able to get to 100K a lot faster. So just think of it that way. Don't think that niche research, you have to fit every single criteria spot on, and there's no magic or perfect niche. After seeing so many niches out there, and obviously there's so many niches that I probably have never seen or known and students have found, there is no such thing as a perfect niche. So I hope you guys took away value from this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about buying your domain. So there's many websites that you can use to buy a domain. However, I've used Namecheap for many years, and I can recommend Namecheap as it's very easy to use and easy to connect to WordPress or Shopify. In this instance, we'll be using Shopify, and Namecheap is very easy and probably oftentimes the cheapest out of the services like Google Domain or GoDaddy. So with Namecheap, all you need to do is click account and click sign up. So you will need to create a account with Namecheap. So pick a username, pick a password, first name, last name, and email address. Now, when you are on this step, I would highly recommend you to make a email account in the form of a Gmail account with your store name. So what do I mean by this? Essentially, if you want to buy a store or buy a domain rather, I would actually see if the domain is available. So let's say you want to buy and you're doing a fitness store, for example. Let's do fitnessusadirect.com. It's probably not going to be available, but okay, never mind, it is. Fitnessusadirect.com is available. I do not typically recommend 3-word domains, but in this instance, this is usually very easy to remember. I would not go more than 3 words. So fitnessusadirect.com, not sure why this is actually available. It seems like a pretty good domain. So it's only about $10 a year. It's very affordable. So once you have verified that this domain is all good and aligns with your store name, what you want to do is you want to create a Google Gmail account with that store name. That Gmail account is where we're going to be storing most of our account information, Shopify accounts, OpenPhone accounts, and all the software that we'll be using. So that way we can make sure that in case our subscription is not being paid, that we still have access to all the softwares. It's a safeguard. So in this instance, I would set up a Google account. So all you need to do is create Google account. So then you can click create a Google account and then choose a Google account type. Now you want to click for myself, and then this is where you want to be typing in your name or your store name. So I would just type in my name, and then from here put in your birthday information. I'm just gonna make it up. I'm not actually gonna make the account And then what you want to do is click use your existing, or sorry, create your own Gmail account. Now this is where you want to put in your store name. So I would put, in this case, what was it was fitnessusadirect.com. So fitnessusadirect, and then click next. So that is available. So that means we can have fitnessusadirect.com, and we're gonna fitnessusadirect@gmail.com. We're gonna be able to claim that account, which I'm not gonna do in this example because I do not really need to have this domain or Gmail account, but you would create a password and then set up your Google account for your store. So once you set up your Google account, this is where you will go ahead and go to Namecheap, click on account, and use your freshly made Gmail account with your store name to create a Namecheap account. This is where this Gmail account can store all your information for your store, and everything else that pertains to your store, softwares, Klaviyo apps, and anything that pertains to your store is going to be on this email account. So to essentially purchase your domain, what you want to do is click add to cart once you have verified that this is the domain that you want to get, and you want to click add to cart. Next, you want to click checkout, and then here is very, very important. So for domain registration, just do 1 year, and then you want to make sure auto renew is on. Just make sure that after 1 year of running your business, your website does not suddenly go down and everything goes up in fires. Very, very important, you turn on auto renew. Now for domain privacy, this is free with Namecheap and highly recommended. This essentially means that someone cannot essentially Google who bought your account or who bought your domain. So someone that is looking up Fitness USA Direct on any softwares cannot see that you is the person that bought the domain name. Very, very important. This gives you privacy and make sure that not anyone can just look up who bought the domain and who owns the domain. Very, very important. Enable this and turn on auto renew. This is free and there's no point of not enabling it. From here, what you essentially need to do is you don't need any of these other services that Namecheap wants you to get, and just click confirm order. Once you've clicked confirm order, you will log into your account and make that purchase. So once you make that purchase, it should be displayed on your account inside. All right, guys. So just a quick video about how to create multiple emails for your Shopify store. So you want to have 3 emails as described inside of the Notion document, which is going to be right here: support, wholesale, and your name at store name. So what you need to do is go to your workspace, get started. I actually have a workspace account, so I just need to sign in. So you should have created your one email account. So it's either support, wholesale, or your name that you first created following this tutorial. Now you need to create your other 2 email accounts. So go ahead and sign in with the one email account that you created during the sign up with G Suite. So in this case, this is not a Ecom store, but I'm showing you how you would do it. So once you're signed in, it might look like this. I'm actually not used to this. You need to look for admin. So scroll down to admin, and then you just need to log in. Okay, once you're logged in, what you want to do is under users, click manage, click add new user, and this is where you create a new email account. So if you created your name already, you want to just create wholesale at your store name and support at your store name. So what you would do is just write your first name, last name, and then either write support at your store name and then click add new user. Now you have to do it again for your other email, depending on which one you first created. You probably created your name at store name first, and now you just need to create wholesale and support. So that's how you create a new user and essentially a new email. Once that is created, it should appear under here. It will give you a password that you will need to sign in first time. Make sure once you sign in, it will just prompt you to change your password to a new password. Once you change that to the new password, you should be all set in terms of getting all your 3 emails set up. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about how to create a Shopify account after we have bought our domain and created our Gmail account pertaining to our store. So to create a Shopify account, I'll leave the direct link inside the training and it will take you to this page. Now, once you are on this page, it says, let's get started. Which of these best describes you? It's just a quick survey. You don't really need to answer them. I would just click skip all. Now, where will your business be located? This is where you're going to be selling. So I would, if you're selling US, select US. If you're selling another country, select that country. So click next. And then from here, it will tell you to create a Shopify ID. Now click continue with email. And then this is where you're going to use your email account. So in this example, my medical direct to gmail.com. And then enter in your password. And then click create Shopify ID. So it's going to be validating your account. And then it should take you to this admin. So it gives, this is a free trial. So any sales that you make, there are going to be no commissions, which I don't really expect you to make a sale in past few days because it takes a while to set up the actual website and make sure everything is good to launch. So once you are on the back end of your website, you want to click settings. We want to right away connect our store with our new bought domain. So what we want to do is we want to go to settings and then click domains, and then what we want to do is click connect existing domain. Now under domain, you want to put the domain that you bought. So in this instance, I have bought mymedicaldirect.com. Click next. And then what we want to do is click follow setting instructions. Now it will take you to this page where it says connecting a third-party domain to Shopify. Now, whenever I buy a new domain, I always follow the same exact video, and it has worked every single time. So I'm just going to mute the video. Essentially, what you need to do is skip all the way to around here, the 3-minute 25 mark, or around here. So follow this guide from the 3-minute 20 mark. So go ahead and click on Advanced DNS. So follow the guide, Advanced DNS. And then under the CNAME record, you want to put shops.myshopify.com. Leave this as 30 minutes, click Save Changes. And then from here, see the next step inside of this connecting domain module. A record, you want to use a Shopify IP address. So let's see. We don't have the A record since we just entered in this CNAME record. So what we'll do is click add new record, and then we'll do, let's see, A record. And then under host, it's gonna be at, and then this IP address. So at, and then the IP address is 23.227.38.65. And then you should leave this as automatic, and then click Save Changes. From here, just make sure everything is saved, and we have the CNAME record, which is shops.myshopify.com, and the A record, which is this right here. After we have applied the changes, we want to go to My Store, and then we want to click Verify Connection. Now, this may not work right away, so don't panic if it doesn't, but usually it can take up from 10 to 20 minutes for everything to change on Namecheap's end, and then it should connect directly to Shopify. So I'm just going to fast forward 10 minutes and then click verify connection. So I would just take 10 minutes and come back 10-20 minutes and then see if verify connection is working or not. In this instance, it looks like it's already connected, so it only took like 30 seconds. Sometimes it can take 10 to 20 minutes, but in this instance it was pretty much instant. Once we have our domain connected inside Shopify, go ahead and click X, and you can see that SSL is pending. This can take a couple days, but the SSL certificate is essentially this right here, this little lock. Make sure your website is secured and able to be viewed by other people. And that's it. You've successfully created a Shopify account and connected your domain name, and you can even see in a little bit that mymedicaldirect.com, obviously I have an ad blocker on, so that's why it looks really bad like this. But once we've made and connected our account, we are all set and move to the next video. Alright guys, welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 3, going over website setup. Now inside of this module, we'll be talking about everything you need to do in order to get up your website and start contacting and securing suppliers. Now, with this step, there's not going to be any technical videos that goes over what you need to do. Click this, click that, click this, and click this. That stuff is paid, part of the pay program. But if you can figure things out on your own, this is the exact roadmap that you need to take in order to see your first sale with high ticket dropshipping and get to 10K a month profit. So right off the bat with website setup, we need to choose a store name. So we like to use Namecheap in order to buy our domain names, mainly because this is relatively inexpensive. Plus, it's very simple to use, set up, and they have great support. So when choosing a store name, make sure you do not have maximum, or make sure you don't have over 3 words. What I mean by this is if you were selling like desk, your domain name should not be Trevor's Green Stand-Up Desk Direct.com. Is way more than 3 words. Only have maximum 3 words, and preferably you want to use 2 words if possible, but 3 words should be your maximum inside your domain name, because the more words you have in your domain name, it's just going to be harder to memorize. So something like Amazon, there's just 1 word, it's more likely to be remembered. Something like Ashley Furniture, that's relatively easy to remember. But something, like, I don't know, BestBuy.com, Sam's Club, that's 2 words. But 3 words should be your maximum. In terms of your domain name, always use a .com domain. Make sure it's brandable, but not too narrow. What I mean by this is if you are selling like desk, don't do standupdeskdirect.com. Do something like livingroomparadise.com or something like that, where you're still niche down where you're selling living room furniture, but you're not just selling living room stand-up desk. So don't be too narrow, but also be a brandable domain. Next, we're going to talk about building your demo store. But before that, we need to buy our domain from Namecheap. So find your domain, make sure you use .com, make sure it's brandable, and purchase your domain through Namecheap. Very easy to do. So buy your domain via Namecheap, and then we need to register our G Suite accounts. So what you need to do is just look up Google Workspace, and essentially Google Workspace is a way to get a brandable email. So what I mean by this is if I own the website mydeskdirect.com, I can essentially have Trevor at mydeskdirect.com as the email. And what that does is it's a more professional email that we need to essentially use to secure, brands in the industry. They're not going to be accepting retailers that have a just traditional Gmail account. So this is a well-worthy investment. And in terms of pricing, for this, just pick the business starter plan. It's only $6 a month per user. You ideally want to have 3 users for your store. One should be support, where you are going to be talking to customers. One which is wholesale, which is where you will be sending purchase orders or orders to your suppliers. And one should be your own name. So for example, Trevor at mydeskdirect.com. And this is where you will be outreaching to suppliers and building that relationship in order to sell their products on your website. So once you register your G Suite account via Google Workspace, make sure you set up your 3 accounts. And after you have done that, there's going to be some steps regarding like verifying your email and MX records. That is fairly straightforward, but if you don't know how to do that, you can use Google or use their helpful support. They will help you guide you to connect your email account with Google Workspace. That way, you can use Google Workspace to send emails with 100% delivery rates. Now, along with setting up your email accounts, you can also do email warm-up. Now, in terms of email warm-up, I recommend you use this tool. It's called instantly.ai. I use this for a lot of my email outreach, mainly for SEO purposes, but this has a very nice feature, which you do monthly. It's only $37, and you have unlimited email accounts where you can just connect your email accounts and warm up automatically. This is essentially necessary in order to make sure our emails are not going to our recipient's spam folder, because if it goes to our the person that we're emailing's spam folder, the email is kind of useless. You can also do it manually if you want to just subscribe to a few newsletters and just act like a human. It takes about 2 weeks to warm up your email completely, and with Instantly, you can do it on autopilot essentially. But if you don't want to and just want to do it for free, just subscribe to a few newsletters and just click on it every couple days and just act a human. Send emails back and forth. Just act human essentially. So make sure you verify your domain with Google Workspace. That's part of the MX records with Namecheap. So that should be pretty straightforward. Email warm up, where you just talked about designing your logo. So your logo for your store should be simple. So if you want to create a logo for free, use the Canva logo maker. Canva is a free tool. Excellent way to create a logo very fast and efficient. You can also use like free logo generators, and there's plenty of websites to help you generate a logo. Just make sure you can use it for commercial use, because that's basically what we're going to be using it for. But you can also use it to get ideas and then design your own via Canva. So logos should be very straightforward. In terms of a good logo, I would opt for a more simple logo. So if your website is deskdirect.com, just do desk and direct, but don't do, just don't make the logo super fancy. It doesn't have to be. In terms of a good logo to look at, now Amazon is like the very best example, because obviously their logo is just one word, but it's very, very simple. It's just literally the word, and it has a little slogan or just a little icon. You can add that if you want. It adds a little bit of touch to your branding. Now I would just opt for a more simplistic design at the end of the day. That's what is most important. Okay, so after you design your logo, we created our Shopify account. There will be a link in the description to get your Shopify account for $1 for 3 months. This is a currently limited time deal, so make sure you check out the link in the description if you want to get that promotion that is currently going on for only I think it's 3 free days and then 3 months for $1 a month. So you're basically getting like 93 days for $3, which is a lot cheaper than what it normally would be, which is like closer to $100. So after you create your Shopify account, got your domain set up, design your logo, you want to be adding your demo products to your store. So for your demo products, you essentially want to add products that you take with your smartphone. So pick up your smartphone. There's my smartphone, and then what you want to do is just take pictures of random things. I don't know, stuff like this. This mug. This is a Jarvis mug. Just take pictures of things, 3 products ideally, and upload them to your store. The idea behind this is we want to be approved from Merchant Center. Google Merchant Center is what we will be using to essentially run Google Shopping ads. Google Shopping ads are these ads right here. They're a little listing of a box. You click on it and it takes you to the ad. So with that being said, we want to add 3 demo products to Merchant Center and then get approved from Merchant Center. So you have to apply for the Merchant Center. So look up Merchant Center, and it should be Google Merchant Center, showcase or show your business and products across Google. So there is a free option, but you're not going to make that much revenue from free listings. Most of the revenue will come from paid Google Shopping. So sign up for free. Okay, this is actually Google Business Profile. Maybe they rebranded something. Look at Google Merchant Center. Okay, they might have just rebranded to Google for Retail, something like that. But yeah, this should still be Google Merchant Center. Yep, it looks like listed products on Google straight from e-commerce solution. We use Shopify, so it looks like they just rebranded to like Google for Retail instead of Google Merchant Center, but it's still the same thing. You just want to link your Shopify account once you are approved for Google Merchant Center. So when you're building out your demo store, here are some essentials of a high converting store. So you want to have 3 colors max. So one of the best examples that I like to showcase is HomeDepot.com. If you look at HomeDepot.com, there's really not too many colors. There's orange, obviously, and then there's the white and black for text. They also have this bluish color, blue-greenish color for some of the headings. That's 3 colors. They also have green for sale, so that's 4 colors. You ideally want to have maximum 3 colors to keep it simple. Home Depot does a good job. They obviously have 4, which is completely fine because the green is just to showcase the sale. So they only have like 3 colors in terms of like headings, the font, and where text is being read. Green is completely fine because it showcases the sale. So have 3 colors max. Opt for a simplistic design, and you should use 1 to 2 fonts throughout your entire website. It says 1 font right here, but most sites probably use about 2 fonts max. But if you can, stick with 1 font. It's just some like parts of the website, it looks better with 1 font compared to another. So stick with 2 fonts maximum. And lastly, we want to be looking at competitors for inspiration. So Home Depot is one great example. So you can look at their homepage and see what they're doing, and you can kind of essentially be inspired by them and mimic their design. Look at their product pages, see what they're doing well, and see how you can implement the same thing that they're doing on your website. So make sure to just always be looking at website. Home Depot is not just one. There's others like Wayfair. So just look at their website, see what they're doing well on, and just mimic them. So in terms of recommended themes, because themes are essentially template for your website, my recommended theme is Empire, but there's others like Expanse and Warehouse, depending on what your taste is in terms of website design. Empire theme, you just look up Empire theme. This is a very, very popular theme. A lot of people are using it, and to good reason, because it's built for a large catalog. You have all of these right here. Headers and menus. You have search function. You have quick links. You have a quick or you have an account similar to Amazon. You have social media links, more stuff, and the product pages are pretty good right off the bat. You have these tabs, you have reviews, you have all these little sections right here, your USP, like your unique selling points, and your headers all look very good. So Empire thing, I think, is very, very good to. There's not a lot of customization that you need to do in order to make it look good. Another one that I recommend is Warehouse theme. Also a very, very good industrial theme. Now, depending on what you're selling, you can definitely customize it to your liking. But what Empire does well, I think it does better on the design aspect. But what Warehouse does is it's very industrial. If you have a more industrial industry where it's not very like sleek and sexy, I feel like furniture does better with Empire. And if you're selling like, I don't know, machinery, then Warehouse might look better because it just is built for industrial look. But it's up to you. At the end of the day, both of them work, and I would not overthink the theme. So here are some must-have Shopify apps and softwares in order to get set up with launching your store. So Simproysis Google Shopping feed is essentially, it connects Google Shopping and your store. So any products that you upload onto your Shopify store will automatically be pulled into Merchant Center. And Merchant Center is the software that will allow you to run these shopping ads right here. So these are the apps. There's also Tidio, Talk, Chatter for live chat. Live chat is this little, we'll see if any of these websites don't really have it, but okay, Home Depot has it. It's just this little pop-up right here where you can chat to an expert and get your answer, or you get your questions answered. So Tidio and Chatter are paid options. Talk is free. So if you want a free solution, Talk is excellent. Now with Tidio and Chatter, the only reason why it's paid is they have like little automations where you can do pop-ups on specific pages and whatnot. But if you're just starting out, Talk, it should be Talk.2. So Talk.2 is a free option to add to your website. It looks like this. People can start a conversation. Very, very useful and easy to use. Also, we need a phone number for our store. So OpenPhone is a very affordable option where you can call and text your customers. Keeper, this is essentially what it does is if you have a customer that's shopping on their phone, they add in, let's say they are shopping for, I don't know, a restaurant fryer, for example. They add it to their cart on their phone, but they didn't check out fully. But if they have the same Google account logged in on their computer, they will, once they go back to your website, they will have the same item on their cart. So it's very easy. It kind of gives it a more seamless feel without having them to log in. So highly recommend this. This is free as well. Zapier automation tool. It automates a lot of tedious tasks, such as letting you know when there's a abandoned checkout. That's more advanced, but not completely necessary in the beginning, but it's nice to have. Judge Me, this is for reviews. Definitely have this on your website. There is a free option that's more than sufficient to get your reviews displayed on your website. And then Buddha, which is a mega menu app, and if you look up Buddha mega menu, essentially you can just create like complex menus like this, depending on how large your catalog is. It's optional. I use it for most of my stores. Once I have a large enough catalog, it keeps it organized. But in the beginning, if you don't have a lot of collections and products, then just using Empire and just its simple menu in the top, it's more than sufficient. So after you have everything set up, your demo store, all your products and apps installed, you don't actually want to install Simproysis Google Shopping feed until you're approved for Merchant Center. So very, very important to know that. Don't install any of these apps. If you just want to keep it simple, don't install any apps until you're approved for Merchant Center. Just keep it simple like that. Once you are set up with Merchant Center, however, you can install all these apps. So to set up Merchant Center, you need to sign up for Google Merchant Center, add a demo products from your store, and apply to run Google Shopping ads. Approval usually takes about 72 hours. There are instances where you might be rejected, and in that instance, you would have to look at your policy pages on your website. If you need some example policy pages, you can look at find a competitor. I just looked up Fireplace right here, and I just clicked on one. Essentially, what you want to do is just look at their policy pages if you want to make sure you're compliant with Google Merchant Center. So look through their policies and see exactly where you may be having issues with Google Merchant Center. Your policies should be very visibly displayed on your website in order to get approved from Merchant Center. I don't really want to talk about too much inside of here because there's a lot of things to essentially talk about, but setting up Merchant Center is pretty straightforward. Just if you run into errors and if you don't know and you want a direct solution, you can look on Fiverr for a person to help you with Merchant Center, because like the more technical stuff is part of the paid program, where we give you exactly the policies to use. But if you don't have that, you can use someone from Fiverr to help you fix Merchant Center suspensions. Suspensions are very normal. It's not permanent. You will get it fixed if you stay persistent and keep following up with Google support. Once you are all approved for Merchant Center, however, you're ready to go to start ads. But before we actually get ads started, we need suppliers on our website. So in the next module, we're going to be talking about how we will be able to get suppliers and onboard them onto our website. So I'll see you guys in the next module, and thank you for staying tuned and watching it all the way through module 3, which is website setup. And drop a like if you liked the video. I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, welcome to this video, which we will be talking about setting up your store settings. So your store settings are very, very important. Make sure you get these correctly by following this video. And essentially, these store settings will be the foundation in terms of your store. So some important settings that we need to get right are like checkouts, billing, user permissions, and whatnot, so we can have the store functioning. So inside your Shopify backend, what you want to do is click on this settings over on the bottom left. So inside store details, this is where you want to click edit. So you want to have your store name here. So My Medical Direct is this store name. Now your phone number you will essentially add later, since we don't have a phone number just yet. So we will return to this and add in the phone number to our website. So in the meantime, what you want to do is just set up your store currency and billing information. So enter in your legal business name and your address here. So if you're operating in the US, you want to put in your business address. Store currency. So if you're selling in the US, this should be selected as US dollars. If you're selling in another country, you want to select the country that you're selling in. Pretty simple. Now, time zone and units of measurement. If you're selling in the US, you want to select the time zone. It should be automatically set for you, depending on where you are located. Order ID format. You don't really need to change any of this. The only thing that you need to change is just your store email. So your store email is going to be the email that you receive from your store. So you want to put your support email here. So put your store's support email, and this is where emails will be sent from this email, and you will be receiving emails to this. So you want to use or put down the email that you're going to be primarily and only using to communicate with customers, because we're going to have 3 emails. One where you are the one where it's for example, Trevor at mymedicaldirect.com. You're going to have wholesale, which is the one that you're going to be speaking with suppliers only on, and then support is the email where you're going to only be communicating with customers on. So it's 3 emails. So go ahead and click save once you have applied those. So plan. So if you're on the free trial, then you don't really have to worry about it. But once you are on the free trial expires, you need to essentially select a plan. It's very, very simple. Just choose the basic one for $29 a month, billed yearly. I would not choose billed yearly. I guess it's actually slightly more expensive now than what it used to be. But when you click choose basic, you want to do monthly, pay $39 a month. And then in a future video, I'm going to tell you when you want to upgrade to the Shopify plan. This one is, I think, $109 a month, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, $105 per month. But you want to upgrade to this plan when you are doing about 40 to 50,000 a month consistently, not because of the features necessarily, but because you're actually saving on fees. So you get actually slightly cheaper transaction fees when you upgrade. So do you actually make money back if you upgrade to this once you're doing 40 to 50,000 a month consistently? Besides that, this middle plan is what you want to strive for, because you also get really cool report features, meaning like you can just generate a report to see like analytics, more advanced analytics, so you can find like your products that you sell that you may not realize are selling for you, but you're not spending a ton on ads, which we will talk about in future modules. So just choose the $29 or $39 a month basic plan for now, and we'll get cracking to the next setting. So billing, this is where you're going to be adding your payment method. So ideally your credit or debit card should go here, your business one. Bills, there should be no bills right now until we start adding apps. The users and permissions. So you're going to see like 2 staffs available. That is where you can add in like contractors or any employees, but you won't need too many when you're starting out. So nothing to be worried about here. Payments, very important to set up your payments. So what you want to do is you want to click activate Shopify payments. So it should look something like this. So click activate Shopify payments, and what you want to do is just fill out your information here. So this is going to be your business information. Fill it out, click next, and then you should be able to set up Shopify payments. Now, if you're not in the US, it can be a little bit harder because you still need a US address, which will hopefully be in some previous modules where you can get a virtual address if you're not from the US. Okay, after you activate Shopify payments, there are 2 other payment methods that you can use. So PayPal and Amazon Pay. I do not use Amazon Pay in my store. Doesn't really affect conversion rate, but PayPal is nice to have. One thing you want to know with PayPal is they put holds on your account. So if you don't have a ton of money backed up or reserved, then I do not recommend PayPal right off the bat. Maybe once you're doing 20-30,000 a month, you can activate PayPal. It's fine not to have it because around 10% or so, maybe a little bit higher, of my sales actually come from PayPal. So it's not a huge revenue driver, but it does definitely help trust. I do believe having PayPal, you can advertise it on your product page, and just people trust PayPal. PayPal is good for customers, but not so good for merchants like us. So after you've set up all your payment methods, you want to do manual payment methods. Let's see. Okay, you don't really need to do anything here, but one thing very, very important is this payment capture method. You want to make sure payment capture method is on manually. You want to have this send a warning 2 days before authorizing expires to your support email. Essentially, what this does is when you capture a payment, you are charged transaction fees. But sometimes, order is out of stock, or a customer wants to cancel their order. And if it's on automatically, you essentially, when you cancel the order, you will be charged fees regardless if you canceled it or not. So manually, you can get around and save fees. It's very highly recommended for high ticket stores because any money saved on fees, because fees rack up very, very fast. And any money saved on fees is earned profit essentially. So have this on manually, and then set a warning 2 days before an authorization expires to your support email. Click save, and then payment capture method should be on manually. Okay, next to checkout. So we're gonna optimize the checkout page when we're doing the actual theme customization. So we don't need to do this right now, but inside customer content method, we want to select email. We can show a link to download the shop app. It's optional, but I leave it on my store. The more people that use shop app, the better, because essentially it just makes it a lot easier for customers to check out when they're buying something from a Shopify store. So I'd like to leave this on. Now for customer information, I do require first and last name, very, very important. Company name, I leave this on optional. Address line 2, leave this on optional as well. Shipping address, phone number, we want to do required. This is very important for high ticket because a lot of time our orders ship via LTL, which is via a freight truck, and sometimes they have to call and actually schedule the date to receive the delivery. So it's very, very important. We have a phone number so we can actually contact the customer. Marketing options. What we want to do is do email pre-selected. So people will automatically be subscribed to your email list. This is excellent in order to build your email list. SMS, we want to turn this on as well. And we obviously have to set this up inside the legal settings, which we will talk about later. Tipping. Now, this is completely optional. I leave it on my store. I get 1 in 20 to 50. I don't know, it's a very wide range. I would say it's closer to 1 in 50 people actually leave a tip. The more expensive something is, the less likely they're likely to leave a tip generally, is what I found. Most of my orders that I get tips on are $500 to $1,000 orders. So it is pure profit. I don't know why someone wouldn't turn them on. Maybe there's really no downside to leave this on. I would just leave this at 5 or change it to 5, 10, 15 because 10% is a lot for high ticket items. That's if it's a $5,000 order, that's $500 tip. Someone's not really going to do that. 5% is a little bit more feasible or just more realistic. And then I like to do high tipping option until someone chooses to add a tip. So this preset doesn't pop up right away. So order processing, we want to leave this all as is, nothing to change here. Abandon checkout email. So we do not want to send abandon checkout emails automatically. This is because we want to use Klaviyo, which is going to be a more advanced tool to actually capture emails and send abandoned checkouts, abandoned carts, and newsletters. So we'll want to turn this off. So order status page, nothing to do here. Checkout language, nothing to do here. Click save. Okay, next under customer accounts. Customer accounts are optional. It's totally up to you, but I find that some customers do use the accounts, like if they were like shopping on Amazon. It's pretty hilarious, honestly. But I just leave it on because some customers do use it. Just, I guess it gives you it makes your store look bigger than it actually probably is. You want to click edit here. Let's see. So show login link at the header of online store and at checkout. And then you want to do classic customer accounts. Do not do new customer accounts because I had issues in the past with this option and people could not log in. They were not receiving emails. The classic customer accounts just works. You just need an email, password, just log in. Very, very easy to use. Okay. Let's see. All these settings, there's nothing really needed to sign in with shop. Do I have this turned on? Yes, I do. So, okay, so you need to activate Shopify payments. So I haven't activated on this demo store, but once you should have activated already, and then I would turn this shop or sign in with shop, because if they have a shop account, which if they have bought something from another Shopify store in the past, they have a shop account, and essentially just makes it a lot easier for them to check out, makes it a lot seamless and a lot faster. So I would highly recommend you turn this on. Multipass, I do not have this turned on, so leave that off. Click save. Okay, shipping and delivery. So shipping and delivery is going to be your shipping profile for all your products. So let's create a shipping profile. So under your general shipping rates, you want to click here. This is going to be your general template for all your products in your store. So if you're in the US, your shop location should be in the US. So shipping zones, you want to click create zone. And then what you want to do is just search the country that you're selling in. It says in another zone. Okay, so actually, I just looked at my previous store or my current store. So what you want to do under shipping zones, just leave it blank for now because this covers all US. But under like these rates, you just want to delete all the rates and just have one rate. So delete all these rates, and under standard, let's edit this and let's just name this custom flat rate. Name this whatever you want. I just would just have it as free standard shipping. And with high ticket, especially in a lot of e-commerce stores, it's free shipping is a must and pretty much a standard. So have price at 0. All this can be left the default. Okay, under international, we're not going to have international shipping. So let's delete that zone. And then click save. So that is going to be your general profile that has 0 products, but we are going to essentially, what we're going to do is let's click on the general profile. Let's click on domestic. Let's do edit zone. And this is where we're going to do, name this all 48 states. Search United States. If you sell in the US, a lot of suppliers won't ship to a lot of the states like Alaska and Hawaii and then all those islands. So this is what you want to deselect. So deselect Alaska, American Samoa, Marcosia, Guam, Hawaii, Marshall Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, Palau, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Armed Forces America, Armed Forces Europe, Armed Forces Pacific. So it should be 49 out of 62 states. It's actually 48, but just Washington D.C. it counts as another one, which is kind of weird. So it should say 49 once you have deselected all the ones. So once you've done that, click done and save. So this way, people that are in Hawaii and Alaska, which we almost 99.9% of suppliers will not ship to, if they really want it bad enough, because we don't advertise in those states, if they really want it, we can ask the supplier for a quote. It's going to be very expensive because shipping to those remote locations it's just uncommon, and especially with something very heavy, it's going to be very, very expensive. But if they want it and customers willing to pay, then yeah, you can just create an invoice for them to pay. So this covers basically all the scenarios. So under taxes and duties, you want to click, let's see, duties and import taxes. Set up. Let me check this. Okay, so decide taxes. I'll leave this blank. I don't have this set up at all. So if you're selling in the US, the only time you're going to actually collect taxes are 1, in the state that you're actually registered in, and 2, after you have hit the state's required sales volume. So some states are like 100,000, maybe some are 500,000 before you start collecting taxes. So I wouldn't really worry too much about this. It will eventually, once you get a few sales, it will tell you to set up your tax account, and then I would just message me or the team, and will help you set up the taxes. Essentially, you just need to input your EIN for your state when it prompts you to set up your taxes and duties. All right, so under locations, nothing really need to change here. Just making sure. Yep, nothing to change here. Gift cards. So gift cards are optional. Gift cards can be used to, if you are asking customers for reviews, but yeah, nothing really too important. But I would just do gift cards expire after 1 year. Just give them urgency if you are using gift cards or giving them a gift card. Apple Wallet passes is something new. Probably you can enable if you want, but I'm just going to leave it off because we barely even use gift cards in general. So markets, so you should be in the country that you're selling in. If you're selling it in another country, you can activate it here, but I'll just start with one country because you don't really want to overcomplicate it. Apps and sales channels, nothing for now. Domains, we should have connected our domain. Okay, customer events, nothing inside of customer events as well because we are going to use this internally inside the theme code. Brand, now the brand's logo, color scheme, cover images, slogan, short description. This is only essentially used like inside shop, like the app, when someone installs it and they bought from your store. So I would add in your logo after you've designed all your logo, and then add in your primary color. So we actually have the primary color, so we can set this up. So we have orange, contrasting color. So we have the colors here, but for your store, you wouldn't want to add your stores. Notifications, nothing really need to change here. There will be an advanced module, I know, in the future to help customize this. Custom data, also nothing really important here. Languages should be your default language. Okay, policies we will do in a separate video, which is probably going to be the next video. But that's it for all the settings that you need to configure inside of Shopify. Make sure you follow this to a T. And in the following videos, we'll continue setting up Shopify. All right, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating your store policies. So inside of Notion, I should have linked the store policy. So we have privacy policy, refund policy, and shipping policy. These are all in Google Docs. So go ahead and open them up in a separate tab, and then this is the template that we'll be editing and placing inside of our Shopify backend. So to get to the policy pages, we have to first create the pages inside of Shopify, but then we also have to place it internally. So internally, you have to click on settings and then click policies right here. So there's going to be a privacy policy, a refund policy, and a shipping policy template. The only one that I do not, I necessarily don't have is going to be like the, let's see, contact information, because that's going to be dependent on your store. But generally, I'm going to give you a general format that you can follow. So let's start with the written return and refund policy. So I'm just going to open this up. So this is the refund policy template, return and refund. So we just want to copy all this and go into Shopify and then just paste. Okay, so I have just paste that right in there. And essentially this is what you want to edit. So your store name, unitalicize that, and then your phone number. We will need to add in our phone number once we purchase our open phone number. Here it's going to be your email, so just scroll slowly and just make sure that any information is actually relevant to your store. So paste in the return and refund policy. Let's go ahead and click save. Next is going to be the privacy policy. Same step. Just want to copy this template that is provided and then edit anything that does not pertain to your store. So phone number, we're going to add later. Email, you want to change that. And then just keep scrolling. Yeah, it looks like that is everything for their privacy policy. Make sure you edit everything. And let's move on to terms of service. So terms of service, there's not a template that we can provide because this is going to be one generate from template, and then it should use your store name. It's very important that we configure this before we generate this terms of service. That way it uses our store name when creating our terms of service. So inside contact information, you insert trading name. So this is going to be your business name. So your legal business name. So for example, if my legal business name is My Medical Direct LLC, that is going to be my legal business name. You want to put your business address, business phone number, business registration number. So this is your EIN. If you're in another country, you want to enter your VAT or VAT. But if you're in the US, there's no VAT, so you can just delete that. So go ahead and click save and make sure you configure all of those templates. Shipping policy, we have a shipping policy template as well. So go ahead and copy this and paste. So shipping policy is protects you from a lot of silly customer mistakes. So if something becomes damaged and they did not report it within 20 or 5 business days, that is usually the time period in order to report damages, then default is on the customer. It's very, very important that we minimize risk using this policy, and that way when anything happens, we are protected, and therefore we will not essentially be at fault when something is essentially at the fault of the customer. Lastly, it's going to be the contact information. So the format that I like to use is just very, very simple. Just put in your phone number, your email, your business address, and your business hours. So fill out all this, put in your phone number, obviously, once you have purchased it, and put in your email address, put in your legal business address, and then your business hours. So starting out, I'm just going to put Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. EST. Click save. So there we go. We fill out all of these policies. Now we're going to actually need to make the pages for these policies inside of Shopify. Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating store pages. So you already created your store policies in the previous video and actually just added it to your settings. So it should have been inside policies. You should have created all policies, all these. So your return and refund policy, your privacy policy, your terms of service, your shipping policy, and your contact information. So now let's actually add them as pages. So I actually added them already, so we'll just remove them and start from scratch. So we want to click online store over on the left under sales channels and then click on pages. This is where we're going to create these pages and add them to our footer, I mean the very bottom of the website. So we want to click add page, and then inside the Notion document we have all these policies. So there should be 6 that you want to set up: price match policy, shipping policy, return and refund, privacy. Now terms of service, it's not going to be a template because you should have created that already. You should have used a generated template, and as well as the contact us page. That's going to be specific to your store, so I can't really give you a template. But let's just start from the top. So price match guarantee, let's go ahead and open this. And obviously you want to change anything that says My Medical Direct. You don't want your store to say that. So just copy and paste and then name this the price match policy, or price match. I would name it price match guarantee. And then you want to do visibility, visible, and save. All right, page number 1 is done. Let's click on add page and do the second one, which is going to be shipping policy. It is all done for you. So copy and paste, name it shipping policy, save, go back, add page, next one, return and refund, paste, get rid of the extra spacing, return and refund policy. And now the next step is actually buying your store phone number. So you will want to come back to this and fill out anywhere in the settings, in the pages, in the policies where it says your phone number. Make sure you fill that in before you actually move on in setting up your merchant center. So return and refund policy, but obviously this email and this phone number, those should be specific to your store. Do not copy, well, you can copy this, but change it to fit your store. Go ahead and click save. The next one is going to be the privacy policy. So inside the privacy policy, the same thing applies. Anywhere where you see if email, you can just look for like support, and then like where it says support at My Medical Direct, go ahead and change that to this right here as well. So just look through this. It doesn't take that long. Just scroll through this. If you see any emails or phone numbers or the store name, correct those to fit your store. Click save for privacy policy. Next page, we'll do terms of service. So the terms of service should be in your settings. So click settings, policies, and then you should generate a terms of service. So go ahead and copy this, paste, and then here you should enter in your business address, business phone number, and a business registration number. So that's gonna be the EIN, business registration number. Actually, I would not put my EIN inside of this terms of service. You can, the only thing that would change is inserting a business address and business phone number. You don't need to put in your EIN. And then scroll up. Here it says link to privacy policy. You want to replace this with your privacy policy page. So go back to pages, look for privacy policy, click view page, go to privacy policy, view this on the page, take the URL and then paste it here. Now yours is going to be different. It's going to say link. Your link is going to be different than mine, but just go ahead and highlight that and then click edit link and then just paste in the link and then click edit link. That way when someone clicks this, it will take them to the privacy policy. And this will be named terms of service. Save. And then just look through this real quick, see if there's anything linked to refund policy. So go back to pages, look for return and refund policy. This is needed to essentially get approved for Google Merchant Center and make sure that your store is ready to go. Click save. Refund policy here as well. Yeah, it should be good. Go ahead and click save. For terms of service, the last one is just going to be a simple contact us page. So we want to click add page, name this contact us, and then under theme template, you want to click contact, click save, and then when you view the page, it should be a simple contact us page. Now you can put information here, like it could be anything. Go back to settings, policies. You can put your contact us information here if you like. I would do that. Put in your phone number, put in your business address, and your business hours. Click save. Obviously mine is blank, but you want to purchase your phone number next, and then come back and fill out all this information and fill out your business address right now. Click save, and now you have all your 6 pages created. Now we want to create a navigation and store all of these in here. So we want to click navigation, and then we want to look for we actually just want to create a menu. I might have accidentally created this already, so we'll just delete this. We want to click add menu. We want to name this customer service, or you can name it policies. I would just name policies actually. Add menu item, and then here we're going to click on pages, and then this is where we are going to link all our pages. There's no specific order, but just link all 6 of your pages. So click here, pages, and then privacy policy, add pages, return and refund, add pages, shipping policy, add, click this, pages, terms of service, add. Again, there's no specific order. I'm just gonna rearrange it to the best of my ability, but people are probably gonna click on these more likely than these. I may as well put the contact us right below the shipping policy. Name it policies or customer service. Actually, it doesn't really matter, but I just like customer service sounds a little bit better. Alright, so welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating collection pages. So collection pages are a way to essentially showcase a different category of your store. So in this scenario, we have a medical store. So we will be selling like medical equipment like this. So one way to essentially figure out what type of category or what type of collection pages that you need to create is by looking at your competitors. But in your niche selection, and when you create the website, you should have at least 3 to 5 product types that you framed your store around. You can create collection pages for those starting out, but you will want to expand further down the line. So let's say you're just doing medical equipment. So if you're just doing, I don't know, ADC equipment, ultrasound systems, patient monitoring, maybe even you can do like a collection page for each type of product type. So to create a collection page inside Shopify, you need to click on products, then collections. Then you want to click on create collections, and then this is where you will essentially create a collection. So in this case, we have a medical store. We will want to create a collection page for each of the product types that we researched. So we're going to do one around ultrasound chairs, and we're just going to start with the ultrasound products. Now under collection type, we want to use automated. You can also do manual, but every time you create a product, you have to manually add it to a collection. So highly recommend use automated, and make sure there's an easy way to tag or have the products go into its collections. So I like to use product type. So if the product is ultrasound chairs, for example, I'm gonna be putting ultrasound chairs inside the product type inside the listing. That way it will automatically go into this listing. Now, once you have done with the collection, you can add an image if you like, but just go ahead and click save. Go back, and there's that collection. Now, any product that is under the product type says ultrasound chairs, it will automatically go into this product or into this collection. So you want to create about 3 to 5 collections when you're setting up your website. So we have ultrasound chairs. Let's do ultrasound systems. So product type, ultrasound systems. So yeah, ultrasound chairs, ultrasound systems, even ultrasound transducers. So we have 3. Let's just make one more. It's related to our ultrasound selection. So we have ultrasound tables. Product type, ultrasound tables. And we'll do one more. Okay, actually 4 should be enough. So we have our ultrasound collection. And now we're going to actually build the collection page. So when someone lands on collection tables and sees all the products, we want to configure it so it's very easy for them to navigate. So what we're going to do, go back to our theme, click customize, go in and click here, and then click on collections. Click on default collection, and this is what a default collection looks like. Very, very bland. So let's make some edits. So under templates and collection pages, I would turn off show collection image because most of the times you're not going to really have an image and it just blocks up too much of the actual page. Products per page, it's completely optional. If you have a ton of products on your website, then I would do 48, but if you don't have that many, just do 24. Product per row, I leave this on 4. Utility bar, so this is this right here. I like to do, or sorry, it's actually this right here. Show sort by, and then these are the sort collections. Now you can turn this off if you don't have a ton of products, but I usually leave it on anyways. So show grid / view list toggle, I usually just turn this off because most people don't even use this. Default view grid is fine. Thumbnail image, these image crops should be, if you want all the images to be the same size, I would select square, so that way they're all the same size. So if we hover over them, doesn't matter how the image is taken, they will all look the same size across the board. So theme settings, show second product image on hover. You can do this if you want. I do have this on my website. Emphasize price, so I have this turned off. It just shows the price lower like this. So if you turn on emphasize price, it just makes the price look a lot bigger and it's on the top instead of on the bottom. So it's totally up to you. I leave it off. Just my personal preference. Just leave it like that. Quick shop, show on desktop and mobile. Quick shop, I don't think many people even use. You can even turn this off. Just to leave it as just add to cart. Show add to cart button. I really don't think people are using this, but we'll leave it on. Enable image crop, turn this on. Media aspect ratio, we want to do square. That way they all look like this. It's not too long. Enable sales badges. So sale badge style. So we can do save 10%, save $10, or sale. I like to do the dollar amount because with expensive items you can actually visualize how much you're actually saving. So save $10 is more visual than just save 10%. So show vendor, I would definitely turn that on. enable inventory status. So a lot of people don't really track inventory, and I really do recommend you track inventory so that way you don't spend ads on items that are out of stock. So I like to turn this on. Display inventory quantity, I would do low stock and in-stock threshold. And then low stock threshold, I'd do 5. Show star ratings, and enable cart redirection. And those are all the settings that you need to do for the collection pages. Now, under filters, there's a ton of filters that you can do, and you can add on over time. But right off the beginning with any store, we have availability, so in stock and out of stock items, and you can have the ability to filter by price. So we do faucet filtering, and we also do expand the first group. That way, when someone lands there, this is already open. Now, you can also do expand all groups. So if you don't have a ton of filters, this just gives you more space, so that it doesn't look as weird. This doesn't look as appealing as this. So if you don't have a ton of filters, I recommend expand all groups. But if you have a lot of filters, I would just do expand the first group. Tag filters by tag. So we won't be using tags right off the bat. That's more later on as we have more products to actually configure tags with. But for now, we'll just click save. And then recently viewed products on the collection page. This is very good to have. We leave this. It's not showing right now is because we only have one product on our website, and because this is the one product we want to get approved on Merchant Center before we actually start onboarding demo products and calling suppliers. So recently viewed products, we want to enable this. Enable sales badges, save $10. Enable image crop, square. So I think it copies the same settings from your collection pages. So everything here is good on the collection page. It looks exactly how I would configure it. And so in the next video, we will talk about how to configure the product page and optimize the product page. Alright, welcome to this video. Let's talk about building your product page. So the product page is going to be very important in order to convert customers. So to get to the product page when you are in the theme editor is to click right here and then click on products and click on default products. So the default product is going to be a template that applies to every single product. You can have other templates that you can apply to certain brands, certain specific products, but the default product, we want to just make sure that the default template is as good as possible. And then later on, you can create templates if you want to do specific things for different brands. So once we are on the default product, we want to look over here. So inside product information, here are some settings that we need to change. So aspect ratio, we want to change this to square. The reason why we want to do square is that way all the products like we already configured inside the collection page are in the same format, square format. Next, we want to do enable image crop, and this will crop all the images. So in any way that you actually upload the products into Shopify, they will all come out as square like this. Okay, so next, thumbnail position, we do below main image. You can also do on the left if you like this view, but I prefer the below main image. It just looks a little bit better. Alright, so thumbnail position below main image. Enable video autoplay. This is optional when you have a video inside of here. I don't believe this actually slows down, so I would just leave this on. Enable video looping. You can leave that on as well. Roll over image zoom. I do enabled separate box. So essentially what they do is like if they hover over this, it just zooms. Do enabled main image, so it just does like this. It's totally up to you, but I have it on replace main image, so when they hover like this, it just zooms in. But I do kind of like this as well, so it just appears over to the right. and then click to zoom image, disable. So they don't need to click to actually zoom. Theme settings, enable cart redirection. Let's go ahead and save real quick. So enable cart redirection means like when they click add to cart, it will take them to the cart page like this. You have it off, then all it does is just add to cart and just stays on the cart page. So I have it on cart redirection, so it takes them to the cart page. Enable color swatches, enable sold out options, should be on selectable, so they can see that if a variant is sold out, it can still be selectable, but it's not going to be actually purchasable. So auto select first available variant, that's good. Show dynamic checkout button, you want to turn this off. You just want to have one checkout button, which is going to be the add to cart. Enable sales badges, you can leave this on. Save $10 is what I recommend. Option style, so this is for variants. We don't have a variant on this, but I usually do selectable boxes, so they can click on a box in order to select a variant. Now, if you have a ton of variants, it may be better to do drop down. Just depends on your store. If you're selling like bathroom vanities, I know those have a ton of variants. I would do drop down. But if you're in any other niche, most niches probably don't have a ton of variants, so you can just do selectable boxes. Swatch shade, square, and all this you don't really need to update. So go ahead and click save, and then let's go ahead and click on these little elements inside the product information. So title, vendor, it's nothing to change here. Product rating, also nothing. Price, nothing. Description, form. So form, we want to turn off enable local pickup. We're not doing that. Share, so it's this right here. It's really not needed. It just takes some more room. Let's go ahead and just remove that and click save. Now we have related products down here and recently viewed products. Again, they're not going to show because we only have one product on the store. So in terms of the settings, related products, we just leave this on. You may also like is fine. Recently viewed products, also same settings. Enable image crop and square. So copy the settings over from our collection pages. Now this kind of looks basic is because this product doesn't have a ton of like options. If we add options, it will still start becoming more and more more crowded essentially. Alright, so that is the basic version of the product page. Does looks a bit basic, but let's add some more like features so it doesn't look so basic. So request a quote. This is actually a new feature inside the newest version of Empire. Don't have it on my store, but let's do SKU. So the SKU we want to place right under the vendor, so that way let's actually just add a SKU for this product so we can actually demonstrate it and what it looks like. Let's go back to products and let's go to SKU. So just give it a random SKU. And then we reload this. Let's see. Let's do track quantity as well. So normally we don't track quantity right away, but we use a software called StockSync, which we will talk about later, that will actually track quantity automatically for us. So track quantity, you want to click on hand and then adjust how many are in stock. So that's how you track, essentially configure the quantity that's in stock. So let's go and reload, and there we go. We have the SKU right here. This is important in order to actually give the customer a way to identify the product. So product rating. Let's go ahead and click add block, and then let's add inventory status. So inventory status, let's put that under the price. Click save. And I believe we have this as 3 in stock. So it should show low stock. Anything, let's do low stock and in stock threshold. So it will show how many is in stock if it's less than 5. So that just gives the customer a way to visualize, oh, there's only 3 in stock, I better hurry up and actually make the purchase. Okay, so let's do tabs. So these tabs you can add to every single product. And with the tabs, there's a lot of things that you can add in the tabs, but I'll give you some examples. So you can do like free shipping. So if you're gonna do free shipping on every single product, which I recommend you do because everyone else is offering free shipping, and if you don't, you're gonna lose out on sales. And then you can type in here, enjoy free shipping on all products, and then you can do above a certain price point, or you can just do it flat. Something like this, and then when they open this, they will see more information about the free shipping. And then in the other tab, another thing you can do is do like no sales tax. No sales tax on your order. So you usually want to just put no sales tax on your order except the state that you're in. So I'm just gonna put California, and then do asterisk like that. That way, if they're in California, they will still have to pay tax because that's where your company is located. If your company is located in California, of course. Okay, and then lastly, we can let's do key details. So key details just like this. And what this is just a way to just add more trust to your website. So right here, I just do like let's do trophy, and then let's just do why shop with us, and then let's do bullet points, authorized retailer for. And then what you can do is you can make this authorized retailer, and then you can put the brand name. But instead of making a template for every single brand, what you can do is just do insert dynamic source, and then you can do vendor. That way it will show the vendor. The vendor will be, it will change depending on what product they're looking at. If they're looking at a product that the vendor is, for example, Best Buy, then it will say authorized retailer for Best Buy. So this will change depending on the product. So you can add this dynamic source. Let's do lowest prices online, no sales tax, let's do speak with an expert today, and then put in your phone number. Something like this, it just gives the store more trust, and already you're just gonna look a lot better than what everyone else is. Now, I'm gonna add the cart button. It looks kind of ugly, so what we can do is go to colors. So secondary button, I think this is the background. So let's change the background color to, let's see, the orange that we were originally picked out. Okay, and then let's change the text color. So probably white. and save. So there we go. Just change the add to cart button, and it looks a lot better already. So those are the settings I would change in terms of the product page. It already looks a lot better than the way it was before. You can add more, remove some. You can even add the description like down here if you like. It's totally up to you. Feel free to play around with it. But yeah, the description, yeah, that would definitely put it down here. Doesn't make sense all the way up here, because usually with the description you're gonna have, it's gonna be very long. This one product is just for demonstration purposes. Usually the description is quite long because of the complexity of the products. So let's go ahead and click save, and that's it for this product page. We made it look very, very boring to something that's a lot more feasible, that we can actively improve upon over time. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about adding demo products. So we need products essentially in order to get approved for the suppliers, but in order to get approved for the merchant center, which is going to be the most important part before we even start calling suppliers, is going to be adding in your own own physical product that you take with your phone. So you want to click products over on the left hand side, and then you want to click add your products. Once you click this, it will take you to this page that looks something like this. Now this always is updated over time, but the general consensus and idea should be the same. So what we need to do is, under status, we want to make this a draft until we are ready to actually publish it. And then I'm going to actually take some photos real quick and upload it to my computer, and we'll be right back. Okay, so just got the photos. So what we need to do is, essentially, once you have the photos, let's just drag them inside the media section. And essentially, these are just for demonstration purposes. This is of a Rubik's Cube. So just pick anything like near your desk or in your home. It can be literally anything. And then what you do is just name this the product. So that is essentially the brand, but it really doesn't matter if you don't know what the brand is or if it's brandless. Just give it a price, give it a compare at price. So the compare at price is the price that is the original price, but it's slashed out, and this is this new selling price. So if you're curious, these Rubik's Cubes actually retail for like $40-50. So something like $40 is actually a realistic price. Cost for these, oh no, just put on $5. They're very cheap to make. Track quantity, you can turn off. Variants, there's not going to be a variant for this, but product type, so the product type is going to be what the actual product is. So we'll put Rubik's Cube. Vendor, you can put your store name. And then in here, you can write a description. Now you can also generate product description by just giving it features and keywords. So I'm just gonna put some stuff about the cube. So there we go. We have a description. And then once this is good, we'll just make this from status draft to active. Now inside publishing, make sure you click manage sales channels and select online store. Okay, now let's go ahead and reload the page, and then we should be able to preview this on the website, what it looks like. Yeah, so far this is our demo product, or just showing you how to actually add the product. In the next video, we're gonna use this demo product, and then we're gonna essentially create a collection page, and then we will configure that inside our theme. All right, welcome to this video. Let's talk about buying our OpenPhone phone number. So OpenPhone is going to be the software that we'll be using to essentially set up our phone number that's digital. And the reason why we use OpenPhone is, one, it's relatively inexpensive for what all the features it features. And with OpenPhone, its UI is very easy to use, good for VAs, and the software, we've been using it for a couple years now, and it's been pretty much flawless. Some minor hiccups here and there, but overall, this is probably one of the best and most affordable all-in-one phone systems for our e-commerce business. So go to openphone.com, and essentially what you want to do is you want to click try for free. Now here you want to essentially set up your phone number using your business Gmail account. So in this case, it would be mymedicaldirect2@gmail.com. Continue, and then it's gonna send in a confirmation code. Obviously, we will just need to check this inside our Gmail account, and then just enter in that code. Okay, so obviously put in your phone name, first name, last name, click continue, and then it should say for business or for personal use. You want to do for business, and then this is where you're going to put in your business information. So put in your business name. So this is going to be your legal business name. Business size, you can just put 2 to 5. You can just put just me for now. Industry, you don't really have to. It says optional, and this one is optional. So just put in your business name and click continue. Okay, so now it's going to ask to verify if you're real. So this is where you're going to need your own mobile number. So this is essentially to verify that you're not a bot. Now, you can't use like a temporary number, so you have to use your personal phone number. So go ahead and put in your personal cell phone number, and then click on send code. So I only have one phone number, so it's already verified with my business. But once you are inside, it should look something like this. Now, don't think it's too complicated, but essentially what you want to do is these are your inboxes right here. These are going to be your phone numbers. Unfortunately, I can't actually show you everything in detail like I would, because I don't have another phone number that I can use to set up this account. But essentially, you can ask any questions you need about OpenPhone, but it's very, very self-intuitive. The UI is like very easy to use. Essentially, you want to just click settings, and then you can purchase a phone number. So you want to have 2 phone numbers, one for customers to call you, and then one phone number to essentially reach out to suppliers with. So obviously the one with the suppliers, that one is the phone number that you'll be using essentially to contact suppliers. The one that it's for customer support is going to be between you and your customers. That way, when you are onboarding suppliers, you want to put down the phone number, your supplier phone number, so your suppliers aren't calling you through the customer service line. So very, very important. Have 2 numbers. You can even have 3. The third one, I actually have 3. The third one is for your own personal business use. So like, you can have one for suppliers, and then you can have one directly that's your phone number that suppliers can call directly to you. As you scale bigger, that can be essentially what your setup can look like. I have 3, but you can just start with 2. Just make it simple, very easy to use. So once you set up OpenPhone, you should get 2 phone numbers. Obviously, you want to use the phone number that's for customers all over your policy pages. So your policy pages, your return and refund policies, you want to put in your phone number everywhere. So right here where it's blank and it's missing your phone number, go ahead and put that there. Phone number should also go here. Store details, you should also put in the phone number right here. So just go ahead and just check and see any places where it may be missing your business phone number. Go ahead and add that. I believe those are all the ones that you need in order to get set up within Shopify. So once you have OpenPhone set up, just learn how to use it. There's definitely guides on OpenPhone itself that shows you how to use this UI, but I'm pretty sure if you know how to use any sort of basic software, you can figure it out within 10-20 minutes. Essentially, it's very, very, very easy to use. All right, guys, so welcome to this video about how to install Shopify apps. Now, you do not want to install your Shopify apps until you are actually approved with Merchant Center and you got your store fully built. So make sure you follow the process, build your store out, get approved with Merchant Center. Once that is approved, link your Merchant Center with Shopify and Google Ads, and then add demo products, and lastly, install apps. So these are the apps that I recommend that you install in no particular order. So judge me if you just click on it. Actually, you can just go to apps, go to all recommended apps, and then Shopify App Store, or you can click apps and sales channels, and then Shopify App Store. There's two ways to get to it. Once you're on the Shopify App Store, all you need to do is just search the titles of these apps and install them. Now I'm going to go over these real quick. So Judge Me is a product review app, and I'll show you what it looks like. If I can type. But Judge Me looks like this. They go on the very bottom of your landing page, and it's supposed to showcase reviews. This is what it looks like. Free is completely fine. You don't need the $15 plan until you want to get like reviews on your actual ads, your shopping ads. So for now, the free plan is completely fine. Simproysis Google Shopping Feed. Once you are approved with Merchant Center, this is what you need to sync the data between your store and Google Ads. And this is also very affordable as well. Comes with a 21-day free trial. If you less than 500 products, this is only $5 a month. And then Keeper, this is a free app. What this does is, if someone is checking out on their phone, they add something to their cart. If they go onto their computer, they don't need to re-add it to their cart. It should already appear on their when they are signed in with the same account. That's the only way it will work. There's no way really around it, but this app will essentially, if they are shopping on their phone, will automatically appear on their computer and their tablet. So highly recommend this. This is free. And then Be Profit. You don't need this right away in the beginning, but what this does is it will calculate your profit and loss without spreadsheets. Now there is going to be a manual spreadsheet inside the course to track profit and loss for each individual order. However, Be Profit, what it does is it will automate most of it for you except shipping, because we usually don't know shipping costs before it ships. So that's what Be Profit does. So free to install if you have less than 5 monthly orders. And then Buddha, Mega Menu, and Navigation. Now you don't really need this right away as well. These are apps that you can build out as your store expands. So what this does is it's just a simple Mega Menu. It just shows you right here. Like if you have a lot of different products, you can organize them in these different categories on your heading. If you don't have a ton of product types, you can be fine just getting away with just the default heading. And then Chaptra. So you can either use Chaptra, Talk.2, or Tidio. Talk.2 is free. And this is what it looks like. You can install it on your website, and it just looks like this. And then customers can just click New Conversation, enter in phone, email, and then what they want to talk to you about, and then you can answer them from here. This is free if you want to use Talk.2. Otherwise, the others that I recommend is either Tidio. I'll show you what it looks like. Tidio looks like this. I've also used, the only one that I haven't used is Talk.2. It's free. I've used Chaptra and Tidio. And both of them are really good. It's just your personal preference. Out of the two, I would probably use Tidio over Chatra, mainly because Tidio is just a little bit more easier to use and more robust. Now, those are all the apps I recommend you get. There might be more coming to this list, but they're not really necessary for making sales. Others are additional optimizations that you can add to your website, cool little apps that will make your landing page look better. But these are the fundamentals of Shopify apps. And then in terms of installing them, so let's say I want to install Tidio on this website. I just literally go to install, and then it should take me to the website, and then you can just click install app. And that's how you install apps, just like if you're using an iPhone and installing an app from the App Store. It's very similar. It will then take you to their landing page to get onboarded for that app. Each app will be different, but you just put in your name, what you want to do. For example, boost sales, founder owner, click this, next, optimize Tidio for your company, just random questions. I guess they're just asking so they can get you onboarded. How many inquiries? No, you can just put whatever for now. But how is your website built? Click Shopify, get set up for success. Yeah. So answer the questions based on your best knowledge, but they're not too important to get set up. And then here, obviously, you would want to set up your password and you get onboarded. But with each app you install from the App Store, all of them look different. I'll show you another app. Let's say we're downloading Keeper. This is a free app I highly recommend. Just click install, and then I'll take you to this page. Click install app. Once the app is installed, Keeper is installed and running in the background, you're good. That's literally it. You can also pin these apps to this section over here if you want to. Otherwise, you can, or just not pin it if you want to. But anyways, that's how you install apps via Shopify. It's very similar to installing apps on an iPhone. Any questions? Of course, let us know inside your private channels. I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about how to add demo products. So the purpose of adding demo products is just to give suppliers a idea of how products will look on your website, and it's essentially a way to secure suppliers, work your way up. You're probably gonna not get the best suppliers just with demo products, and that's completely fine. We need to work our way up. So we need to get the suppliers that are not so great that everyone can probably close. Then we want to use those, have sales, and then use those as clout essentially to secure the best and the bigger suppliers in the industry. So to keep things short and simple, the way we upload demo products is we just need to go to Alibaba.com. So search Alibaba and then just go to Alibaba.com. And essentially you just want to look for items related to your niche. So I added some collections in the previous video about ultrasound products. So we ultrasound systems, tables. So let's just do ultrasound tables. So let's go ahead and we'll probably should search table, non-plural. Okay, so let's just pick this one right here. This is a ultrasound portable table. Now with Alibaba, the keywords are all over the place, so nothing to worry about there. So essentially, to add demo products to a website, go ahead and click on products over on the left, add product, and then we just need to upload 4 to 5 demo products so our website looks at least filled. So first of all, we need to add in each listing goes like this. We have the brand, the product name, so name, and then SKU. Obviously, these are unbranded items that we're uploading with no brand or manufacturer. Alibaba is not the manufacturer. And so generally, this is how we upload the products when we are given the supplier price list, which we will talk about in a later video. But for now, in order to upload these, we just want to just copy their title. You don't really even need to change these. I'm just going to capitalize the first letter of each word, so it just looks a little bit better. Yes, that looks good. This is probably some misspelling. So add in the price. It can be whatever price. It doesn't have to be exactly what it costs. The cost per item, you don't really need to put this right now, but for good practice, you can just put in the cost of the item. The compare price, you can put in whatever price you like. These are only for demonstration purposes for now. So the compare price is the price that it was originally at, but it's crossed out, and then this is the new price. Turn on track quantity. Vendor, you can just put in your store name. Product type, so you can do portable or ultrasound table. Collection. Let's go ahead and click save. So let's add in the images. So go to Alibaba, which is new to click on the image, open image in new tab. What we do is we just take the URL of this and then go to add from URL and just paste this. Then same with these ones, just open them up in a new tab. Take the URL, add from URL, and just do the same thing. So let's go ahead and do this. So there we go, added the URLs. And then the SKUs, you can just make up. The SKUs are usually numbered in letters, but obviously this is a demo product, so none of this is official. For the description, you can just copy what they have on Alibaba. Just copy that, save. And then we can just preview this on the website. Yep, and it should look something like this. So we added one demo product. We want to have 4 to 5 before we moved on and start researching suppliers and calling suppliers. Hey guys, Trevor here. Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 4, going over supplier acquisition. Now, in this module, we'll be going over the following. So number 1, which is going to be how to actually research and find suppliers that we're going to be contacting and securing relationships with so we can actually sell the products on our website. Number 2 is going to be metrics of these suppliers. So what type of metrics we want to be looking at in terms of these suppliers. Mainly with these metrics, we can tell if they are going to be an excellent supplier or some suppliers that may not be as well. But we kind of need a mix of both, but we will talk about that shortly. Next, we're going to talk about how to actually outreach to these suppliers, creating a pitch deck, uploading suppliers to your website, a supplier CRM, and what to do if you're rejected. So this is going to be everything highlighted in this free video. So buckle up, make sure you drop a like down below, and let's hop right into this. So kicking things off with supplier research. So how do we actually find suppliers? So there's 3 major ways. So 1 is going to be looking at Google Shopping. Number 2 is going to be other e-commerce retailers. And number 3 is going to be big box retailers. So, all right, guys. So let's say we're building a store around fireplaces and we want to look for fireplace suppliers. So we want to go to Google and look for fireplace. We also want to click on shopping so we can go to Google Shopping. So the very first way to look for suppliers is to look on Google Shopping. And the first way is we want to filter products by $1,000. This way we're only looking for products that are high ticket, therefore excluding the brands that only have very cheap fireplace. We want to sell the expensive and high quality ones. So we want to scroll all the way down until we get to the brand section inside of Google Shopping. So this is one way out of many to look for brands. So brands right here, such as Majestic, Southern Fireplaces, Superior Fireplaces, Real Flame. So let's say we want to become a dealer for Real Flame. We want to, first of all, create a spreadsheet. And essentially, with this spreadsheet, we want to go to supplier research. We want to put the supplier's name. I will leave a link to this exact spreadsheet inside the Google Docs, but I can't edit it on this account. So what I'm going to do is just going to open it up in a Excel. That way it's the same way. It's the same thing. It's just not on Google Sheets. So we click on this. Want to go to supplier research. And on this tab, we just want to put the supplier's name. So in this instance, we have Real Flame as one brand that we can potentially contact. So we look up for Real Flame. And we want to type in Real Flame right here. And then we want to find the supplier's website. Here's the supplier's website, realflame.com. So we'll go ahead and paste it in there. So this is the supplier's website. The most important part we want to essentially find with the supplier's website is contact information. So we have a phone number right here and an email. So let's go ahead and save that inside the spreadsheet. So phone number. This looks pretty ugly, but bear with me. Phone number, email. Paste in the email. Okay. And then once we have the contact information, we want to look for metrics of these suppliers. We'll come back to these in terms of how to look for more suppliers in a little bit, but here are the metrics of suppliers that we want to look for. First, it's going to be minimum advertised price. This is a very important metric for suppliers. Minimum advertised price means, let's say we are a customer and we're looking for Real Flame fireplaces. That's literally a brand that is being sold. So I'm a customer looking for Real Flame fireplaces, and I see this Real Flame Hillcrest electric fireplace in white. This might actually be okay. This looks like the entire fireplace. So if we click on compare prices from 10 plus sellers, we can see that Wayfair has the same exact item for $564. Target has it for $726. eBay, we really don't want to count eBay because it can be second use, or it can be used item, or it could be an auction. So eBay, we don't want to account for. We just want to look for other retailers. So the price is all over the place, but we want to just filter by item price, and we just want to make sure that the lowest price is not out of the ordinary. What this means is like, we can see this same item is sold for $971, but TotallyFurniture.com has it also for $500. So in this instance, this supplier may not actually be enforcing MAP. What MAP looks like is, let's say we're looking for, I know one brand that I think enforces MAP a lot better, which is Osaki Massage Chairs. So let's say someone's looking for Osaki Massage Chairs. You can see that this is used, it doesn't count, but all of them are minimum at least $299. This is a example of a supplier that has MAP. The $299 is probably the promotional price, and these guys are just not following the promotion. But suppliers that have highly enforced MAP is a good thing, because the better the enforced MAP, the more aggressive that you can be in terms of advertising, which we will talk about in a future module. Having MAP is also an indicator of a good brand, but it's not always as straightforward, because some brands might not have map like Real Flame does, or Real Flame doesn't. So Real Flame does not have map. Let me just write that down. No map. Okay, so map should be no. Some brands like Real Flame may not have map or enforced map, but they could still have quality products where people will still buy, even if you're not the same price as someone else. Map just gives us retailers a fair playing field. Like in the Osaki massage chair example, if everyone's selling at $29.99, then you are not being undercut on price. What a lot of Amazon sellers experience is that someone may sell the same exact item for $20, but then tomorrow someone sells it for $18, then $17, $16, and everyone just races down to the bottom and nobody ends up making profit. So MAP kind of protects you as the retailer and the seller against other competitors, meaning everyone has to sell at the same price. They cannot go under. So it just gives you a fair playing field. What that means is that when everyone is selling at the same price, for example, $29.99, then you are not competing on price. Competing on price is not something that you want to do in high-ticket dropshipping. You want to compete on other aspects like better website, better ads, and better customer support, things that you can control. Pricing, you really cannot control other people's pricing. So you want to work with suppliers that have MAP, and generally suppliers with MAP are going to be your better selling brands. Next, we're going to look for branded demand. So we like to use this tool. It's called Uber Suggest. It is a free tool that you can use to find branded demand. We look for keyword research, keyword ideas. Just type in Real Flame. I don't think you need an account. Let's go keyword overview and just search. Yeah, you don't need an account or anything, but we can see that Real Flame fireplaces have 1900 search volume. So we want to put that under branded demand, 1900. This is the amount of people that are looking for Real Flame. The more, the better, but when there's more demand for a brand, there could be more sellers. So a great amount of branded demand is anywhere from 300 and higher, upwards of $3,000 to $5,000 or 3,000 to 5,000 searches per month is where it can be pretty competitive and nobody really makes a ton of sales. So we want to look at the average number of sellers for Real Flame. We can see if we look up Real Flame fireplace, and I'm searching it up as a customer, we can see that most of it says compare prices from 10 plus stores, 10 plus stores, 10 plus stores. So this is a brand that has around 10 to 20 suppliers or sellers. If it has more than 20, it will say more compare prices from 20 plus stores. So this example, this only has 2 stores, but this Walmart clearance is on this, so we probably do not want to count it. So this brand has about 10 to 20 sellers and it has 1900 branded demand. This isn't too competitive at all. Some suppliers have 50 plus sellers. I have plenty of brands that have 50 plus sellers that I still make sales with, but the reason why I'm making sales with them is because I got in early and I'm able to use my advertising data to still stay ahead inside the advertising aspect for that brand. So without getting too complicated, we want to fill out this sheet with as many brands as possible and their contact information, branded demand, and average amount of sellers on Google Shopping before contacting each supplier. So if we go to here, we just taught you how to look on Google Shopping to find brands. Now let's talk about how to look for other e-commerce retailers and look for brands. So we looked up Real Flame fireplaces and we'll just click on a few ads. So I'm not clicking Bed Bath & Beyond and Wayfair because that is the example that I'm going to talk about for big box retailers. So I'm going to look for more unknown retailers that you probably have not heard of. I'm not sure why that's a thing, but we are on Woodland Direct and Electric Fireplaces Direct. So with this brand, I mean, we just clicked on a listing, we looked up Real Flame Fireplaces and a Modern Flame Fireplace, which this is a brand right here. You can see Modern Flames. So when you are on other e-commerce retailers, we want to look for two things. One, on a product page, it usually has a brand name inside a title, or it can be also hyperlinked under it. Modern Flames is the brand. You can put that in the sheet. We can also look for a brand section, such as this. We click on brands, and boom, we have over on the left more brands. So these are all brands that we can potentially contact and add to our list of potential suppliers that we want to add to our website. So we'll probably just copy paste this, honestly. There's no point of manually doing each one. Something like this doesn't look that great, but this is probably because I'm not using Google Sheets. That's why it's not looking great. But I would just copy each one in there, or just, it doesn't take that long to even write it as well. So Bello chimney free. Now these are probably brands all related to fireplaces because their domain name is electricfireplacesdirect.com. They have fireplace TV stands, but if you just want to look for fireplace brands, you can just search fireplaces, and then probably over here under brand, these are all the fireplace specific brands. Not all of these may be fireplace brands. I know Modern Flames is because we just saw it, but Dimplex is one, Hearth Pro, Napoleon, Muscoco, Real Flame would have that, Allen Home. These are all brands that we want to add to this list. So that's another way we can find suppliers, is other e-commerce retailers. Now last way is going to be big box retailers. So big box retailers are retailers you probably know of. Wayfair, Bed Bath Beyond, Home Depot, stores like that. So we'll click on Bed Bath & Beyond and Wayfair, since those are the two big box retailers that we see. And then we just want to, we're on this page for fireplaces. We can also, if they have a brand section, not all websites have brand sections depending on how big the website is. Bed Bath & Beyond is a large e-commerce website, so they probably don't have every single brand displayed. So that's fine. We can just look up fireplace, if I can spell it right, fireplace. And then we want to go over to the left, look for brand. And here are even more suppliers that we can add to our list. So open up our list. Let's look for Acme. Ameriwood Home. Obviously, I'm not getting every single one, but just showing you how I would find these suppliers to reach out to. Benzera, Black & Decker, Boston, Cambridge, Carbon Loft, Chloe Lighting. That's probably not a fireplace brand. It's a fireplace screen, so we'll probably not contact that brand. But those are all the fireplaces for Bed Bath & Beyond. But we can do the same thing on Wayfair. Very simple. Just search up the brand, the product type that we want to get suppliers for. Just click all indoor fireplaces, and then we will show more filters, brand, and then show all brands. And boom, a ton of brands. Now, the catch with Wayfair is that Wayfair is a large dropshipping store. They've been dropshipping for a long time. But when you're dropshipping for that long, you eventually want to get into making your own products, making your own brand, which is something every e-commerce retailer doing high ticket should look forward to eventually at some point. So Wayfair has a lot of their own brands. Their own brands you probably will not be able to sell. So just know that if you find some brands inside of Wayfair. It could be their own brand, or it can be third-party sellers. Third-party sellers could create their own products. Um, it could just be a manufacturer that doesn't really accept retailers. So just note that anything you add here may not be final in terms of retailers or in terms of suppliers that you can sell. We'll also do Home Depot as well. It's another website, big box retailer, that you can also apply the same strategies with. So we just search up fireplace. Same thing. If we, let's just click electric fireplaces, and over on the left, brand, same thing. Very simple. We get all the suppliers. Now Home Depot doesn't have, they have obviously their own brand, but they don't have as many compared to Wayfair. Wayfair is, they have a lot of their own brand because they've been around. I don't know. Wayfair, I think, is a bigger company than Home Depot. I might be wrong on that, but Wayfair just has more brands than Home Depot does. So Home Depot, most of these brands you probably are able to get in with and secure as a supplier. So get as many suppliers added to your Google Sheet as possible. Of course, there's a note section in case you find something interesting with one supplier, but that's essentially how you'll be able to find suppliers. Now, the metrics though we talked about: minimum advertised brand, minimum advertised price, branded demand, the competition. In the beginning, you do not want to overanalyze brands before contacting them. Get as many as you can on board as possible before choosing which one you want to devote most of your budget to. If a brand has MAP, it usually is a good indication that they care about their brand, because if a supplier does not have MAP, then people can sell a fireplace at $1,000, or they can sell it at $500. It really ruins the brand's reputation, because think of it as if you were the brand. Do you want other people selling your products at $500 versus $1,000? Like, the customer is going to buy the cheaper one, obviously, and it's just going to make people think that your brand is lower quality. If you have every single retailer selling at $1,000, it makes your brand look more luxury, because they're not going to find it cheaper anywhere else. It makes your brand, in the eyes of the customer, more valuable, or more luxury in that instance. So how to outreach to suppliers? Calling suppliers is your biggest edge that you have over other retailers that are just bulk emailing to suppliers. Do not just bulk upload the suppliers' emails and pitch them on becoming a retailer. You will not get in with many at all. The reason behind this is because a lot of other people are doing the same thing. So the only way that you can stand out, especially in a competitive space like fireplaces, is by calling the suppliers. So here are some general tips in order to secure suppliers over the phone. You want to be professional. Do not be rude, and present the value that you provide to them. So a general opener that I like to use when I am talking to suppliers is, hey, this is Trevor from your brand, your store name. So in this instance, My Medical Direct, for example, and we're interested in becoming a dealer for Real Flame fireplaces. Would you know who would be the best person to speak with regarding this? And this is the exact script that I use to contact suppliers. It works every single time, because you're asking the gatekeeper, you're interested in becoming a dealer, but who should I speak with? They might give you a person, they might redirect you. That doesn't really matter too much, because you just essentially repeat the same thing once you're redirected to the decision maker. You'll just ask them, hey, my name's Trevor, I'm from My Medical Direct. We're interested in becoming a dealer for Real Flame fireplaces. Can you let me know how we can become a dealer for your company? So something like that. You just want to be professional, don't be rude. And another thing that I want to put on here real quick is you do not want to mention dropshipping. Dropshipping to them seems unprofessional. This is the ultimate business model that we're doing anyways. They know it's dropshipping, and you know it's dropshipping, but don't say the word dropshipping at all. The reason behind this is very simple. Dropshipping is a word that a lot of gurus will say, and to them, it seems unprofessional. So don't mention dropshipping at all unless they already mention it to you. They say, oh, are you interested in dropshipping? Then it's completely fine to say, oh, yes, we are, but we're also looking to eventually take in some inventory of our own. Something like that. But dropshipping, don't ever mention it first. It's fine if you say it after they say it. So if they ask you, what are you trying, how do you want us to work together? Oh, we want to sell our products, or sorry, we want to sell your products on our website. And they might ask you, how should the fulfillment do? Do you want to buy inventory up front, or how do you want to do that? So you would just tell them, we're interested in selling your products on our website, but when we get an order, we want to send it to you and have you guys ship it from your warehouse directly to the customer. They might say, oh, like dropshipping. So, and then you can reply yes, because that's essentially what it is. But you don't want to say the word dropshipping at all, because I also just spelled dropshipping wrong, which is hilarious. But just so you know, don't ever say dropshipping first unless the supplier already asks you specifically and mentions the word dropshipping. So once you're redirected to the person, just speak with them and kick up a nice conversation. It's really not something you should be afraid of. It's actually a lot easier than if you were to sell a service to someone, because this is a mutual beneficial relationship. You sell their products, they earn money, you earn money, boom. It's you both earn money, and ultimately the suppliers are going to be your business partners in this business model. They are your backbone of your business. You do all the marketing up front, and they are your back end. They ship, pack, deliver all your orders, all for you. So it's a mutual beneficial relationship. So don't be afraid that what you're doing is like trying to sell them a service. You're really not. This is much easier than if you were to like cold call someone and sell them on agency services or create a website or something like that. So it's definitely a lot easier. So if it's your first time speaking on the phone, don't be afraid. After a few reps, you'll just be very easy. So continue to follow up until you reach this decision. So after you talk with a decision maker, they'll probably ask you to email over some information. Go ahead and do that along with your pitch deck. So let's just talk about the pitch deck right now. So the pitch deck is essentially a presentation to your supplier, letting them know about your business model. So for example, this is one for My Medical Direct, which is a store around medical equipment. So something like this, you will be able to view this inside the Google Docs, inside the video description. But something like this, very simple. You can even use the same content even, but as more people copy it, then you're not really standing out in the market. So I would highly recommend you don't copy it, and just use the general idea behind this pitch deck and make your own. I recommend using Canva. It's free. This template was also free, I believe, and you can make one very quickly. So once you create a pitch deck, we want to email them with the pitch deck your pitch. So inside the email, when you're emailing them, you just want to say, hey, this is Trevor from My Medical Direct. We're interested in becoming a dealer. We found that your brand could be a potential good fit for our website. We would like to work with you in order to distribute your products. Could you let me know how we can proceed to become a dealer for Real Flame, in this instance the supplier's name? So something very simple like that. And when you're creating a pitch deck, we want to contact them initially with the first pitch deck, and then we want to follow up in 3-day increments. 3 days later, 3 days later, 3 days later, until you are either you reach a decision or they didn't reply. Then you want to call them again, let them know that you contacted them over the phone and you followed up a few times already over email. If they could just look at the email and just give you a reply, or essentially a decision. And then you want to follow up 3 more times in 3-day increments. Do not feel like you are annoying them, because you're not. 3 days is plenty of time between each email follow-up. So uploading suppliers after you secure them is very straightforward. There's 2 ways to upload suppliers. or upload products from a supplier. One is going to be manually, which is going to be one by one. Best when it's not a ton of products. Depending on the supplier, there might be hundreds of products or just 10 to 20 products. You can also use bulk upload. I recommend and use StockSync. It's an excellent tool. There probably is a learning curve that you may need to learn in order to use StockSync, but once you figure it out, it's very simple and you can bulk upload hundreds of products at once. Remember, with product uploads, it's not about speed, but it's about speed, but not sacrificing product listing quality. And lastly, or second to lastly, we have supplier CRM. So we want to use Trello for this. Trello is a tool to keep track of leads. Just sign up with Trello, and essentially, we just want to make a simple column called such as called, email, follow-up 1, follow-up 2, follow-up 3. And essentially, we just want to track the suppliers inside Trello, so we know when we contacted them, what they replied with, any comments, put that inside Trello, so we can keep track of each lead and eventually follow up and close each and every single one of them. Now, this is the last one. What should you do if you're rejected? So do not be discouraged. This is very normal. Follow up in 3 to 6 month increments until you close them. Do not feel like you're too pushy, because this is plenty of time to show them that you have sales with other vendors. An example, I just want to share this tweet with you over on my Twitter. So I closed one of the biggest suppliers in the furniture niche. So this is the initial contact over 2 years ago, back in 2021. And then September 29th, finally closed them after 2 years. So do not hesitate to follow up in 3 to 6 month increments until you close them. Every single supplier can be closed, but each one can just take different time frames to close them. Usually the ones that are hard to close are better, and the ones that just let everyone in aren't going to be your best selling brands. So eventually want to secure them as a vendor for a business. You just want to be persistent and constantly follow up, showing them that you're interested still in becoming a authorized retailer for them. And you may need to work your way up depending on how many dealers are already selling them. What I mean by this is that if a brand has hundreds of dealers, or if a brand has hundreds of dealers selling their products, it may be pretty easy to just get approved for them. But if they only have like 5 dealers and they're a very, very well-established brand, they might not even let you in until you can show that you can actually bring in sales for them. They want to work with serious businesses at the end of the day. So that is it pretty much for supplier acquisition, part of module 2 inside the free high-ticket dropshipping course. If you took away any value, make sure to drop a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in module 5. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about how to find suppliers. So there's going to be 3 ways. One is going to be Google Shopping. The second one is going to be competitors' websites. And lastly, it's going to be big box retailers such as Wayfair, Home Depot, House. So what we need to do is source about 10 to 50 suppliers and add it to our sheet. Now, the range is there because some niches are going to have more suppliers for that product type than others. But try and add as many, but don't go overboard, because we only want to get about 5 before we hit go on the ads. But over time and every single month, we want to be consistently adding more and more brands to the website that fit our niche and our product types that we picked out for the store. So first of all, let's take a look at these ultrasound tables. So let's go ahead and open up a website. So we are on Universal Medical. So to see the brand, there's a lot of ways. So looks like the manufacturer shows right here, which is Clinton Industries. But most of the time it's always in the title as well, so it only says part of the brand name, because industries can be anything. So I guess they just decided just to add the first part of the brand name. So this is an easy way to find competitors and then look for their brands. You can also go to their you can even search ultrasound table, and then most of the times there's a brand section inside the filters, or you can just look at the titles. So Biodex is another brand that we can add to the list. Another way is we go to shopping, and then we look under, let's see, brand. These are also brands that you can also add to the list. So what we want to do is we just want to, first of all, put in all the brand names inside the supplier section. So we have, let's see, we have Clinton Industries, Biodex, and then I'm looking right here, we have all these. So let's see if we can copy this, and then when you copy this, what you want to do is just do pay special, values only, and then we can just get rid of this, delete this row. So there we go. Here are 9 suppliers ready to go already, but you want to add in as many suppliers, 10 to 50 ideally, before you start your outreach. So let's go ahead and look for a little bit more suppliers. Close out this website. Let's click on this. Imaging tables and chairs. So we have this one right here. This is made by, let's see, this is also Biodex, I think. So sometimes you won't find a ton of suppliers for like each individual product type, like this ultrasound tables. You just want to look for as many as possible, because usually the ones that are not in the #1 results and everyone has them, those are if they have good brand demand, those can be really hot sellers for your store. So we keep looking. This one right here looks like there's no brand name on this. It could be their own brand. Yeah, let's go ahead and click on another one that's not Universal Medical. You can see that they're taking up most of the Google shopping results. Just type in ultrasound table. This one, this is not an ultrasound table, so looks like for now we found most of the ultrasound table suppliers. Well, here's another one, Oatworks. This could be one. Specifications. So I think Oatworks would be the brand. We can also add to this. So there we go. We have 10 suppliers for this product type, which is ultrasound table. And what we want to do next is for each of these brands, we want to look for the website. So here's a brand website. Just searching the brand name, Clinton Industrials. Just pasting the URL. So we also want to look for their phone number and email. So this is the toll-free number and the local number. So we can put both. This looks like it's probably fax. So let's go and paste that in there. Email. These two are emails. So sending it to the general customer service email oftentimes are going to get ignored, so you want to usually direct it to someone. So these are the 2 emails that we could probably email. Now inside the Notion document, there's also in the next module ways to source the supplier contact information via Apollo and other tools. I mainly use Apollo, but if you can't find more resources after calling them, or like more emails or who to actually contact, we can use Apollo to essentially find decision makers and email them directly. So we filled out the email and phone number. Let's look at the average number of sellers. So to do this, we just need to search Clinton Industries. And then let's just go ahead and let's put exam table. And then you just want to look at compare prices from X store. So most of these say 4 or 5. A lot of these don't have a ton of sellers. 10 on this one. So anywhere from 5 to 10. 10 on the higher side, 5 normally. Some are even 1. So I'll probably put like 5 to 10 sellers. And then to check map, we just want to click compare prices and then sort the prices, and then you just want to look at these prices. Are they congruent to each other, meaning they're all around the same price, or are they all over the place? So in this instance, they look like they're all over the place, so I would assume this one does not have map. We'll just take a look at another one. Yeah, you can see prices are from 1800 to 1200. So likely this brand does not have map, so I'm just going to put no. And then lastly, for branded demand, we need the tool like Ahrefs, or you can use something like SEMrush, which is there's a free trial, but I'm going to use Ahrefs for this to find the branded demand. So inside Ahrefs, you want to go to keyword explorers, and then you want to look for or type in the brand name, so which is Clinton Industries. Then you can see the volume is going to be 600. So that's going to be the branded demand right here. Now, one thing that I want to note when you're using Ahrefs for this is if the brand name is something that is has generic words. Example for this is going to be, for example, if the brand is Domino, it could mean like the domino, like the thing that you play with, versus domino like the pizza. So in instances like this where the brand name can mean two different things, you want to just put in the brand plus the product type. So in this instance, Domino Pizza actually has 176,000 volume, but if we just type in Domino, we could have been wrong at only 72,000. So in instances where the brand name can mean two different things, you just want to put in the brand name plus the product type and then use that volume inside the branded demand section. Alright, so for notes, you can put anything here. There's no limits to this, but anything that sticks out to you about the brand, or something that just want to note down, just put that in the notes. But go ahead and do this for 10 to 50 suppliers, ideally around the 50 range, for each one of your product types. So when you build your store, you picked around 3 to 5 product types that you want to build your store around in the angle. Go ahead and find all the suppliers for those products, and add it to the supplier research sheet. Hey guys, Trevor here. Welcome to this video, and we're going to be talking about the outreach script that we personally use ourselves. This is the exact scripts that I use for my store to close over 100 plus suppliers. At this point, probably close to 150 to 200, and just uploading them. However, with this call script, it's really not important about what you say. It's more about how you relay it to the supplier. So I would go through this script and just understand what you are saying, what your objective is, and kind of do some role plays if you can with people in our community. That will definitely help. However, if you even wanted to, you could call some suppliers that are what we call lower tier suppliers, that are suppliers that have no map. You could practice on them. That's probably going to be the best way you can put in reps. And I would say after you get about 5, 6, 7 done, this will be super easy. Honestly, this is nothing like cold calling people. This is a lot easier because you're actually bringing them value, and they're actually looking for dealers that can actually provide value to their brand. So in terms of the call or the outreach script, you want to call all the people on your list, and you want to call every 1-2 days. Do this until you get an answer from each of them, and make sure you make a reminder to follow up. And if you're using a CRM software to track which ones you called, which ones you didn't, this is highly recommended. So the goals with calling suppliers through their main number is to speak to a decision maker. See if they're opening to supplying/dropshipping. Now, make sure you do not say the word dropshipping until they say the word dropshipping. If they ask, are you looking for dropshipping? Then it's completely fine to say the word dropshipping because they already told you that that's basically what you're looking for. But never say dropshipping up front because that just just makes it seem unprofessional. So you want to get details of their supply/dropshipping program, which is explored in this next section, this is my script and exactly what I say. So whenever I'm calling a supplier, I say, hello, good morning, my name is Trevor. I'm calling from My Medical Direct. We're interested in becoming a dealer for brand. Would you know who's the best person to speak with regarding this? So you essentially want to find the best person to speak with supplying or open up a dealer account. So you want to speak to a decision maker if possible, and often they will redirect you. And you want to take down their names. So the gatekeeper is the very first person that you speak with. And with the gatekeeper, always take down their name because you want to use this as ammo. What do I mean by this? So whenever you are talking to the gatekeeper and you get their name, you can reuse their name inside of an email follow-up or on a phone call as leverage, meaning that it shows the decision maker that you actually talked to someone before speaking to them directly. And it kind of relaxes them a little bit. And it's more of psychological, but I would just recommend doing this. Just take down their names. And it also shows that you care about them, because if you just say, hey, I want to start a dealer, or we want to become a dealer for you, okay, blah, blah, blah. You don't even ask for their name. It seems very unprofessional. You want to make it personalized. And that's how you're going to be able to close the top suppliers in your industry. So after you are redirected, I usually say, can you tell me about how we can go about applying to become a dealer for supplier name? And then you go back and forth. They'll tell you, okay, you just need to fill out this application. What email do we send it to? You give them their email. They send the form to you. So you want to, in this stage of the conversation, you want to get some details from them and take notes, preferably in Trello, so you can keep track of the supplier as a lead. So start building a relationship. Always be kind, be professional. This is common sense, but just wanted to state it anyways. And at the end of the call, confirm their email and then send them up a follow-up email right away. List out the points of the call and what you discussed, so it's in writing. So if you wanted to become a dealer for them, blah, blah, blah. And we actually have an email script that you can use directly down below that you can take a look at. So confirm supplier details and agreements. So this is not always necessary to call. Sometimes I don't really even ask what the cost of products are, the shipping costs, how they do that. Usually we will talk or discuss that in a follow-up email. But if you wanted to, and if it makes sense to ask for some of these questions to know more about the brand, it shows that you care, then it's completely fine to ask, what is the cost of the products, shipping costs, handling shipping times, returns and damage policies, payment terms, and can you get an inventory fee? And some other tips that we found over time that can sweeten the deal is you want to give them an idea of potential. You don't want to over exaggerate it, because if you can't deliver on your promises, then it's going to look bad on you. So I usually say we can send 10 to 15 orders your way per month. If you're brand new, maybe just say we can send 5 orders your way per month in the beginning, and then trial out the relationship for 3 months with them. If a supplier is denying you, just say, hey, would you be willing to trial out our relationship for 3 months and see how it works out? So these are some tips that you can use to sweeten the deal. So give them the idea of potential, trial out the relationships, and just tell them you're open to prepaying for stock. The reason behind this tip is because a lot of suppliers think that you need credit, meaning you might not be able to pay the cost of the product up front. And whenever you're saying you can prepay for inventory up front or orders up front, it just shows them, hey, you basically are no risk to them. They can just take you on. There's really no risk for you to become a dealer for them, except not taking care of customers and whatnot. So just some tips that you can use to sweeten the deal. And here's what the campaigns will look like. You can go through this and adjust it for your likings. As always, as more people have access to this, I recommend, giving it your own twist. This is a template that I use, but I will probably have my own version that I improve and act upon over time. But with this email, I closed over 150 to close to 200 suppliers with it. So there's no reason why you can't use the same exact template. But if you're in a niche that's more competitive, and if everyone else is using this, you have to be different. So that is where, you can take this, give it your own spin, twist, reward it, and make it a little bit more personalized to you and your avatar. So with that being said, hope you guys took away value from the outreach script module. I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating a price variable via Simproysis. So by now, when you are on this module, you should have been approved by Google Merchant Center and ready to launch ads. So after we are approved by Google Merchant Center, what we need to do is click on ads or apps right here, and then go ahead and click apps in sales channel settings. We want to open up the Shopify App Store. Should take you to another link. And then this is what we want to download. We want to download Simproysis Google Shopping Feed. So it should be this one right here. There's a 21-day free trial, and it's relatively cheap for 500 products. You're probably only going to spend maximum $10 per month on this. So it's an excellent app to do a lot of things, like even conversion tracking. It does it all inside of this. And then it just connects your product feed from your store to Google's properties like Google Ads, Google Shopping, Google Merchant Center, etc. So you want to click install once you are on this page, and it's just going to take a little bit, and it should bring you to this page, which just confirms that you want to install this app. Click on install app, and then just wait for it to load. And then it says get started with Google Shopping. So right here, you want to click sign in, and then select your email account that you used to set up Google Merchant Center. So go ahead and click allow. And then you might as well just pin this app because we might use this frequently. So choose your merchant ID. This should be your merchant ID. It should be the one that you signed in with. And then you want to do yes, I've enabled programs. And then you should have verified your domain. I have not, so I don't have that step. But just go ahead and click continue. And then once you're on this page, quick sync settings from Shopify, you want to click all products, default product title, default product description, all variants, notification email. This can be your Gmail account that you set up for your store, or it can be your support email. Now for product ID format, we want to use global format. And then primary target country, United States, content language, English. Click sync. And then it should start syncing. But then we want to set up our price variable. So what we need to do is we want to click settings over on the left, and then here look for automated feed or automated rules for feed. We want to click plus and then custom label 0, and then inside this add rule, what we want to do is we want to do price. So I took a screenshot inside the Notion document, but you just need to copy exactly what the screenshot shows. So price is, let's see, it's greater than 0, is less than or equal to 500, and price is less than or equal to 500. And then we want to name this 0 to 500. So essentially what this means is any products that fall in between this price range will be labeled this 0 to 500, and then we can essentially use this to determine what kind of bids we want to put. Go ahead and click OK, and then we have the first one. Now we want to keep repeating this until we have 0 to 8,000 because anything past 8,000 is just going to be, 8,000 compared to 15,000. The cost per conversion in the bids that you set is going to be relatively the same. So there's no point of doing 8,000 to 9,000, 9,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 11,000. It makes very, very little difference. And then what we want to do, let's just see the next one. Price is greater than 500, and price is less than or equal to 1,000. And then just do 500 to 1,000 and click OK. So you just want to essentially just rinse and repeat this, and then once we are on the last step, I'll just go ahead and pause and come back once I've done that. All right, so we are at 6,000, 7,000. Let's do 7,000 to 8,000 and name this 7,000 to 8,000. Click OK. Now lastly, once we're on 8,000 plus, we want to do price is greater than 8,000, and then you want to name this 8,000 plus. So any prices that are above $8,000 will be labeled this. Once you are done with this, you want to just click Save as Draft, and then just click Apply Rules. Yes, apply, success, click OK. Now this will take a little bit. Sometimes it takes anywhere from an hour to a couple hours to essentially apply these labels inside of Google Ads. But for now, let's move on to creating your Google Ads account and getting you set up and launching your ads. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating your Google Ads account. So the very first step in getting set up with Google Ads and launching your ads is obviously to create a Google Ads account. So what you need to do is just go to ads.google.com, or you can just Google Ads and then find the first link. So we'll just go Google Ads and then click on this first link. It should be ads.google.com. Once you're here, just click Start Now, and then I'll wait for this to load. It says create your first campaign in a few settings. Now we want to click skip campaign creation because we just want to get set up, create a few audiences, and just set up the account before we launch campaigns. So we want to click skip campaign creation, and then here confirm your business information. So billing country, your country, time zone, you want to select your time zone. So Chicago time is my time zone. Currency, want personalized campaign guidance from a Google Ads expert by phone, you want to select no, otherwise they will start calling you non-stop. We want to click submit and you're all set. So we want to click continue to your account, and this is what the account looks like. Now there's different views. I'm pretty sure there's like a brand new view that is rolling out, but so if in the future it looks a little bit different, the general way in how we navigate Google Ads is going to be exactly the same. So we set up our entire account. Let's do some settings. So we want to click tools and settings up on the header, and then you want to click let's open up business data, preferences, and billing setup. So business data, actually there's nothing to do here. Preferences. So we want to name this account name. So give it your store name. So in this case, it would be My Medical Direct. Save. Contact information. So put your name, email of your business. EU representative, if you're in the EU, you can put this in there. Data protection officer, if you're in the US, I would just use same as primary contact, and then just click save. Okay, notifications. So I would turn all of this off. Testing feedback opportunities, bulk action, performance reporting, you can leave these on. And then lastly, inside billing setup, we want to add our payment method. So United States or your country, payments profile, click create a new payment profile. We want to do organization, so you're paying with your business. Enter your business name here, and then put in your zip code. Click create, and then add your payment method. Now, credit card, PayPal, or bank account. I highly recommend using using credit card. And then if you have a business credit card that you got earlier on, you want to attach it here. The recommended cards that I use is going to be the American Express Business Gold. That gives you 4x points on advertising spend. So any Google ad spend and Bing and Facebook ad spend will all count towards points towards your Amex. Other cards like the Capital One Business Spark, that one gives you 2% unlimited and everything. That's a good alternative if you just want cash back. Just want to click that and add your card there. Once you've done that, it should be here where you just click submit. Obviously, I'm not going to submit this. This is false information. Okay, next up, we are going to link our merchant center. So go to tools and settings. Most of the time, your merchant center will be probably automatically linked if you use the same email, but you just want to check by clicking tools and settings and then linked accounts. So the accounts that you want to link is going to be Google Analytics GA4 in your Google Merchant Center. You can link others like YouTube later on, but it's not necessary right now. So you just want to click details and then link Google Merchant Center. It should automatically pull up your account, click next, and then submit. I'm not going to connect it for this instance, but just know that's exactly how we would actually just click submit and see. It should have been linked, and then we go to linked accounts. Merchant Center should be linked. So very, very easy. Now for Google Analytics, we will talk about setting that up shortly. All right, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating a Google Analytics account. So Google Analytics is essentially a software in order to monitor and track our visitors and our revenue on our business. It's important to get set up as it will essentially be the foundation of your business. It tracks where your visitors are coming from, ads, organic, social media, email marketing. It's important also to set this up when eventually when you're about to sell this business, as buyers are essentially going to be looking at your Google Analytics account to see the growth of the business in different areas where they can bring value to the business. So essentially what you need to do is go to Google and search up Google Analytics. And then you want to click on the very first one, Analytics, Tools and Solutions for Your Business, and then click on Get Started Today. So welcome to Google Analytics. Click on Start Measuring, and then inside account name, this is what you want to put your store name. So in my instance, it would be My Medical Direct. And account data sharing settings, we want to turn this all off. All it essentially is, it just gives Google your data, which they will essentially already have if you're using this and connecting it to your website. So go ahead and click next. Property details. So this is also going to be your store name. Reporting time zone. So select your time zone. I'm in EST, so let me select Chicago or Detroit time. All right. So currency. Select your currency. Show advanced options. We do not want to create a universal analytics property because starting July 1st, 2021, which is in the past, it's not going to collect data. So there's no point of creating one. So do not create a universal analytics property. Go ahead and click next. And then business details. So industry, you want to select your industry. So I'm in the medical industry. So if I can find that, I would probably just put people in society. Business size, this doesn't really matter. I'm just going to put small. Click next. Choose your business objectives. So it really doesn't matter. I guess these questions, when I first set it up, what weren't there. Google just wants to know what you're trying to achieve. So I'll just like drive online sales. It really does not matter. and just click create. So this is going to be the agreement. Obviously, we do not really read this, but we just click little box and click on I accept. So start collecting data. So for now, we want to click on the web and connect this to our website. So you want to put in your website. So in my instance, the website name, stream name. So this is also going to be your website. Enhanced measurement, turn this on. Click on these settings, and then everything here should be turned on. This will give Google the max amount of control and capture as much data as possible. Go ahead and click create stream, and then this is going to give you installation instructions. Now, this Google tag is going to be essentially what you need. Don't copy what I'm doing on my screen. Yours is going to be different. If you do this, it's not going to work on your end. So make sure you copy the code that's on your screen. So go ahead and do that. Copy it to your clipboard, and then we need to go to Shopify, click on online store, themes, and then let's go ahead and select our current active theme. Now, a general good rule of thumb is when you're making edits to your theme, always make a duplicate. This way, if anything messes up on your live theme, you can always have that backup to go back to that did not break your theme. So that is just a good general rule of thumb. Always have backups. Now go here and click on edit code. Alright, once we are inside the theme, we want to look for the theme.liquid file. Now with each theme, it's going to be a little bit different, but ultimately there should be a theme.liquid file that is going to be essentially the folder that controls your entire website. So we want to take this code, copy it, and then we want to place this in the header or the head of the code. So look for head, it's in brackets right here, and then just click space and then paste in this code. Now this should say your Google tag, your tag ID. Once this is done, click on save, and then this should be implemented on your website. Once this is done, go ahead and click X, and then give it upwards of 48 hours, and then it should start collecting data automatically. So to check if this is working or not, go out of this, click next. Data collection is pending. Click on continue to home. Email communications, I would just turn this all off. Maybe I would just feature announcements. It's good to have. If anything changes, click save. To know that this is working correctly, you want to essentially go to your website, turn off any passwords that you have, and just go on it on multiple devices. So on your phone, another computer, or another person's computer or phone, and just browse around. In 48 hours, or essentially 2 days, you should see this number not be zero. Essentially, it means that people have been on your website. This confirms that Google Analytics 4 is set up correctly and you're good to go. Now, this will only track visitors and where they are coming from. We will essentially set up Google Analytics 4 to track revenue. That is not really important right now, as we are just essentially launching ads. It's not too important, but there will be a module on that. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating website visitors as audiences. So inside Google Ads, we want to click Tools and Settings and click on Audience Manager. What this is essentially you're making a custom audience, and our objective with this is to remarket to people that have been on our website. So to do this, go to Google Ads, obviously go to Google Audience Manager, and then you want to click on this plus button. Click on Website Visitors. We want to create a website visitor audience with everyone that have been to our website. So there's different website visitors that we want to have. So we want to have a 7, 14, 30, 60, 90, and 180 day audience. And the reason why we create so many is because we want to essentially bid higher on audiences that have been closer since the last time they visit. So if they've been, the last time they visit was over 180 days ago, we don't want to bid as aggressive because, you know, they probably might have already bought already. So we don't want to be as aggressive. My best performing audiences are the ones that are 7 and 14 days. Those often always get over 100x return on ad spend, meaning every $100 I put in, or I would probably just say every $1 put in, $100 comes back out. So these audiences are very important. They drive a ton of revenue, very, very profitable. So let's talk about how to get this set up. So essentially what we want to do is we want to create a segment. So we want to do website visitors, if I can type, and then 7 days. Now segment members do visitors of a web page or visitors of web pages, and then action web page visits in the last. So this is going to be 7 since we are doing 7 days. We want to do refine action, and then page URL contains, and then you want to type in your website without the HTTP. So don't put HTTP, just put your blank website.com. So anyone that lands on your website, it could be, product page, collection page, will fit under this audience. Now, what we want to do is pre-fill options. You can leave it as is. It doesn't really matter. You can start with an empty segment. The difference is that if you pre-fill, people that have been on your website or anything that matches this in the last 30 days will automatically populate inside this audience. If you start with an empty segment, it means it will start fresh and it will start collecting all visitors that are after you created this audience. So I would just leave it as pre-fill segment, add a segment description. Really no need for this because the segment name is very self-intuitive. It's just website visitors 7 days. Go ahead and click create segment, and this is done. Now populating audiences take upwards of 2 days, I would say, to actually populate, but this website is very brand new, so we're not going to have any visitors really until we actually start launching ads. Now I want you to essentially repeat this process and make audiences for the 14, 30, 60, 90, and 180 day audience. So I'll show you one more example. For the 14 day, it's the exact same process. So website visitors 14 days, and then put web page visit, put the number of days, refine action, and then type in your store website. And then same thing, there's nothing else to do. This is all correct. Let's create segment. There we go. We'll just do one more. So website visitors 30 days, and then 30, refine, put your website name, and then create segment. So just keep doing this until you have 6 different audiences as highlighted inside the Notion document. Alright, so once this is done, it should look like this. So make sure you get 6 different audiences, 7, 14, 30, 60, 90, and 180. If you need to check over the settings, just rewind the video. But that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating and setting up Google Search Console. So a lot of setup required, but Google Search Console is also a very, very important tool to identify different pages that are ranking inside of Google search organically, because organic traffic is going to be the most profitable traffic that you have on your website. Making a sale organically means you keep all of the profit between that product. When you have to pay for ads, that cuts into the margins. So spending on ads is important to get started, but the end goal should be relying more and more on SEO traffic. So go ahead and search up Google Search Console and click on Google Search Console Tools. Improve your performance on Google Search. Click on Start Now. Now, welcome to Google Search Console. We want to essentially put in our domain name. So in this case, it would be My Medical Direct. Click Continue. Checking verification. So there's different ways you can essentially verify this. We will be talking about the recommended way, which is TXT. So what you need to do is open up your domain name provider. So we recommended you purchase your domain through Namecheap. So this tutorial is going to be through Namecheap. All right, so pull up Namecheap and go to your domain. You want to click Advanced DNS, and then you want to click add new record. Now we want to look at this in what it says. Sign into your, copy the TXT record below into the DNS configurator. So we want to click create a new record, and then we want to look for TXT record. The host should be at, and then the value is going to be this right here. So go ahead and copy this, go back and paste. Now we're going to click save changes. And after we've done that, this can take anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes typically is what it usually takes for this to update inside of the domain. Once you've waited 10 to 20 minutes, you just want to click on verify. Now obviously this will say ownership verification failed, as this did not, I did not wait enough time for this to actually update. It says sometimes DNS can take a while to appear. Please wait a few hours. Typically it's 10 to 20 minutes. So go ahead and click OK, and feel free to click verify later if you're impatient like me. But yeah, there we go. Ownership auto verified. There we go. To stay verified, don't remove the DNS. So that took about 2-3 minutes. So after this is done, you want to go over here, click on select property, and then select your domain property. So now we can go ahead and close out this since we're done with that. Welcome to Search Console. Click Start, and then that's it. We have set up Google Search Console, and essentially this is going to be everything that you are ranking for on the organic side of Google. So organic search, pretty sure it even does discovery and shopping, but you can look at that inside Google Analytics and or Merchant Center. So Google Search Console is going to be important once we get to the SEO stage of your website, but for now feel free to just close out of that, because now we are done with setting up Google Search Console. Welcome to this video. Let's talk about setting up GA4 Google Analytics for tracking within Simproysis. So what this will do is it will report revenue to your Google Analytics account, and then it will tell you which source of traffic generated that revenue. It's very, very important. The more you track in terms of revenue and where your traffic is coming from, the more you can optimize and scale your business. So go to Google Simproysis, Google Shopping Feed, go to Settings, or actually it should be under Tracking Tags, and it should be Google Analytics for Event Tracking Setup. You want to sign in with your Google account that you set up the analytics with, and then click Allow. Okay, once this is signed in, just wait for it. You should select your Google Analytics account that we created. Choose your Google Analytics 4 property. You should also have created that. Google Measurement ID. We've also created that in the previous video. Go ahead and click Confirm your account. And then you should have already linked your Google Ads account. Go ahead and select that. And then click Confirm Account Linking. And then what we need to do is go to Google Ads, click on Tools and Settings, click under Linked Accounts. We want to go to Google Analytics GA4 and Firebase, click Manage and Link. That should have been already linked, but what we need to do is inside of here, inside the property, we want to click Activate Apps and Web Metrics and click Activate. Next, go back, click Yes, you've already activated, and click Yes and continue. Next, we need to go to Merchant Center, and then go to this setting, and then it's not actually appearing on this account, maybe because it's probably not set up yet, but we want to follow what this is. So go to the little settings, and there should be an option called conversion settings. It's not on this Merchant Center because it's actually not approved, but then you want to just turn on auto tagging, and then select your Google Analytics for account by clicking add conversion source and then clicking the very first option, which is select connect with Google Analytics, and then connect your GA4 account. Click confirm account linking. And then Google Analytics event tracking, we want to enable this and then start event tracking. Okay, so this is successfully implemented and ready to go. Leads me to essentially show you how to set up conversion tracking. So we need to go to Simproysis, and then we want to go to integrations, or actually it doesn't matter what because we're using this part. And then we want to go to tracking tags and then go to Google Dynamic Remarketing Conversion Tracking. Now we want to sign in with our Google Ads account and just log in and allow. Alright, now select your Google Ads account. This should be the only option since we already connected our Simproysis with Google Ads. I want to select this and then click on link your account. Next, automatically dynamic remarketing tag and conversion tracking tag set up a Google Ads account. We want to include everything. So we want to track checkouts, add to cart tracking, conversion tracking, and dynamic remarketing. So leave this all checked and click on continue. Alright, now is where we actually create the conversion tracking tag. So what we want to do is just click on create new conversions. Alright, that's it. Google Dynamic Remarketing Conversion Tracking setup has been successfully done. And then what I would do alongside with this is to go under Google Enhanced Conversions for Web. What this is just, it's a new feature within Simproysis, and all it does is just increase your accuracy of your conversion. You can read more about it here, but there's definitely no harm in turning this on. It will only help you. So go ahead and click Update App, and then click on Update App once it brings you to this screen. This lets you get more information for your customers and conversion data. So let's wait for this to finish. And then it says Google Enhanced Conversions for Web. We want to click Enable Tracking. This also tracks personal information, which is good. And click on Save. Alright, so once this is done, our Google conversion tracking is successfully set up inside of Simproysis. And within, I would say 15-30 minutes, this conversion action should appear inside of your Google Ads account, if not instantly. So it looks like it actually already finished. So it looks like we have the conversion or purchase tracking, add a cart, and begin checkout tracking. Alright, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating and setting up your shopping campaigns inside of Google Ads. Shopping campaigns are going to be your essential in your first campaign that you set up in order to essentially find what works, and then shopping campaigns are good for finding what products sell and via what keywords. And then we can eventually use search text campaigns and scale and target those exact keywords that have converted for us, which is the general strategy behind this. So to set up shopping campaigns inside Google Ads, just go ahead and click on this Create Campaign button inside Google Ads and click on New Campaign. Inside Choose Your Objective, we want to select Sales, and then you want to select Shopping. Now, inside of creating or selecting a campaign subtype, we want to select Standard Shopping Campaign, and then click on Continue. Now, here under Campaign Name, there's a very specific way we want to set up this campaign name. So we want to name it the brand name and then high, meaning for high funnel, meaning anything that is generic keywords will show up there. So going into Shopify, and I'm gonna just essentially set this up for this brand called Comfy Go. So I'm gonna name it the brand name, which in this instance it's Comfy Go, and then we want to name it high, meaning for high funnel. we want to have 3 campaigns. So high, medium, and low, but we want to set up high first, then medium, and then low. So once this is done, we want to just leave this on manual CPC. This do not change. Budget, we can put this at $5. Campaign priority, very important. We change the high campaign to high priority. And then under targeting and networks, search networks, we want to turn this off. Devices, nothing to change here. Locations, we want to click on location options. And then we want to select presence, people in or regular in your targeted locations. And then we want to click enter another location. Now we want to target United States. And then we want to also deselect 2 states. So Alaska, we don't ship to Alaska. Most suppliers, 99% of suppliers will not ship to Alaska because the shipping rate is really insanely high, probably more than the product cost. So it doesn't make sense to ship to Alaska. And then another one is Hawaii. We want to exclude that as well. So those are the 2 that you want to exclude. There's also others like Puerto Rico that you can exclude as well. But generally, Hawaii, Alaska are the 2 that you want to exclude. Next, under add group name, we want to name this the same thing. So config high. In bid, let's put the bid at 1 cent. This is so we can go in and change the bids later on. Click on create campaign and wait for this to load. So our campaign is fully created now. So here's some things that we need to change before we dive in, update some settings. So under config inside the campaign, we want to click on settings. So what we need to do is inside of goals, we want to click on use campaign specific goal settings, and then we want to select purchases. This will optimize the campaign towards purchases and not add to cart work or or continue to checkout. So next, let's go ahead and go back to view all campaigns, go to the campaign view, and then we have this all set up. So let's go and click inside, and here are some things that we need to change. It's all listed out here. So we're going to need 3 campaigns per brand, but let's go ahead and essentially we're going to duplicate the campaigns and create 3 campaigns per brand, but we want to have all the settings changed correctly first. So what we need to do is we want to click on insights and reports, and then inside of when and where ads showed, click on devices, and then we want to click on the ad group right here, which is this right here. Now under mobile phones and tablets, we want to decrease this by 65%. The reason behind this is with mobile and tablet traffic, usually people are less likely to convert on these, so we don't want to bid as high as these. Generally, when starting out, we want to spend double or triple our budget on computers versus mobiles and tablets. This is because computers have historically performed way better, especially for higher ticket items, compared to mobile and tablets. Now let's go ahead and go back to the campaign by clicking on the campaign and then ad groups. Click on the ad group, and this is where we're going to segment the ad group. So inside all products, we want to click add subdivision and then brand. So I just uploaded these products and the brand has not actually appeared yet inside of Google Ads. Now this can take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. It really depends. But what you can do inside of, if you're trying to force update some products, is you can go inside Simproysis, and then you can go to, let me find it, settings, and then you can do manually sync meta fields, and then just click this, select all, and then sync from Shopify. What this will do is it will automatically pull information from Shopify and push it to the Simproysis app. Once it pushes it to the Simproysis app, the app pushes it to Merchant Center, and once that is in Merchant Center, it connects and will display inside Google Ads. So it goes from Shopify to Simproysis to Merchant Center to Google Ads at least for shopping campaigns. So there's a lot of things we need to get right in order for this to work. All right, so welcome back. So I just waited a few minutes, more like 30 minutes to an hour, and all brands are finally appearing inside of Google Shopping or inside Google Ads. So in order to, so we set this up as Configo. So let's go ahead and select that brand once we filter down by the brand. And then we want to click Save without editing bids. Now, everything else in all products, we want to turn this off because we are only advertising the brand Configo inside of this brand. So what we need to do next is we want to click Add Subdivision, and then we want to select Custom Label 0. So that is the custom label that you should have set up in the previous videos or modules. And then these are all your price points. So go ahead and select them all using this checkbox right here. And then you want to also click Save without editing bids. Okay, so now we can see that this product group, 500 to 1,000, meaning all products within this product group are within these price ranges. So what this means is we want to only set bids based on the price ranges we know here. So if we sell a $500, this is a wheelchair, then we will probably only make, best case, like 25% to 30%. So let's assume we'll make like $200. We don't want to bid as aggressively in this product group compared to if we sell something inside the $1,000, $2,000 price range. So use this price range to determine your bids, but inside the high campaign, usually you don't want to be too aggressive at the beginning. So inside the 500 to 1,000, I would set this at like, let's see, just like 2 cents. This 1,000, 2,000, probably around 5 cents. And this 2,000 to 3,000, 10 cents is fine. We barely want to spend in the high at the start. We want to spend the high as we ramp up and scale the business. But in the beginning, we want to prove concepts and make sure we're getting a good return on ad spend before we are ramping up and scaling the business. So once we've done this, we want to create negative keyword lists. So what we're going to do is click on Tools and Settings and then go to Negative Keyword Lists. So we're going to create 3 negative keyword lists. We're going to have a universal, a medium funnel keyword list, and a low funnel keyword list. So first, let's start with the universal negative keyword list. So let's go ahead and click Add, name this. So we're going to name this Universal Negative Keyword List. And then inside the Universal Negative Keyword List, as discussed inside the Google Ads concept module, this means we want to enter in phrase match keywords, essentially anything that we do not ever want to show up for. So anything like used, junk, cheap, accessories. Obviously accessories, if you want to sell accessories, don't negative keyword this out, but generally accessories are really cheap. We don't really want to, sell them. China, we're not selling anything related to China. AliExpress. And then there's examples of keywords that I included inside the previous module. Warranty, we don't want to show up our ads when someone's searching up warranty. Clearance. Instructions, so they're looking for instructions. We're only selling products. Manual. Repair. Anything that comes up right now, you can add it to this list, but as well as anything that you find inside of your keywords that you show up for, which we'll talk about later on, we also want to add inside of here. So go ahead and click Save. We created our universal negative keyword list. All right, so next we are going to create a medium funnel keyword list. So let's name this medium funnel keyword list. So inside the medium funnel keyword list, we only want to put in the brand name. So in this instance, Configo is the brand name. Now, other examples for this include the vendor, you can see Ecom, that's the brand name. EV Writer, that's also a brand name. So put in all the brand names of your suppliers and click Save. Now lastly, we are going to have the low funnel keyword list. Now the low funnel keyword list is going to be anything that is product specific to the brand. So an easy way to essentially find this is if you go to Tools and Settings and then open up Keyword Planner, and then Discover new keywords. You can essentially type in the brand name, so EV Writer for this example, and then we want to show all the rows. Sort by monthly search, average monthly searches. If you haven't spent a penny or a few dollars on Google Ads, it shows ranges. Once you start spending money on Google Ads, it will show you the exact average monthly searches. But essentially for now, we can type in a brand name, filter by United States, and then just look through anything that we sell that is available on our website that is product specific. So if we sell an EV Writer Transport AF Plus, if I just search this here, AF Plus, if we do sell this, we want to include this inside the low funnel negative keyword list. This means we want to essentially spend on only these keywords inside the low funnel campaign. So go through Google Keyword Planner and then type in a brand name and find anything that is, that we sell on the store. Make sure we sell them. Otherwise, there's no point of actually including that keyword because we don't actually have the product to sell. So look through anything that is very product specific and include it inside the low funnel negative keyword list. Once you have these 3 negative keyword lists set up, let's go ahead and apply them to our campaign. So as discussed in the Notion document, inside of the high funnel campaign, we want to include all 3 negative keyword lists. So go ahead and click on keywords, add negative keywords, use negative keyword list, and select these 3. Click save, and there we go. Now, the last step that we need to do is to also create a audience for our brand. So what do I mean by this? So we are searching up, or we are setting up Configo. So we just view this on our website, or let's just click inside. This is what the URL looks like. So we want to do /Configo because every listing will have this, or every listing's URL will have /Configo, and they will pertain to the brand. So what we need to do is go inside Audience Manager, click Create, click Website Visitors, and then we will name this Configo, or the brand name, and then do 100-day website visitors. Do 100, refine action, and then page URL should contain the parameter that pertains to the brand that you're making the audience for. So in this case, Configo. Click Create Segment. Once this is done, let's just reload this page. And then we want to click on Audiences, Add Audience Segments, click Add Campaign. We want to select Observation, and then we want to click Browse. We click on how they interacted with our business, and then from here we want to select all our website visitor audiences and the brand specific audience. Once this is done, click on Save. All right, now within the audience, we want to set specific bids. So here again is all the bid modifiers that we need to do inside of the audiences. So let's go ahead and just drag this row over here so we can read all of these audiences. And then inside bid adjustment, here's what we want to do. So inside 180 day, we want to increase this by 10%. And then we want to increase this by 10% in 5% increments the closer we get to the 7-day mark. So 90 days, we want to do 20%, 60 days, 30%, 40% for 30 days, 14 days, 45%, and 50%. Now these are just the base that we want to start with. Over time, you can adjust this depending on the performance that you're getting from your remarketing audience. And then the brand's 100-day audience, they're very, very warm since they bend to the page. Go ahead and increase this by 50%. All right, our audiences are all set up. And now we are ready to duplicate these campaigns. So we want to duplicate this after we've implemented all those settings. So we just want to click on this check mark right here, click edit, copy, and we copy the campaign. Essentially, once we copy this campaign, we want to have a config medium and a config low. So we want to have 3 campaigns for each brand. We want to click paste and then paste right here. And what this will paste is the exact copy of this. And there are a few things that we need to change after we copy these, including the campaign priority, negative keywords, and the bids. So let's wait for this to paste inside Google Ads. Can take a little bit, so I'll just pause and be right back. All right, this has finished duplicating. And what we need to do with the duplicated campaign is we want to rename this. So we want to name this config medium, aka your brand. And then inside of the ad group, we also want to name this medium. Next, inside settings, this is what we need to change for the medium campaign. So let's go ahead and click on campaign priority and click on medium. Go ahead and save. Now this, the high campaign will be high priority and the medium one will be medium priority. Inside keywords, there are specific negative keywords we want to include inside the medium campaign. So inside of the medium campaign, we want to take off the medium funnel keyword list. Essentially, our brand config is inside of this list. And if we include it in here, it won't show up in medium. So we want to remove this. And then since we have this medium funnel inside the high campaign, any keywords that have the term config will automatically flow inside of this medium campaign. And then inside the medium campaign, this is where we can bid on the brand terms and essentially bid higher. So go ahead and click inside the ad group and expand this. So inside the medium campaign, there are different bids that you want to set, but generally we want to start relatively conservatively at around 50 cents for the lower price ranges and work up in 25-cent increments based on profit margins. If profit margins are good, usually I increase them by 25-cent increments, but if they're not so great, 15 cents, 20 cents, it's up to you to make those judgments on how high you want to increase based on the price ranges. So I'm going to do it in 25-cent increments since the margins on these are pretty great. So we have 50 cents to 75 cents and $1. So there we go with setting up the medium campaign. And lastly, we need to copy the medium campaign, and this is where we are going to create the low campaign. So we're going to have a config low, and inside the low we're going to have all the keywords that are the highest buying intent that we want to bid the highest on. All right, the medium has been duplicated. Inside of the copied one, we want to just rename this config low. This is going to be our low funnel campaign. So go ahead and click on this, and then we're going to rename this config low. Now we want to click settings, and then we also want to just change this campaign priority to low. Go and click save. Next, inside keywords, we want to remove the low funnel keyword list inside of the low campaign. We only want to have universal negative keywords inside of the low campaign. Lastly, let's adjust the bids. Go and click on ad groups, select the ad group, and inside here, let's increase the bids by 25-cent increments as well. So 75 cents, $1, $1.25. These are good starting points. You can be more aggressive, less conservative, or more conservative depending on the margin. So this is ultimately up to your margins. These margins are relatively good. I'd say like 20 to 30% after shipping once we sell one of these. So these are relatively conservative bids for the products that we're selling here. So once we are done with setting up high, medium, low for each of these campaigns, lastly, we want to create a shared budget with all of these 3 campaigns inside of it. So go ahead and click on Tools and Settings and open up Share Budgets in a new tab. And then this is where we want to click on this arrow and create a shared budget. So Config Shared is usually the name I want to go with, and then include the 3 campaigns that you created related to the brand. So if you have more brands here, make sure you only select the brands that are the brand name high, medium, low. Make sure they correspond, and go ahead and click Save. There we go. Now we can go back and just reload this page, and then it should say budget they are shared. So $15 budgets per brand is relatively good to start out with. You can do more if you want, but $10 to $15 is a good starting point. So there we go. We set up shopping campaigns for the brand Configo. Again, any questions, make sure to message us in the private channel. But that is how you set up shopping campaigns for your first brand. Just go ahead and rinse and repeat this for your other couple brands, and then in a few days we will verify that everything is working fine. Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about setting up your columns for Google Ads. So your columns are essentially these little boxes that you're looking at. This is a column, this is a column, this is a column. So essentially we need to set up our columns in a way that we can read data efficiently, fast, in a way we can make educated decisions on what to do next. So what we want to do is we want to click columns right here, and I'm going to click it on my other screen as well. And essentially, let's go ahead and just delete everything. We'll start fresh. So the very first one that we would like to do is going to be impressions. This is important to see generally for every campaign. Next will be clicks, and then next average CPC. Next we have CTR, which is the click-through rate for your ad. Next is going to be cost, and then after that we're going to have conversions. We're going to click on conversions, cost per conversion, and then conversion rate. So conversion rate, conversion value, and conversion value over cost. And then next we'll scroll all the way down, and then we want to look at competitive metrics. This will give us a good understanding of how much higher we can bid in the auction in terms of Google Ads, and how much or where we are placed inside the auction. So we want to do search impression share, search absolute top impression share, and then we also want to do scroll all the way down. If you can find it, bid strategy type. So this is my columns that I like to use. So what you want to do is just click save your column and just name it KPIs. Click save. And then there are some custom columns that you would want to do. So what we want to do is go and click columns, click KPIs, and what we want to do is click on custom columns, and then click custom column. So essentially, all right, so to set up the add to cart, we want to just click add column and conversions, and we want to look for all conversions, action, and then select purchase tracking for, and then your store essentially. Go ahead and click save, and then we'll want to add another custom column. Name this begin checkout. Add column, conversions, and then look for all conversions, conversion action, and then begin checkout tracking. Click save, and then we have these two columns. And for these, let's add them before conversions. So let's move this before costs and conversions, and then same with this right here. So costs, added cart, begin checkout, and then all these conversion and search impressions. So go and save and apply, and then replace that. That way we have the column set up in a way that's easy to digest and easy to see information in order to make educated decisions. Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 6. I'm your host, Trevor Zheng. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur from the US, and we're here to talk about how to hire for your high-ticket business. So make sure you're following the videos in order. And in the previous module, you should have launched ads and started to optimize the ads for profitability. After you have launched your ads, there are a lot of things that you can do, but one of the most important parts of a business is hiring. So there's not a right time or a wrong time to hire. So I'm going to give you some examples. So below are some examples on when to hire for your business. These are not hard rules, meaning I hired my first sales rep at $50K a month, but I also hired my first product uploader when I uploaded 4 to 5 brands manually myself. You could hire earlier or later depending on how much money you want to invest, because like with hiring, you kind of have to do the work, show someone else how to do the work, and then examine. So it takes some time for a employee to understand the role, and actually at that point you can finally step away from the business and let them actually control the ship essentially. So if you have money to invest, hiring can make your process faster. If you have a lot of time, you can hire the tedious tasks, allowing you to work on high leverage tasks. So the most high leverage task that you can do inside a high ticket e-com business is securing suppliers and learning and running profitable ads. If you do those two correctly, then you are set up for success. You need a good sales team. That is going to be important, but then you also need to be able to delegate tasks to employees. So when you are spending too much time on tedious tasks, that is when you should hire. When you no longer have the mental capacity, that's also when you should hire. And as soon as you have revenue to invest back into your business, this is another great way to invest back into or reinvest back into your business. And lastly, when your time is worth more working on another task, that's also another great opportunity to hire someone to take over your position, and so you can work on more high leverage tasks such as securing suppliers and running and perfecting your ads. So one thing I want to let you guys know before we get started is VA. So VAs mean virtual assistants. They also mean employees. If you never ran a single business in your life in the past, or specifically like an online business, VAs are like a common term that people use for overseas employees. They mean virtual assistants, and essentially they are just employees overseas. It's really nothing else too complicated besides that and what it stands for. So here are the roles that you want to hire for inside of your business, and they're kind of in order depending on based on your revenue mark and in the priority of when to hire. So first of all, it's going to be a sales rep. A sales rep is going to be one of the most important hires. And if you get a good sales rep, it's going to basically make or break your business. If you have a bad sales rep, you're going to not be able to close sales, and you're going to lose potential revenue. And you might run into the issue where your ads look good, but you're not closing enough sales. It means that, I need to dial back my ad spend because my VAs cannot close sales efficiently and as much as I could do. One thing you want to know is that VAs will not be able to close sales as good as you, no matter what, because you are the business owner. You have a special dedication to your business that employees just will not have, and it makes sense. You're gonna be able to close the most amount of sales, but you don't want to be working in your business every single day. And in the beginning, you really want to, so you can understand the customer avatar and how your industry works. But in the meantime, these are the roles that you want to hire for. Sales rep is number 1. We have product uploaders, who's to upload products to the website. Number 3 is going to be an SEO content writer. We haven't got to the SEO module just yet, but this is something to look forward to once you have SEO going. You're creating content. You have a backlink provider, aka agency, or you're doing it in-house. Inventory manager, a catalog manager, and a customer service rep. The difference between a customer service rep and a sales rep is customer service reps take care of after sales support, meaning people that already ordered, maybe they want to exchange a product, return. Even though returns are very rare, there's also, customers wanting manuals. Maybe they want installation, help with after sales support. That is where your customer service rep will come in. Your sales reps, their primary goal is to close as many sales as possible in the day-to-day. So here are the roles and the recommended, like, when to hire. This is a general guide. You can go above it or below it, but this is just based on my experience. So a sales rep, I recommend you hire at $50K a month. You can definitely do it sooner depending on how many orders you're getting in every single month. But a sales rep, finding a really good sales rep is kind of difficult, and we teach you, or we help you one-on-one inside the program on how to find a really good sales rep and making sure they are up to standards for your business. So a sales rep, you want to hire at the $50K a month mark. A product uploader, you want to hire anywhere from the beginning to the $10K a month mark. Obviously, you can hire more as your business scales, but usually if you build a niche down store, there's not quite a bit of suppliers that you need to upload. So the next one is going to be the SEO content writer. So this can widely depend, but $100K a month probably is a good time to double down on SEO once you have your paid ads locked in and your and your sales process. So after that, we have inventory manager. This is not always necessary, but if you have a large store, with a lot of suppliers and catalog in a large catalog, then you might need an inventory manager. A catalog manager is different from an inventory manager. An inventory manager just updates inventory on your website, so this prevents back orders. It's highly recommended. You can also choose not to track inventory. It's totally up to you. It's your business decision, but I personally like to track inventory. I don't really like taking back orders if I can avoid it. And then catalog manager. So this is not always necessary. Catalog manager is just when suppliers announce new products, they discontinued old products, they come out with promotions. That is your catalog manager's role, to update that on the website and make sure that you are up to date with any promotions and sales that your supplier gives you. And a customer service rep, personally, I have my sales rep do customer service, but at some point I will want them to just primarily focus on sales. The only reason why they're doing customer service right now is because there's just not a lot of, it doesn't take all day to do sales. Sales calls come in, live tech or live chat, emails. It doesn't take 8-9 hours to do that. So that's why they do customer service in the meantime. So customer service rep, you want to hire at the 100 to 200K a month mark, but you can definitely hire later or sooner depending on your current situation. So where to hire? So this is my number one recommended site to hire, which is onlinejobs.ph. This is a paid program or a paid software, and I would just go for the pro $69 a month, and after you hire someone, you can just cancel the plan. Basically, with the $69 and $99 plan, you can create 3 job posts per month versus 10 job posts per month. If you're hiring an entire team, you might need to create a lot of job posts, and that's why there's a $99 a month plan. But if you're only hiring for a few positions, the 3 job posts per month should be plenty. You'll get a lot of applicants very, very fast as long as you have a good job post. So other alternatives are Upwork and Manila Craigslist. Manila is the capital of the Philippines. That's where we primarily hire our employees from. You can also hire from other countries as well, but I personally have more experience hiring from the Philippines. They are excellent employees to hire. You just have to sort by the ones that are actually dedicated to your business and ones that are there to just waste your time, because honestly there are people that do that. So this is how to hire. So you want to make a job post on one of these platforms, so onlinejobs.ph, Upwork, or Manila Craigslist. using this hiring template. So I'm just going to open it up right here. So this is the hiring template. So it says, "Hi, Trevor here. We're looking for a new night shift employee in the Philippines to handle inbound and outbound sales. Here's some basic Shopify operations, such as uploading products." So what this means is you want to hire them for sales, but sales is not going to take all day. So in the meantime, like when there's nothing else to do, you might want them to upload products, or do something simple to not distract them from the main role, which is closing sales. We use the following. Obviously, you can tweak this as is: Tidio, live chat and emails, open phone for phone calls, and you must be able to work these hours. So we also want our potential employees to submit the following: internet speed test result. So internet test speeds are very important. I would say above a 30 to 40 is acceptable for good enough speed to work on the computer from the Philippines. Typing speed result. So 30 to 40 is also okay. You don't want them to be extremely low, because it would just take them forever to type something out to you, and it's not great. So ideally 40, but you could probably get away with like 30 to 35. Okay, 1 paragraph of your written English. So especially this hiring template is meant for the sales role, as you can see, sales role example, but you can tweak this for any other role as you see fit. So 1 paragraph of your written English. Your sales rep needs to have really good English, basically perfect English. My 2 sales rep inside one of my businesses have better English than most Americans. So that just says something about what you need to actually, or who you need to actually hire to place excellent talent inside your business. So 1 paragraph of your written English is there so we can read over it, make sure there's not a ton of grammar mistakes. Obviously their native language is not English for most people in the Philippines. So expect some grammar mistakes, but generally you can tell if they are at least understand the English language to communicate it over the phone, versus someone that doesn't even understand English enough. They make so many mistakes that it's basically unreadable. You should be able to tell that pretty easily. And then 45-second audio sample of your spoken English. So that is where we want to essentially listen to the recording and see, how good is their English. If they're good, that is a potential prospect. And I believe out of all the following submissions that an employee should submit, this is something that you should pay attention to the most. Having good English, especially for the sales role, is so important. I made a mistake of hiring a customer service rep as my sales rep earlier in my journey, and I was just losing so much revenue, and I just could not figure it out for a month. So that month did not end up well. Obviously with high ticket, it's still pretty hard to be in the red. So that month I still made profit, but definitely not as much profit that I have wished for if I hired a sales rep, paid them a little bit more than the customer service rep. And in terms of how much to pay, that is ultimately up to you, but I would say anywhere from $750 to $1,000 starting out per month is a good starting point for the 9 to 5 role. If they can close sales well, $750 to $1,000 per month is plenty, because even if they only close like 3 to 4 sales per month, you even break even. So I think that rate is like pretty fair to them, and it's pretty good to you as well. And basically those are the most important parts. And then Skype ID, just to contact them. You can change that to Discord or whatever is that you want to communicate over, but most people in the Philippines have a Skype, so you can change this to Facebook. They probably have Facebook as well. So experience in any sort of sales position and or Shopify is highly recommended. And then I usually like to include something like, say your favorite dessert in the title, so I know you have read the post. So when they are submitting a application to your job posts, such as this, there is a title, at least on onlinejobs.ph, and in the title you want to make sure they are saying a favorite dessert, or you can change it to like favorite candy or anything. So that way you will know that they have read the entire job application, because a lot of people will spam or not necessarily spam, but they will apply for a lot of job posts hoping to get in with one. And you don't want someone that does that. You want someone that is actually interested in the job application and is trying to is interested in the job application and wants to actually serve inside of your business. So we are looking for someone that has excellent English skills. If this is you, we are offering above the salary posted. Make sure your profile contains the IQ score. If it doesn't, you will not be qualified. Looking forward to working with you, Trevor. So this is something that I've been experimenting for quite some time now, and I basically found that on onlinejobs.ph there is an IQ score. That is their actual IQ, and I found that people above 120 are usually people that are better to work with. Yes, they are more expensive because they are, just smarter, and you just have to pay them more. But they are especially for the sales rep role, so much very, very much necessary in order to actually close sales. So above 120 IQ score, obviously we don't want to put that on the hiring job post, but just me and you internally, we know that we want to look for someone above 120. You can go lower, but I basically found 120 from my testing to be the sweet spot. Anything higher is good, obviously, but you probably will cost more. But anything lower usually aren't the best to work with. So when you make that job post on onlinejobs.ph, you want to hop on a call and shift through candidates that fit your criteria. So essentially, after you make your job post, it will only take a little bit, probably less than 15-30 minutes. You'll start getting quite a few applicants coming in, depending on the job role. For the sales rep role, they will come in slower because there's less people that have really, really good English, but some people will still apply anyways. For product uploaders, you probably will get 100 applicants all in 10 minutes. So because the bar is lower for applicants to apply for that role, more people are going to apply. The ones that are you need specific criteria or or experience, then less people will apply there. So you want to speak with your potential VA and ask them some simple questions on the call. So questions like, what experience do you have? What was your last job? And give them a scenario based on the job role and see what they would do. So if you're hiring for a sales rep role, you can think up of a scenario where they would be on the phone and the customer has a question and see what their thought process is. And that's where you essentially want to achieve with the questions. Will they actually be able to figure things out on their own? You won't need to answer every single question, but you kind of have to expect it in the beginning, at least month one, at least for sure. There's going to be a lot of questions if your SOP is not really good yet. So with that being said, here is the general hiring criteria and what I look for. And there we go. I forgot I put this here. My IQ should be above 120, generally easier to teach a VA. Speed test, make sure VAs have fast internet speeds, 50 megs or higher. You can do 40 is also okay as well. Sales experience for the sales role, English fluency for the sales role. In typing speed test, 40 plus is ideal. So those are the general hiring criteria. And make sure with these questions, what experience they have. If they have sales experience, that's really, really good for the or for the role. What was their last job and why they don't have that job anymore? That's also questions I like to ask, because what went wrong with their last job that they are looking now for a job? It doesn't always mean it's a red flag or any way, depending on what they answer, but it's good to just know in the back of your mind what they were going through. So SOPs are standard operating procedures, and SOPs are so important for your business. They are essentially what your VAs will follow. So some softwares you can do in order to create your SOP is to use Notion or Google Docs. Either one works. And this is how you should structure your SOP. So you should have in the beginning of your SOP, for example, the sales role, beginning expectations. What can they expect for the sales role in terms of hours, in terms of the environment that they're working with, and everything else in between. An introduction to the role, give them an introduction to the role. What are they actually doing? What are they trying to accomplish? And then tasks of the role. So this is where you can make a live video of you on the computer doing the actual task. So if it's the sales role, you can record yourself taking a phone call. Do as many examples as you can to give them, lots of examples to, work off with. And then lastly, at the very bottom, I like to do a payment schedule. So I pay mine bi-weekly, like the 15th and 30th of every single month through PayPal. If they don't have PayPal, we only go through PayPal. There's no exceptions. I write that very clearly. I want everyone to use one payment platform. That way we don't have to juggle between like 5-6 payment platforms to pay each and every single employee. So I make sure that's very clear. And then with that being said, make sure in the tasks of the role, you include every single part of the task. And after they watch through all of the SOP, you want to hop on a call and go through any questions that they have and go through some live calls, especially if this is based on a sales rep. So you would pretend like you were a customer, you would call your store's phone number and your VAs will pick up. Do as many as possible and try to do them, a couple times every single day, just so VAs can have practice and can understand like what they are doing, essentially, like what their thought process is. And then inside our SOP, this is based on the sales rep, which is the most important role by far, is to have a Google Docs or a Notion document that highlights frequently asked questions. So like, what is your return policy? How long does shipping take? Is this in stock? Just like an easy way for VAs to reference that document to find answers to commonly asked questions, because commonly asked questions are going to make up like 80% of your customers' questions. And if you can make a document there for them to look at, then a lot of times then they'll be able to handle it on their own. So this is the training process. So training process for your first VA should look like this. You show them how to do it via videos plus text. This is with the SOP. And then so Notion, Google Docs, Google Drive does the job. Pick one, stick with it, and create your SOPs on that. Have them do it, but you watch. So if it's the sales role, you essentially will let customers call your VA and see how they would do. Obviously in the beginning, mistakes are definitely going to happen. So do not get frustrated in the beginning because they are learning. Make sure you don't put so much pressure on them, because it is definitely a hard role if they don't have experience with it. And even if they have sales experience, they don't have probably the same. They probably never worked for like high ticket Ecom store, so they need to understand like how it works. And just give them time. Make sure you don't be too pushy, and as long as they're always progressing and always learning, then you are doing your job. So spend 2 to 3 days live going through the SOPs with them and doing live demonstrations. And that's pretty much it for the first VA in terms of sales. And then your second hire should be when your first hire is well trained, so they can train the second hire. Meaning when you hire a second sales rep, for example, your first sales rep covers 9 to 5, and then your second one covers 5 to 9. Have your first sales rep, once they are very good, just teach the second sales rep. And that will just free up a lot of your time and mental bandwidth. That's very, very important, so you can stay, you can still work on stuff that are going to grow your business. So that's pretty much it for the the hiring for Ecom module number 6 of the free high ticket dropshipping course. If you have any questions, leave them down in the comments below, and I'll see you guys in the next one. If you want to apply for mentorship, make sure you check the link in the description below. And I think that's it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to the completely free high ticket dropshipping course, module number 7, going over conversion rate optimization for high ticket ecom. So inside of this video, we're going to talk about some areas where you can improve your website to optimize for conversions. Doing CRO on your website is going to be very important to maximize your return on ad spend, because the more customers you can convert on your website alone and build trust, the more customers you can close and add revenue to your business. So we're going to go over just a couple major points for CRO for a high ticket store, and I would recommend you go beyond this. This is just the obvious pointers that you can implement inside of your website. Now I'm going to also show you some websites that are doing really well in terms of website design, what they are doing correctly, and implement that into your own website. So with that being said, let's just get started. So the very first part for conversion rate optimization for your high-tech ecom store is having a prominent banner at the top of your page with an offer. So something like this: free shipping, guaranteed lowest prices, exceptional reviews, contact us today. What I mean by this is if you look up stores like Barbecue Guys, wait for this to load, they have something like this: free shipping over $49, and then they have something like this that has links to their services. But this is their actual banner: save before Cyber Week chaos, shop deals. You can either have it here or at the very top of your website. Next is going to be font and size. So depending on your industry, if it serves older demographics, let's say you're selling mobility scooters, you might find that the data says your customers are older, and you might want to increase your text size. So if this store was selling mobility scooters and target demographic is older people, they might want to increase their the text on the website. So this right here, and all this can easily be increased inside of Shopify just by increasing the text size. You might also want to add something like an accessibility option at the very bottom of the website, so people that have disabilities, looking online or just using the website can actually use those accessibility features to assist them in purchasing whatever product that they want. Next is going to be a phone number in as many places as possible. So if we look at Barbecue Guys, they have a phone number right here, and usually people will land on the product page. So let's just take a look at the product page. So obviously the phone number right here, we have phone number, live chat, and email, and then they have a live chat support box right here. If we keep on scrolling, they obviously have the phone number at the very bottom of their website and a way to live chat. So in my opinion, Barbecue Guys does not really have many areas where they're displaying phone numbers, which they can definitely improve on. So stuff like this right here is good, but they could increase the font so more people are likely to call them. So Barbecue Guys is a multi-million-dollar company, hundreds of $1,000,000 of revenue every single year. So their phone support is, probably not as good as someone that has a smaller team and more focused in on their industry. So they probably don't really want everyone to call them, but they can definitely increase more trust by displaying their phone numbers more often on their website. So other areas you can display phone numbers is like above the add to cart or next to the add to cart button. You can also display it somewhere inside a description, or when people are reading reviews, you can add them right here if they want to talk to a customer service rep and answer any questions that they might have. You can also add them inside the FAQ section, so if people are reading FAQs about your store, then if they have any questions, they can also call you. So adding the phone number on the website in just in many places does not hurt your conversion rate. It can only improve, because the phone essentially is a very easy way to build trust. Over live chat, it's a little bit harder. When you're taking calls from customers, it's a lot easier to build trust over the phone, give them deals, and ultimately you're going to convert more people if you can get them on the phone. Next is going to be descriptions. So what description or what type of description Barbecue Guys has is just like, we scroll all the way up to here. Their descriptions is laid out like this. So they have key features, they have the actual description that talks about the grill itself, and then the specifications and dimensions are separated, meaning they're not just jumbled up inside of here, they're separated up inside its own section. So specifications and dimensions. You can use an app called Tabs Studio. It's a Shopify app, and essentially it will do the same thing by separating out the descriptions. So you can have a tab for description features. You can also have one for specifications and dimensions, and also one for manufacturer's downloads. These are very important to have, because if people are looking for more technical questions, you want to provide them it there on the website already, so if they want to look at it, they can. So Barbecue Guys has that ready, like right in the description. So if they want to read it, they can just click a link and then read more information about the manual, or about the, in this case, Napoleon, which is the manufacturer, and what they're doing in terms of helping the community. So those are some areas where the site, or you can apply the same principles from barbecue guys to your own website. So next up is going to be social proof. So reviews are big, especially for high ticket, because reviews are more scarce with high ticket. So this $2,000 grill, there's only 33 reviews. Compared to if you were selling like a $20 fidget spinner, you're going to have more reviews, probably more negative than positive. But generally with high ticket, reviews are very powerful. And reviews with images are even more powerful. So the more you can add to your website, the better, but you do not want to add fake reviews. Very, very important. Do not add fake reviews to your website, because this will devalue your brand. People will view your brand or your website as untrustworthy. If you're faking reviews, it's very easy for people to tell. Do not think you can outsmart customers. Customers are very smart nowadays. And if you're faking reviews, it's just not going to look good for you long term. So how do you actually get real reviews to your website? It's by getting orders to your website. First of all, as long as you can get consistent orders coming in, when the order is delivered to the customer, after 3 to 5 business days, you can call the customer. I have my VAs do this and ask them, how did the experience go? Did everything that they received, was everything that they expected? If yes, you can offer them like a $25 to $50 gift card, either to your store, or it can be to Amazon or any other retail store, and offer that to them in order to exchange for a photo/video review. And those are very, very powerful for high ticket. So you can display them on the product pages, home pages, and even in ads. So the more reviews you can get, the better. So prioritize adding social proof whenever possible and maximize the amount of potential you can use your social proofs in advertising. So you can add it to your home page. You can add it to a review section on your product page. You can add a reviews page specifically for all your customer reviews. There's a lot of ways you can implement reviews inside your store to boost your conversion rate. Next is going to be heat maps and tracking. So heat maps are very important in order to see where people are interacting with your website. So a free tool is going to be called Microsoft Clarity. This is a free tool, and you don't need any other paid tools like some other Shopify apps that are like $60 a month. This tool does the exact same, free, and there's no cost to it. So what I would recommend with Microsoft Clarity is install it on your website. It does actually slow down your website a little bit, so make sure your website is already fast to begin with. So even if it slows it down a little bit, it's still manageable and still fast. So install Microsoft Clarity on your website. It's very easy to use and set up. Just follow the tutorial and you should be able to install it on your Shopify website. And with Microsoft Clarity, you want to see like where people are essentially rage clicking. Rage clicking is like this. See where my mouse is? If I'm rage clicking, I'm like spamming my trackpad on my laptop and just trying to just click on something. If someone is rage clicking, it means that the part of the website is probably either wrong or they expected something else to happen. So you can fix that on your website. So rage clicks are something you can fix. You can also see where people are, they click something, it's going to a dead page. You want to fix that right away. So having Microsoft Clarity and just a heat map in general is very important to improve your conversion rate. You can find problems that you may not be aware of. And the last one is going to be website speed. So using GT metrics and page speed insights, this is a free tool and this is a free tool as well. Page speed insights is actually a tool made by Google itself. So I highly recommend you use both so you can see areas you can improve. So not getting too technical about how you can improve your page speed. Essentially, you can clean up old code. You can lazy load images. You can lazy load videos. You can do a lot of things to clean up your website so it can load faster without affecting its usability. And if you just want a simple, very easy answer without having to worry about how to do the code and everything, because I use this Fiverr gig as well. Every 3 to 6 months or so, if you're making a lot of changes, I would do the 3 to 6 months and optimize your website for speed. If you're not making a lot of changes to your website design, then you can do one maybe once a year, because if you install apps and you delete apps, those add code to your website, and with those codes, it actually slows down your website. So you want to use this service every 6 to 12 months if you are not making a lot of changes, so that way your website can remain very fast. So based on this Fiverr gig, it's very inexpensive. It's only $70. And with $70, you can get your mobile speed to 75 to 85, which is very, very fast, and desktop to 90 plus, which is less than 3 seconds to load. Make sure when you're using PageSpeed Insights and the other tool, which is GT Metrics, to make sure when you plug in your website that the load speed is less than 3 seconds. Any longer than that, people will bounce. So make sure it's no more than 3 seconds in terms of loading. So those are the recommended ways you can improve your conversion rate on your high-ticket ecom store. But this goes beyond it. You want to always be looking at big stores, barbecue guys. Think of big stores, Wayfair.com, HomeDepot.com. Those are all huge stores that you can go ahead and see what they're doing right and implement it to your website. So this is a LG refrigerator, and essentially it looks like Home Depot has a different type of setup compared to barbecue guys. They have like these tabs, very large tabs that goes over dimensions, a lot of labels for things, questions and answers that you can implement that on your website. So this is just a very easy frequently asked question app that you can install on your website. Customer reviews, they have a lot of reviews on this specific product. So just look at the website and look at areas where you can improve your own websites. They have a shop or brands at the very bottom. These are probably their very exclusive brands that they sell. So go through each website and see areas where you can improve your own. So I'm on Wayfair right now, and obviously this is a pillow. It's not too expensive. Let's just click on like lighting. How about ceiling lights, chandeliers? So this $629 chandelier, just see how they're doing the product or their website. They have tabs like this just on the right side of their website. They have a weight and dimensions, like an image right here. You can easily edit this, or you can hire someone to it's just simple. Like you just put a line here and then put the how long the item is, and same with here, the diameter. You can make all this custom. That is a lot. There's a lot of ways you can improve your product pages and your offer so you can stand out from the competition, because there could be 100 sellers selling the same chandelier, but one store is doing majority of the sales, and it's not because of just ads. It's because their offer is the best. Their website also invokes the most trust, and those are a lot of ways you can stand out from the competition. So with that being said, always be improving your conversion rate on your website. But the thing with conversion rates is the higher you go up inside your journey of high-tech ecom, meaning advertising, the more you spend on ads, the more you're going to cap out on branded traffic, meaning people that are searching for the brand. And from there you have to go into more colder audiences that may not convert as well. So naturally you're going to have a lower conversion rate. So don't just look at the conversion rate on your Shopify like analytics and just take that for granted, because with that analytics, it takes the entire month. If you're looking at an entire month's worth of data, that data may not be accurate, because you could have a month where you're getting traffic for your blog posts that may not be people that are ready to buy. So don't always look at your conversion rate number per se inside your Shopify dashboard. Just look at areas where you're missing out compared to competitors, and implement those changes and aspects of larger retailers like barbecue guys, Wayfair, and apply those to your store. So I think that's pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to the final free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 8, going over SEO for high-ticket ecom. This is the final module of the completely free high-ticket ecom dropshipping course series. And in this video, we're going to talk about everything you need to know about SEO. We're going to give you the framework, but everything else comes down to you to actually figure out the actual steps to actually implement SEO for your store. So we're going to talk about why SEO and what even is SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization, and essentially SEO is a way we optimize our website to get more organic traffic from Google. The reason why we're doing SEO and we want to get Google traffic is because Google traffic is the most highest buying intent. People on Google are more likely to buy than some traffic sources such as TikTok. You might be able to get a lot of organic traffic from TikTok, but they might not convert as well compared to Google traffic. So why should you even care about SEO? So there's three big reasons why you should even care about SEO to start with. Number one is going to be profit margins. Now I'm going to tell you, if you make a $2,000 sale and you make $500 on that sale and you pay $200 to acquire that customer via Google ads, you're left with $300 left over on your $2,000 sale. Not bad. Now with SEO, you can make that same sale all organically, meaning you didn't pay to acquire the customer. So you make $500 on that $2,000 sale, and that's even better. So that indirectly boosts your profit margins. Next is going to be building a moat around your business. So building a moat around your business is very, very important, especially for a niche down store. You want to be the go-to store for that industry. If you're selling, for example, espresso machines, you want to be the top e-commerce store eventually at some point for espresso machines and coffee. So building a moat around your business and also authority in the industry. It goes hand in hand with building a moat around your business, because when you build a moat around your business, meaning people cannot just go into that same industry, let's say espresso machine, and start up a store and take over your entire market share. It's going to be very, very time consuming and very, very hard for someone that's brand new compared to a store that's already been doing it for a couple of years that already has organic traffic coming in. So building a moat around your business, if you want it to be long term, and building authority around your business, as well as profit margins. SEO is very, very great for this. You can, the more traffic at the end of the day you can get to your store, the more revenue you can get to your store. It's as simple as that. So I'm going to give you a general strategy breakdown for how you can do SEO for your high-ticket e-com store. So there is 9 steps to this. Number 1 is going to be keyword research. So you want to identify one product type that is lucrative to your business using Ahrefs. So this can be your best sellers or the ones that have the highest potential, meaning maybe you don't have a bestseller product type just yet, but you feel like there is one product that has high margins. There's a lot of decent amount of people searching for it, and the most important is low competition. Lower competition equals you can rank more content faster because you don't need as much backlinks and you don't need as much content to rank higher inside Google's organic results. So make sure you use Ahrefs, because in my opinion, Ahrefs is probably one of the best SEO tools that you can use for keyword research. So let's go ahead and fire up Ahrefs. All right, I've signed into Ahrefs account, and inside Ahrefs, you want to go to the Keyword Explorers tab. And then here is where you want to essentially search your keyword. So let's go back to this tab. So we want to identify one product type that's lucrative to your business. So depending on what your industry is, so I'm going to just pick one. Let's say fireplaces. This is a very big industry. It's also very competitive at the same time. But there's probably other related product types that are not as competitive that you can do SEO for. So I'm on this website called North Country Fire, and let's see what other products they have besides fireplaces. I don't really want to do fireplaces because a lot of people do fireplaces. So we have an Osborne 2500 pellet stove. So let's try pellet stoves. Let's see how competitive they are in terms of SEO inside of Ahrefs. So we're going to paste that in there, and we're going to put that inside Ahrefs. And we can see keyword difficulty is 22. So medium difficulty, according to Ahrefs, we have 54 or 57,000 volume, and you can see that it's trending up over time. Like at the peaks, there every year it's increasing. From 2018 it was at 118,000, 2015 peak was at under 80,000. So over time it's slowly reaching new peaks. So this is definitely a growing industry. But one thing I'm looking at this and I realize is this is definitely seasonal. It obviously peaks in the winter season when people are in colder states. They need pellet stoves to stay warm. So if you're gonna do this, just know that if you pick a seasonal product type, then the organic traffic, around the June area might not, result into as much sales as you want to. However, this should not be something like you just ignore. Just because it is seasonal doesn't mean you should not do it. But I do believe, more stable year-round product types are probably better than, this huge swings up and down every year. So let's see if there's anything else. Obviously, fireplaces and stuff are going to be seasonal. So maybe let's look at like grills. How about something like this? So this is like I was looking at these, I think grill islands. So let's look up grill island. These are probably seasonal as well. I'm trying to find something that's not seasonal. So let me just look around and see if there's any other product types that is not seasonal. That's also high ticket, obviously. Let's look at furniture. Let's just pick pantries. So pantry cabinets, okay. So if you're selling pantry cabinets and those are your top sellers on your store, this is the exact process that you want to implement SEO. So pantry cabinets only has 2.4 thousand searches, which is a lot lower than pellet stoves, but there's definitely more. It's not seasonal, and with it only having 2,400 searches, do not be worried that this is a bad keyword to target. Usually means that it is very less competitive than the other product types. So when we look at pantry cabinets right here, and we look at these SERPs, we can see the number one ranking position is pantry kitchen cabinets at Lowe's. So Lowe's is ranking number one. Pantry cabinets, IKEA, Home Depot, wholesale cabinets, Amazon, Wayfair, Target, Craftsmate, Bath & Beyond. So you can see that with this keyword, there's definitely a lot of high authority websites, but that doesn't mean you can't be in the top positions as well. These websites, for example, this page that's ranking for Lowe's, it's just a auto-generated page. You can see just based on the URL. You can create a page that's way better than this, that's not automatically generated, that's way better and more likely to rank based on what is currently ranking at Google. So we look at all these results, they are all like automatically generated. Like it has no all this content is very slim. There's also no text under the collection pages as well. And this is all, look at this. Pantry cabinets 23609. This is an automatically generated page. So it's very easy to actually rank, in the top 10 because your page is more qualified for the search term, which is pantry cabinets. So let's say we want to do SEO for pantry cabinets. We want to download all these keywords via Ahrefs. So there's 2,117 keywords, and you can see the total volume is actually not just 2.4 thousand. These are all related keywords to pantry cabinets. So we select them all. You can see that there's 18,000 volume. So select them all. Let's see. Go to export. We want to do all 2,117. We export them for Excel. Then we can go ahead and open this up. So first of all, we only need two columns. The column for keyword and the column for volume. Everything else we can delete. We don't need that data. Next, you want to apply the same strategy for the other tools, such as Answer the Public. So Answer the Public is a tool that will look for questions related to the keyword. So if we just type in pantry cabinets, inside of Answer the Public and click search. Same with low fruits. Low fruits, I believe, is a paid software, but let's go ahead and load it up. Yeah, it requires some credits, but with low fruits, you essentially will also find keywords that are not in Ahrefs and not in Answer the Public, that are underserved. So using a combination of all three, we want to format all our keywords into here. So take the keywords that you downloaded from Answer the Public and download it. We need an account, but you can download this from Answer the Public for free. But take the data from these two other platforms and format it into your Excel sheet, where it's just keyword and volume. So all these ones where there's none right here inside of Ahrefs, it's probably because it's underserved, meaning you could just put 0 for them, or you can put 10. We can just put 10. So take that and just apply it all the way down there. So take all these keywords from Answer the Public in low fruits and apply it inside of one big Excel sheet where it has the keyword and it has the volume. Don't worry about duplicates, because the next tool that we're going to use will remove any duplicates. Next, we want to format the keyword and volume data in the spreadsheet, which I just said. And then next, we want to use keyword insights. So the objective of keyword insights is this tool will take our keywords and volume data and it will format it into a what's called a keyword cluster. A keyword cluster is essentially a way for us to organize all our keywords in a way so we can write each keyword in a specific way that it will interlink together. The reason why we want to interlink all the content together is when we build links and get links organically. Let's say we get a link to one page, it interlinks with other pages, so it boosts it passes link juice to all the other pages. So that's essentially the strategy in terms of how we want to create content on our website paired up with a backlink strategy. So what we want to do is we want to sign up with Keyword Insights. You can also just use the $1 fee or one-time $1 fee for 6,000 credits. I don't know, that's probably like 500 keywords, and we probably have more than 500. So you probably need to spend a one-time cost of $58, and you can cancel the plan right after it. So I will show you once I'm inside Keyword Insights. So I'm logged in inside Keyword Insights now, and essentially what you want to do is you want to click New, and then we want to click Cluster Keywords. Or I think they changed the UI. So we need to click Keyword Clustering, and then we just want to name this the project name. So you store, and then we're doing pantry cabinets. No presets, but location, we want to do the state or the country that you're selling in, so US for this example. Track search intent, we can leave that as is. Advanced settings, we don't need to change anything. You want to click next, skip, and then here we want to upload our keywords. So we want to click local files, And then I just want to make sure this is formatted correctly. Keyword and volume. We'll save this. Save it as a CSV. And then we upload it inside of here. So map keywords. So this is going to be keywords, and map volume should be volume. So this way, they're going to read the CSV as this column as keyword and this column as volume. So you want to match it up. Processing time, keywords, and credit costs. And then we just want to click summary. Review your order, and then you just want to complete the order. Try now. There we go. So mobility scooter is going to be the hub, and the spoke is essentially these keywords. So whenever you're writing content for mobility scooter, this should link to all these keywords. Each one of these keywords should be its own dedicated page. So you're going to have a mobility scooter collection page, and then you're going to have buy mobility scooter, mobility power scooter, motor mobility scooter, handicap mobility scooter. The ones that are misspellings I would not do, because there's a very possible way that you can overdo your SEO, meaning you're making too much content for related keywords. Like this one, mobility scooter with a period at the bottom, is the same as this. There's no point of creating the same content. So just use your best judgment on this. Like mobility scooter, you can make one mobility power scooter, motor mobility scooter, handicap mobility scooter. Those would be the only 4 that I would make for those. All the others are nonsense, so you don't need to make content for those. So if we go back here, so take keyword insights and you want to make a schedule using Airtable, Notion, or Google Sheets. And essentially on the table, so you essentially just want to do this. So page type, you either put in main page or sub page. So one of those. And keyword, publish date, and writer. So if I'm the writer and I want to publish this November 7th, 2023, the keyword is mobility scooter. This mobility scooter, based on what we just looked at inside the other sheet, this would be a main page. If we're making content for mobility power scooter, this is a keyword that should be a sub page. Sub pages should always link to the hub page, and the main pages should always link to the sub page. So you just want to view it like this. This is the top of the pyramid, and these are the bottom of the pyramid. These should link to this, and this should also link to this. So whenever you get a link to one of this or one of these, they will build authority together. So it will pass link juice between the two. So you just want to make a simple like a calendar like this that goes over what you are posting. So after mobility power scooter, I might want to do motor mobility scooter. After I publish it, I just put the publish date and who wrote the actual content, and just keep track of all your pages. You can also do a URL, so the URL of the actual live page, and just keep track of your SEO efforts based on like a easy spreadsheet like this. So that way you can keep track of how much content you're producing, and you essentially just want to complete these entire lists. And after you complete the entire list, you should be at least getting a lot of decent traffic coming in from organic traffic from Google. So you want to categorize and format the site plus products before writing content. So what I mean by this is, if you're writing about mobility scooters, for example, mobility scooters, if we look at this right here, if there's a mobility power scooter, and if you sell that, you want to categorize that into your heading in a way that it makes sense for the buyer. So there's really no good way to explain this, except, you can look at some live examples. So, for example, fireplace. They have electric fireplaces here. This menu is very big. Or gas fireplaces, and then it lists all the types of gas fireplaces. Same with outdoor gas fireplaces, and then also gas fireplace media, so like what goes inside the fireplace, and accessories. So it just labels it out in a way so it's still SEO optimized, but also buyer friendly. If you have a store that's very big, meaning you sell a lot of product types, then you might not be able to do this. But if you have a niche down store, this should be very achievable, and this should also make the buyer experience a lot better. So here's the general concept. Start with the main keyword in subtopics in interlink pages. So you want to link from the main page to the sub page, and then link from the sub page back to the main page. And then on the actual content piece itself, you want to link to other related pages as it makes sense. So you can link to your other blogs, your other collection pages, and then your pages and then you can also link to resource/blog posts. So if you're writing a blog post about mobility scooters, or let's just do the pantry cabinet. Maybe you're writing something about, I don't know, pantry cabinet sizing. And you want to link to a resource like this, pantry dimensions for every type and style. You might want to link to this so it can describe more in detail. So you want to balance it out. You want to have more internal links than external links. External links are links to other websites that is not yourself. So that's how the general SEO strategy works. After that, you want to just rinse and repeat until all the keywords are done from the keyword cluster and there are no results to show, or there's no more keywords to write about. You just want to complete the entire topic about that one product type, and then results should show. However, if you're in a more competitive industry, like for example fireplaces, you might not be able to get as much traffic as you hope for, and that's completely fine. More competitive industry also mean a lot of demand, and once you complete your entire content cluster, we want to build links. So I'm going to give you the straightforward way of how to build links. You can use an agency. There's lots of SEO agencies that you can use. If you just look on, go on Twitter, and you can definitely find SEO agencies there. See ones that have results, and you can work with them. Fat Joe is also a marketplace where you can buy links. Hero is where you can do, you can write articles, or mostly like very short paragraphs for reporters. And when you write paragraphs for reporters, they will link back to your website, but not always, because there's a lot of people pitching on that platform. Essentially, Hero is a tool. I'll show you. Hero. So Hero is a source for every story. So you're going to be a source, and there's going to be journalists on this platform. You're going to essentially provide value by either answering their questions or giving them your story, and journalists will essentially use your resource and link back to you. So there's many major media outlets using Hero. So New York Times, Fox News, Chicago, WSJ, ABC, Time. So lots of very reputable news and media outlets on Hero. So definitely something worth doing. And then there's also linkbuilder.io. This is definitely pretty pricey for SEO services, but they do a really good job in terms of backlinks. So they start at $3,000 a month, and you can get 8+ links per month, anywhere from DR 50 to 90. So DR is the domain rating. It is a scale from 0 to 100. I don't think there's any sites that is 100, but 90 is like very, very, very good already. So 50 to 90 are very good quality links. So linkbuilder.ai or .io is also a tool that you can use if you have the budget to reinvest back into SEO. And the last thing before we end this video is you do not want to use Fiverr or Upwork. This is because Fiverr and Upwork usually has people that spam backlinks, and spam backlinks will not do any good for your website or your business. So do not use Fiverr or Upwork at all costs. Even though they might seem like it's a very, very great deal, usually the links are very bad and it will trash your site. So that's it for this video on SEO for high-ticket ecom. If you enjoyed, make sure you drop a comment down below, and I'll see you guys in the next one.